Everybody, my pad. I gotta get my glasses. Hold on one second. Okay, there we go. So listen, real quick, y'all. Real quick. First things first. There are a lot of things happening right now. IRL, if you will. You guys ready to jump on? Armenian? You ready? What's up, wow, everybody's ready to chat, do this thing, you know what I'm saying? Bryson, you ready? Can't share the Discord. You should be able to share Discord. I'm gonna work on the thing. Well, you have Platonic Zombie in the Twitch chat. What's going on here? Everybody, I want to know if everybody's ready. Is everybody ready to get this freaking party started? Cause I'm ready. But I gotta show you something first. Hit me up in the chat if you're ready for the goods. If you're ready to join the chat, okay, Garioki's ready. We got one. Garioki's ready. How about you? The Armenian, you ready? Bryson, you ready? Post your Discord, you fool. All right, hold on. Discord. So, but guess what? Almost okay. So we'll wait for Bryson because I got to show you guys something anyway. Bryce, there is something. My Discord finally works. Finally, the app works. I don't know why. It just randomly started working today. So that's good. I'm gonna share the Discord link in the chat so you guys can join if you want to. And I have something I want to share with you all. I have something very important that I want to share with you all. Okay? Invite people. Copy the link. And here it is. Discord links in the chat for YouTube and for and the link is also there for Twitch. That's not, oops, that would have been really, really bad. Oh my gosh. So one more thing I want to share with you guys. I want you all to know that today the fellas are holding down the fort today. The unicorn is out on a run, and I may have to like momentarily leave from time to time to do daddy stuff, okay? So I just want to be clear with that. I will give you extra time because of this. Because of this, I will give you a little bit extra time. But I got to do daddy stuff. So it's just the fellas today. Just the fellas trying to hold down the fort. You know what I'm saying? But I got something for you all. Something very important. Something I think is of the utmost importance in the time today. And I'm going to clip it. I'm clipping this because it's the most relevant and important thing that's happening in today's UFO world. And then we're going to jump right into that round table, y'all. We're going to jump right the square table. I'm so sorry. We're going to jump straight into that square table. You know what I'm saying? We see on the flip side, Platonic Zombie. But yeah. Let me pull it up. One second here. So while I'm doing that, I will see what's going on here. Still can't get that to play, huh? Let's see here. Give me 1 second. I don't know why, but I'm having so many issues with the with Twitch playing the game capture for some reason. Auto. Screen capture. And then we'll go to here. I'm working on something here, trying to get everything set up, but I'm having some issues with the capture here for some reason. Full screen application. I love this music. I love this music. I cannot help it. Let's see here. Streamlabs is being so strange today. Let's try this again. What is that? That's kind of cool. Interesting. All right, back to YouTube I go. Give me 1 second, man. I gotta fix this because I don't know what's going on, but I'm having so many issues with my feed here, with my Streamlabs feed. I don't know why. That was weird. Judging me. All right, I'm gonna pull up this this video. I want you all to see this. It is of the utmost importance. I know you're ready, so I'm not gonna ask if you're ready because I know you are. Jimmy Church and on Fade to Black and Timothy Alberino had a conversation about a lot of things, and I only caught this one clip because a friend of mine hit me up on Facebook and said, you gotta check this out. Timothy Alberino just dropped the biggest bomb on the UFO community of all time, and I need to share this with you all because I agree with Timothy Alberino. I agree with him. You'll never go full retard, man. You'll never go full retard. You know what I'm saying? Never. Let's talk about this right here. Come on. Do you know what they did to our people? What do you mean, you people? Oh, man. Come on. Yeah. Oh. Well. You'll never go full retard, man. Oh. I know you guys are like, what are you talking about? You're gonna find out. You're gonna find out right now. Hold on. This is so good. This is the beautifulest clip of all time is about to be played for y'all right now. This is obviously my all-time favorite. Timothy Alberino is now a hero in the UFO community, according to me, Dr. Door. By the way, in case you don't know, what's up, y'all? My name is Dr. Door. Also, you can call me by my government name, Marquise, whatever you want to do. Let's talk about this. Timothy Alberino. Also, support me on, if you want to, support me on Patreon, support me on GoFundMe. I'll post the links in the chat. Check this out. This is crazy.
Discredit him and you go after his mental health and his past.
They're talking about David Grush.
It's the same method of operation, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And it's I think in both, obviously with Grush, we're looking at an attempt to discredit him because they want to put a cap on this this disclosure thing. Somebody wants to enough. You've gone far enough, Congressman. Enough. Shut it down. And then so now they're coming out with the dirty tricks to try and shut this thing down. And in the jungle, I think we're looking at a live cover story that was concocted on the spot to satisfy the details that the villagers were describing, and in both cases, both in here in the United States with Grush, a lot of people are buying that. Oh, okay, he's got PTSD. Okay, that explains it. All right, okay, now I get it. Now I get why he would risk his life and blah 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 and do this to himself. Okay, he's got PTSD. So there you go. Again, debunked, they wash their hands of it, move on. Same thing in Peru. Oh, okay, miners, okay, jetpacks, okay, cartels. All right, good. Debunked, satisfied, next. And I'm really disheartened by how many people are buying the narratives and the smear campaign. Grush, one of the reasons why the man came out, it is crystal clear. He was being threatened, not just his job, not just his livelihood, not just his pension, his life and that of his family. The man was being threatened by private aerospace contractors or security companies. His life. Okay? So that's a really, really, really strong motivation to go public with something. If you start to pry into something, you get too far, you start getting these death threats, especially if you have PTSD. My God, especially if you have PTSD.
Seems like a rhetorical argument, doesn't it? Well, apparently not to the UFO community, not all of us, but to the UFO community, apparently this is like, what? I can't, my brain, no. PTSD is a legitimate reason to discount somebody's, Timothy Alberino, take us home, brother.
What do? Well, if you're smart, you do precisely what Grush did.
Exactly.
There was a channel already created, through Chris Mellon and these other guys. There was in Congress. There's a channel created for whistleblowers now that did not exist previous to this, right? So why do we got a whistleblower now? Because we have whistleblower protections in place now.
You'll never go full, right? Because there's whistleblower protections. Why now? Everybody in the community is complaining about. Why is it that David Grush came forward now? I don't know. Because there's whistleblower protection now in legislation. I don't know. I'm just guessing. Maybe. I don't know.
That were not there before. A and B, because we have a media that is now sympathetic to the UFO story. You're not a nut job anymore if you talk about UFOs. Those are two conditions that didn't exist prior to Grush or prior to 2017, right? Those two conditions now exist. And so what ought we expect? We should expect a whistleblower to come through, and especially a whistleblower who has PTSD and who's being threatened by private contractors, right? What would you do? The smart play is you go public. You go right through the channel that's created. You go to Congress. You take advantage of that whistleblower pathway, and you go public. That's what you do, and that's exactly what the man did.
And the point that he did, right, all correctly. He goes to the IG. He presents the IG with the classified documents. He tells them what's going on. He lawyers up. He files the proper paperwork. He wants his protection because what's the alternative? Right? And if you're in that position, you do things properly. And he did all of that. And then the second and probably, for me, the most significant part of all of this is the photograph of Graves, Grush, and Fravor all standing there with their hands raised.
Okay. I don't want to start this off with just a bunch of jokes because this moment is way too serious. I should calm down with that. But I'm just really hype about today's show. This is my frustration with the community that we are dealing with. I was on Twitter, last night, and it was sick. And we'll talk about that, too, before we start the Squaretable, just to kind of open up the conversation.
Taking the
yes. They're going under oath. They're putting their reputations online. They're under the threat of perjury. And what are they doing? They're telling the exact same story that they've been telling all along. They didn't,
which people are complaining about for some reason.
Change any details. They didn't add anything new to it. They elaborated based on some of the questions they were asked. But all they're doing is confirming what they've been saying. And what they've been saying, especially what Grush has been saying.
The most important part of this entire conversation is about to come up right here, okay? What David Grush said, what Ryan Graves said, what Commander Fravor said, David Fravor said, this is the most important aspect of what he's saying. To the UFO community, guys, please, if you are a part of this sect in the UFO community who's like, please listen carefully.
Conforms entirely to what ufologists have known for decades. He's not concocting some new grandiose story. He's literally just affirming what we've known for decades because of good ufologists, especially the old school ufologists like Leonard Stringfield and like Hynek and these other guys and Valet and these great old school ufologists, and also confirming, by the way, guys like the testimony of Bob Lazar and some of these other whistleblowers who've come out in the past. So there's being in the UFO space, I'm looking at this going, yeah, I can't disagree with anything he said. Nothing he said is like...
That's my question. Does anything that he said divert from what has been said throughout the last 80 years of ufology? No? Oh, Okay, then why are we rejecting it? Okay.
A red flag or some sort of new weird thing. He's literally just confirming what all of us who've been in the UFO space have known. Yeah, of course there have been crash retrieval programs. Yes, no question about it. Of course there have been bodies, and of course there's been reverse engineering programs. So, I mean, you know, and that's why I sometimes get I get upset with people who absolutely refuse to believe anything. Look, having a high degree of skepticism with media, with narratives coming out of the media and government entities is healthy, especially in this day and age. And we all know why. Very healthy. I encourage it. But as I always tell people, you don't go full retard. You don't think everything's a psyop. Don't think every single thing that happens is a controlled narrative. Every single thing's a psyop. Everything's a setup. That's called paranoia schizophrenia. Or schizophrenia paranoia. That's what that is. And don't go there. Don't.
You'll never go full retard, man. Come on, man.
Yeah, exactly. You know, there were times when I was doing Jack that I actually felt retarded, like really retarded. Oh, yeah. I mean, I brushed my teeth retarded. I rode the bus retarded.
Damn.
In a weird way, I had to sort of just free myself up to believe that it was okay to be stupid or dumb.
To be a moron.
Yeah.
To be moronical.
Exactly. To be a moron.
An imbecile.
Yeah.
Like the dumbest motherfucker that ever lived.
When I was playing the character.
When you was a character.
Yeah, I mean, as Jack, definitely.
Yeah. Jack. Stupid ass Jack. Trying to come back from that.
In a weird way, it was almost like I had to sort of fool my mind into believing that it wasn't retarded. And by the end of the whole thing, I was like, wait a minute, you know? I flushed so much out, how am I gonna jumpstart it up again? It's just like...
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
You was farting in bathtubs and laughing your ass off. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Simple Jack thought he was smart. Or rather, didn't think he was retarded, so he can't afford to play retarded, being a smart actor. Playing a guy who ain't smart but thinks he is, that's tricky.
Tricky.
It's like working with Mercury. It's high science, man. It's art form.
Yeah.
You an artist.
That's what we do, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hats off for going there. Especially knowing how the Academy is about that shit.
Wait. About what?
You're serious? You don't know. Everybody knows you never go full retard.
Everybody knows. You'll never go full. This is the point. I just wanted to pull that out, y'all, because you know what? That's kind of how I feel. That's kind of how I feel a little bit. You know, like people just went full. You know. Yeah. So don't forget, if you're one of those people who's like, it's all psyop, everything's government conspiracy, there's lasers all over the place, they're shooting people, you know, you'll never go full retard, man. Trigger alert. I'm so sorry, everybody. In case everybody has, I don't even understand the. I am an 80s kid, you know. So like I'm learning about the, you know, the things you're not supposed to say too. I don't personally understand. I don't understand the joking offense. I don't know. Either way, it's funny, and it's just funny, okay. And the thing about this is. So am I hearing Marquise quoting a white actor acting like a black actor while Marquise is black? Yes. And Robert Downey Jr. did a freaking phenomenal job with that character. It was I literally watched that movie again just because people were talking bad about that movie because of Robert Downey Jr.'s part. I watched it again just in defiance. Just in defiance. Now, my point is this. You don't never go full. Listen, yo. You out here over here talking about everything conspiracy. You don't never go full conspiracy theorist, man. You was in the bathtub farting, laughing at your own fault. You'll never go full. I should stop saying the word because that's gonna really piss people off, I guess. But, man, listen. Don't do it, y'all. Don't do it. Don't do it, please. Please, please, please don't do it. Timothy Alberino is a legend for that. We got Ross Cohart, the legend. Bryce Sable, Jeremy Corbell. I don't care what y'all think. These are legends. David Grush. Excuse me. Legends. Legends. Living legends. Anyway. Alright, y'all. We ready? You got you guys and gals ready to rock and rollin'? Because, you know. Let's see here. What is going on? Why can't I capture? I'm having such a hard time with the some of my windows here, guys, gals, demigods, non-binaries. For some reason, it will not capture my my stream at all. It was before, but now all of a sudden it's not. Let me see if it's just a game. Now, while I'm trying to figure out what the heck's going on, I want to know if everybody's... Let me know if y'all are ready, because I'm ready to bring you in and have this conversation about transhumanism. So anybody... today's conversation is going to be about... I just had to show you all that. That was my little mini rant for the day. Because I needed to get that. I needed to get that out. I am so frustrated. Free Assange, pardon Snowden, free Willy. I like the last one, but I'm not so sure about Assange. That was pretty bad. That was really bad, alright? That was actually really bad. Can't lie. Guys, I'm going to post a link in the chat. Please do not talk until I've... just give me a second before I just tell everybody what this is. So in case anybody doesn't know, transhumanism is what our topic is today. It's a philosophical and intellectual movement, so to speak, that advocates for the enhancement of the human condition by developing and honestly making a widely available, sophisticated technologies that can, you know, enhance longevity and cognition in order to overcome fundamental human limitations. All right, so there are some benefits and dangers that people talk about from emerging technologies that have been discovered and continue to be discovered. And they're trying to take people, human beings specifically, into what's called a post-human world. They're trying to transform human beings into what we're like, more like cybernetic humanoid type beings, by integrating technologies into our biology so that we can supersede some of the limitations of the human condition. Again, whether it be cognition, physical performance, capabilities, and the like. So if you have any questions in the chat, by the way, you can put those questions in the chat in all caps, because I've been doing that for the SOR, which is probably the most helpful. Questions are all in caps. Statements, you just make them. But they help me differentiate between what I should say, what I should ask the full chat. It has to be relevant to the conversation. Yes, you can ask about aliens, but please make sure that it's relevant to the conversation at hand. And we're going to do this as professionally as I possibly can. What else is... Marquise is wrong about Assange. What else is new? I'm not wrong. You're wrong. Tell me again. All right, you guys ready? Come on, let's go. So I'm going to bring everybody on, and I'm going to play a very entertaining clip about transhumanism for everybody to prepare your minds for what we're going to talk about. So let me open up this Zoom link, and then you guys, you fellas, get ready. I am not a professional. I mean, you can always pretend to be like me. You know, you can always pretend. You know, do your best. All right, I'm bringing y'all in. All right, share, copy link, Discord. All right, everybody, Discord chat is about to have the link. Now listen, whenever Peanut gets here, Peanut's gonna join us too. But the link is posted in the Discord. We got the Armenian. What's up, man?
What's up?
Ready
How
for
are you,
it?
man?
I'm doing awesome. Doing awesome, man.
What's up?
Doing fantastic.
How
You
are
ready?
What's up? Oh, I'm fantastic.
There's an echo. What's up with that? Where's the echo? I don't know where the echo's coming from.
Give me 1 second. It might be me.
Yeah, there's an echo. Hold on. Let me bring up while that's being fixed. I'm gonna bring up the Zoom links or the Zoom chat so people can see us. I'm gonna maximize this for
Any echo?
no. We're perfect now.
It was me
Yeah.
because of how my setup
Okay.
is.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. Whiplash Gaming tries to help me out. What you go? Okay. So would you prefer American Outlaw or Whiplash Gaming? Because I've been calling you Whiplash Gaming just because of gamer tag.
You've known me by Whiplash the whole time we've known each other. The 15
Yeah.
years that we've known each other. So
Yeah.
you can call me Whiplash or you just call me Ben. It doesn't matter.
I
mean-
didn't know if you wanted your name. I tried so
we
hard
know
yesterday.
each other
Yeah.
personally.
Yeah,
We know each other personally as long as you don't say my last name on.
I got you.
On there.
All right.
Like we used to live right next to each other.
I know.
So
Yeah. It was cool, man. I miss you, brother. By the way, I miss you, man. We used to have some really cool
once I
conversations.
get, you know what's going on with my
Yeah,
life right
yeah,
now. Once I
yeah.
get everything situated, and everything situated, I'll hop on my Harley and come on up and visit.
That would be.
I've been
freaking awesome.
planning on coming up, seeing you and my buddy Paul.
That would be awesome, man. So just so you know, Whiplash is, I think you're streaming too, right? You're also streaming.
No, I wasn't able to get a lot of stuff set up last night. So that's why I said I learn on the fly. So
Okay.
literally, I'm a listen, but I'm gonna be kind of like a dissenting opinion kind of thing because of the fact that like some of the stuff that you were talking about with technology. I've got some opinions on that one right there.
I think a lot of people have a big resistance to that. So this is going to be.
No, it's not really a resistance. It's more of a factual situation.
Yeah. There we go.
But I'll bring that
Started.
up inside of it. I'll bring it up into it. No, it's actually evident in it. They've actually done studies on it.
I
and
agree with you.
also-
I'm worried about the transhumanism. So let me start off by opening with the with
Yeah.
something here for everybody. Okay. So, like I said, transhumanism, as everybody knows, is this philosophical thought that people want to use. It's a futuristic belief that using technology to integrate with biological organisms, namely human beings, to supersede or overcome the biological limitations. So if you're like, we can only see 2020, but with transhumanism, they'll enhance our vision by giving us some kind of optical implants that would allow us to see even further, or maybe even have precognition, or so to speak. I should say clairvoyance, or any kind of emulating some kind of psychic abilities by adding sensor data that could connect to, let's say, camera systems outside of your house where you can access it. Think of Deus Ex, you can access camera systems just by thinking about it, and then see who's outside of your house by closing your eyes, or even by just looking at maybe an augmented reality video of somebody outside of your house, or how many people are in a cafe that you want to visit for later today, or whatever. There's a lot of different possibilities for this. You can connect to a drone, and again, that optical enhancement could be used to let you see through the drone's eyes without having any equipment but your biological body itself being integrated with technology. So this is the idea of transhumanism, but there's also benefits. I just think there's a lot of dangers to it. So just to preface this, there are a lot of dangers to transhumanism. In my mind, I think it's extremely dangerous, because if someone can hack into your biological, technology, this transhumanistic, integration, you will, or you could be, made to do something, have thoughts in your head, emulate or simulate some kind of a paranoid schizophrenia, as Timothy Alberino said some people are already doing in ufology, or even short-circuit your brain and delete you from existence by giving you a little electrical jolt, making you a potato for the rest of your life. So there's a lot of dangers. Given the world that we live in today, I do not think transhumanism is a great idea because there's too many dangers. We are not the kind of society that is socially able to have a transhumanist society safely, in my opinion. But we'll talk about all these things. So I'm going to go around, and we're going to start with the Armenian. We're going to go to Bryson, Gary, and then Whiplash Gaming, who is now American Outlaw on screen, because that's the order of the Zoom layout. So we're just going to do it that way. So top, bottom, right, down. Okay, so Armenian.
But it's not like that for me.
What does it look like for you?
For me, it has you, it has Armenian, it has Bryson, and then it has Gary.
What about you guys? Is everybody that's different? Everybody's different? Is everybody's different like that?
I think
I'm up top. I see Bryson right below me. I see Gary next to him, and then I see American Outlaw.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it the way that I want to, because this is,
you're more than welcome
I'm kidding.
to.
I'm kidding. So we're gonna do it that way, and then we'll go back the other way, just to make it fair.
I think it changes for everybody on how they do the setup.
I figured. So Garyoki, you're muted. Garyoki, you're muted. You're muted, brother. I don't know if he can hear us. Can he?
I don't know if he can hear us, but
okay, his audio is connecting right now.
Okay.
I just saw the. Yep, we're good. All right, so the first thing we're gonna talk.
What's going on here?
Now he muted it. He'll figure it out. It's okay. There's a little bit of, when you're on the phone, the buttons are tinier, so it's harder to kind of get everything set up. That's what he's just having a little bit of trouble. I understand that. Give me 1 second while I pull up these questions that I had for everybody, and then we will try to give each question about 10 to 15 minutes between us all, not like each individually, but all together about 10 to 15 minutes. Each person has a maximum of 2.5 minutes to talk. You do not have to use that full 2.5 minutes. That's just a maximum in case, for example, me or Garyoki or Whiplash Gaming goes for, like we always do, 2.5 plus minutes. I guess we got some respectful people on the panel, but I am not respectful. I just keep talking, y'all. So let's start with the first thing. What are the benefits? What are the most significant benefits of transhumanism, and how do you think they can be realized? We'll start with the Armenian. Or I'm sorry, you know what? Back that up. What is your take on transhumanism first? The Armenian. What's your take on it? What do you think about it?
Well, as I was opening up this subject, there are a lot of it opens up a lot of can of worms, so to speak. One of the first things I was looking at is transhumanism basically the same thing as where our evolutionary path for humans, where it would take us anyway? Because as you know, humans are different than any other animal in which we build things. We use tools, we use machinery. So if that's an encoded part of our DNA to build things, transhumanism is just a path that our evolution of humanity would take us anyway. I mean, we started with tools to, make things, to eat, whatever. So it's a natural, in my view, it might be a natural curve of the path that we're already on. As far as other things, I could go into a whole bunch of different trees from this, like transhumanism. Like, is transhumanism where we can harvest organs from other animals to sustain our own life? And what is the morality behind that, to kill other animals or to organ farm for our own benefit? And these are just a couple of the little different things I delved into, but I could get into it more later.
Okay. So, do you have a note taking app at all? Because I can do this for you guys if you do not.
Yeah, I have.
I really don't need one.
Okay, you don't necessarily need. I'm gonna keep notes of everybody's takes for myself.
Okay. Can you hear me, by the way?
Yep, we can hear you now. Yes, sir. We got you.
Would you like me to record the call for you?
No, it's okay, man. No. We're good with that. The good news is everything's pretty much recorded for the most part. So we're good with that. But I appreciate if anybody has any suggestions, by the way, and anytime, please bring them up. All right. So the Armenian, we got your perspective on this. You've got the pros and cons, mostly cons, of course. Not cons, I should say, but skepticism. There's some reluctance to accepting it, but you think that it's a natural progression of human evolution, if you will, or human development.
Human development, I believe, because we've always started with tools and things like that, and I think to augment ourselves through different means is just a part of that system.
Okay. All right. So then the next person we'll go with Bryson. Bryson, what is your take on transhumanism? What's your take on it?
Testing 1 2 3. Can you hear?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, I'm probably going to be the odd one out here. I am more on the technology side than I am the spiritual side. I've taken tests before, not tests so much. But,
oh my gosh, where's your muscles at then, bro? Where your gains at, bro?
Online polls in which using technology to greatly enhance longevity and cognition. I believe that transhumanism can have positive outlooks, but I also know after seeing a video this morning, and I'm still trying to find it on on Twitter right now, of Klaus Schwab's, let's say, deputy, how saying that they were going to use artificial intelligence to control the people, and then I've seen videos about using this supposed Neuralink from Tesla. Supposed, it's still like in the works now, and it looks promising for certain people, but I guess I'm more on the technology side. But at the same time, I've also seen conflicting videos in the past few days, maybe the last week, saying that technology, while being an enhancer, we as humans are not ready for a lot of the technologies, the supposed technologies that could come about from, say, the ET visitors, the ET influencers. So I'm on the fence now after seeing those videos, but I would say before this chat and before this last week, I was definitely on the transhumanism side. But that's also a very large, encompassing topic. I'm more on the technology side, in which we can use things like Neuralink to help people with disabilities, people that have spinal cord injuries, people that have people that have missing limbs, need technology in order for them to be able to use like a missing arm, a missing leg, be it from war injuries, be it from being born with certain disabilities. So I would say I'm probably on the transhumanist side, but I'm willing and open to listen to everyone else's opinion, and I yield my time.
Okay. Karaoke, what's up, man? What you got?
Well, this is kind of a huge issue for me, but let me say first and foremost, I'm against it all.
Okay.
Because no matter what they say to you, what they sell it as at the moment, we all know it's a way to control us. All of that stuff you were saying about you can just think about looking at a camera outside or from a drone, blah, 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 and it's there in your biological self. What about if it happens the other way round? They're looking at you, they're looking at what you're thinking and, stuff like that. The whole thing, every aspect of it is going to be an intrusion of privacy and a way of control. So you think it's bad enough now, like, oh, shall I post that on Facebook or not, blah, blah, blah. It's going to be 10 times worse than that. It's going to be what you're thinking about when you're having a shave in the morning. Are you allowed to think that? Because they're going to know. That's the way I see it. But let me just also say, I've got an idea we'll be very, very old men or gone by the time it gets to that level, by the time we're doing all of that. I think it's going to be another 30, 40 years at least.
Okay. So give me 1 second here. Because I gotta take that down. I think that's important. You don't think we'll make it before then, karaoke? I'm with you on that one, but we'll talk about my perspective in a second. All right, so then we won't make it, and it's terrible. All right, so Whiplash Gaming, let's see what you got.
Right.
I gotta do the daddy thing, but I can hear you. Just so you understand, I can hear everything you're saying. So please go ahead and give your perspective I'm going to set the timer because I won't be able to do the stopwatch, just so that I have 2 minutes and 30 seconds on here. And when you start talking, I will start the timer right away.
1 second.
Sure.
Is it on Twitch or is it on the Zoom?
I have it personally. You'll hear it go off. You'll hear it go
Oh,
off.
okay.
Because
All right.
my mic is right here, so you'll hear it.
All right. I'm uniquely qualified about this because of the fact that I actually went to college for computer programming and coding. It's not a very good idea. Like it is a good idea for medical purposes, but for just general purposes, no. We've had the advancement of technology, computer technology, since the 60s or 70s when the first supercomputer was built, and we've had some good advancements come out of it, but most of it has been used for military technology, drones, night vision, our GPS systems that are used that are locked in for military use. We've got a normal civilian, but it's not as good as like military technologies. Like it seems like everything that's the best is usually military technology versus our civilian technology, because even Google Maps can turn you right off of a bridge. It can also take away our humanity, because of the fact that just one wrong line of code, it can completely just make everybody just worker zombies. You put in just the right type of code of follow order equals such and such action, and then everybody in that general vicinity can no longer be dissenting from whatever it is. So if you want to say, I no longer want to work for this company, they can easily have their programmer just code in saying you now enjoy your job, and it takes away your ability to be able to be a free person. It takes away free will. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And the abuse of technology today, I mean, look at it. There's been studies on it by the CDC, by multiple doctors, John Hopkins, of children with technology such as tablets where they become addicted to technology. There's an actual addiction to actual technological advancements now. Like if you walk down the street, and this is actual fact,
15 seconds.
Walk down the street, tell me how many people don't have a phone in their hand.
Yeah.
Looking at their phone. When you drive on the road, how many times and how many accidents have occurred because of people texting while they're using their phone while driving? Technology is dangerous.
Yeah.
As the human race, we're not ready for that kind of level of technology because people are not responsible enough.
All right. Thank you for that, man. And by the way, I'm going to try to do the same thing and keep it under 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm going to try. But I appreciate, again, you guys all had perfect perspectives. I think that everybody's perspective is valid, especially in this conversation, because transhumanism is both good and bad. But let me tell you what I think. And then we'll go on to the first actual question. We got everybody's perspective for the most part. We'll go on to the actual questions. Okay, could be dangerous. It's too dangerous. We're not ready. We are not ready. All right. So everybody's perspective has been put into the conversation. Let me tell you what my perspective is. My perspective is this: let me start my timer. Transhumanism could be a positive thing for society because of several reasons. First of all, if you were to include every piece of ambient technology, or I should say accompanying technology, like artificial intelligence, machine learning, and robotics and the like, you can look at the way that transhumanism could benefit humanity by giving us longer lifespans and giving us a more enriched life by giving us more ability to experience, let's say, not overstimulation, but to be able to control the types of stimulation that we receive from our outside world. So, for example, we could be walking down the street and there could be a lot of noise and pollution and whatever, noise pollution and you know, maybe even smog or whatever. But if we have biomechanical mechanisms in our body, implanted in our body, we could, for example, enhance the lungs' capability to filter out those toxins that cars put out. We could have the ability to turn down the volume of just traffic and isolate maybe a person you're walking to's voice through implants into your ear, which is fantastic. It's really possible because we do it with external devices now, through sound muting technology with earbuds, and things like that, where they block out ambient noise and focus heavily on just a person speaking. Fantastic technology. We could also have biomedical purposes, benefits to transhumanism. For example, you go to the doctor, you have these nanotechnology, nanoparticles, or nanonites, or nano machines in your body that they can just implant a little signal that literally goes to whatever cell needs to be given and heals your body at an exponential rate, potentially even in real time, because now you have those nanites in your body that can enhance that healing process. And we're talking about the elimination of all disease, of all, any kind of sickness, any kind of injury whatsoever, ever. And also, again, this is part of longevity, could continue the cellular, I should say, decelerate the cellular degeneration of the natural process of aging. Why do we age? People don't know. But what if these nanites could prolong that aging process so that you don't age as fast as we do now, live to be maybe hundreds of years? There are a ton of benefits, some of which we don't even have enough time to talk about. But in essence, I think it's not worth the risk, and that the risk is literally the destruction of humankind, or the control of mankind through this transhumanist, through the integration of biological mechanisms into our biology that can be controlled by any outside source through a genius, for example, or some evil force wreaking havoc on our biology. That's my time is up. So, we got all of our perspectives. Let's start with the first question that we have for tonight. We pretty much all agree, for the most part, on transhumanism probably not the best option for humanity at the moment, because there's too many dangers. We were really on the same page with that. Okay, so we give a general idea about our perspective. Let's zero in on each point. What are the most significant benefits in anybody's mind? We'll just focus on this one point. What are the benefits of transhumanism, and how do you think we can get there? And we're going to start with Whiplash Gaming, because we went from top down. From my perspective, we're going to go bottom up from here. So Whiplash Gaming, what do you think could be the benefits of transhumanism?
The only parts of transhumanism that I could see that it would be a benefit is the medical field, due to the fact that there could be advancement for like heart technology for people who have heart diseases or defective hearts, for children, like cancer research, things like that. Other than that, I don't see any other benefits besides medical, because of the fact of what they're in the room, babe. I don't see any kind of like benefits from it due to the dumbing down of society. This is not to be kind of like, what's the word? Rude or condescending. There's just, like I said, there's been, by Johns Hopkins, CDC, and multiple other different type of scientific studies out there, technology has become the preface of entertainment. Everybody's got to have the new iPhone 12, iPhone 13, the new Samsung, the new Xbox, the new whatever. And it's become to the point where it's everything's based around technology. I mean, look at the favorite site that just popped up in 2020 during the pandemic that has been so controversial. That's all over every place. It's not TikTok, but everybody. I don't want to say it on stream, because I've heard that people do get banned for it.
Thank you for protecting my stream.
I'm on Marquise's stream. The old lady says hi.
Hey, what's up?
He said what's up. But it's, if you look at since the major advancement of technology, because we had cell phones back in the 90s, we had they were bulky and things like that. We had computers back in the 90s, but they weren't as what they can do today.
Right.
You literally can find information in the palm of your hands just with your cell phone today. And look at how the technology has been abused. Look at World Star. Look at all these people who get their views on YouTube because using technology. It's not used for the advancement. It's used for entertainment purposes. Like, people do stupid stunts like jumping in front of cars or playing chicken with cars to get multi-million views, instead of saying, hey, how can we use this technology to create nanobots to be able to help derelict people, such as individuals that are in the wheelchairs. Like
30 seconds, bro.
We have millions of people who are inside of the hospital system where we could be using that stuff to help them, yet we're getting an advancement on cell phones. Like, come on.
Okay. Is that your final thought on that? All right, so just to be clear,
well, I have more, but
we're going to get to an open discussion at the end of these questions, because that's where the real meat of this conversation is going to be, obviously. But I will say this: I want to just so everybody understands, I'm okay with you going off on whatever your perspective is. The only thing is I know how hard it is to talk about the benefits when we all agree that there's too many dangers to accept. But try to stick to the benefits just for the sake of the conversation, entertaining the conversation. So the next person on the conversation is from my perspective, it's Bryson. I don't know how Bryson and Garyoki switched places, but Bryson, go ahead and give your perspective, please.
Here's my perspective on the matter.
The positive. Remember, this is about what are the benefits.
Yes,
and how do you
the positive.
Okay.
Yes, the positive. I think there are benefits to the transhumanism side. Again, I'm maybe 50-50 at this point on what could be used, but I'm reading the YouTube chats right now, and it feels like Platonic Zombies on more of the transhumanist side. I don't want to put words in their mouth,
right.
But I am more on the positive benefits of what can be achieved with technology. But if we were to go with the woo train, we could look at how we've been told that med beds, these medical technologies, using Prometheus as the example from the other night, from what Gary saw on the movie, and I've seen it before myself, we could have the technology, and this is only coming from rumors, this is only coming from people speculating, to be able to fix a lot of the main medical problems that are happening all over society. So I want to say that using things like Neuralink in order to benefit people as a whole, I want to say that that's a good thing. But I also understand Whiplash's point that all it could take is a simple piece of code that could screw everything up.
Right.
And so maybe I should say I'm more 50-50, and I'm willing to hear all of everybody else's points, but I want to believe in the goodness of people, but I also don't trust all of my peers to be able to use those technologies in a positive way. So when I look at all the negative aspects coming from people saying, what if, I'm also, hesitant on those factors being played in. So, like I keep, moving my hands and saying like, I don't know, but I want to believe. Like,
yeah.
I yield my time.
Okay. That literally was your 30 seconds up, but I appreciate that. It seems like people have less to say about the positive than they do about anything else. So, Garyoki, go ahead and give us your perspective on what do you think the benefits of transhumanism could be, and how do you think we can get there?
Well, the positives, I think it's all gone a bit too far. I think transhumanism, leave that for another 500 years. Artificial intelligence, leave that for another 200 years. I think we should have, at the moment, automation. And I say that because I'm actually disabled myself. I have a wheelchair. I'm not in it at the moment. I don't use it indoors. So I can see the benefits in the medical field. And like I say, I think being officially classed on paper, I'm disabled, but in my head, I'm not. I think most people that have got disabilities, whatever, would be prepared to look at automation in a way But when it comes to artificial intelligence and transhumanism, nah, that's going too far. So I think definitely the medical world would benefit from disabled people, etc., would benefit from a little bit of automation to help them. Artificial intelligence and transhumanism, no, that's
Too much.
going far too far. Yeah.
Okay. So wow, is that your final take on that?
Well, yeah, I
Okay.
mean, yeah, like everyone else is saying, I think the benefits would be for in the medical field.
Okay.
But then it's going to be like it is now. It's like if you want to go and get Botox or plastic surgery, if you've got enough money, do it. Well, if somebody wants a new pair of legs, well, they're going to get them. We get all that free over here because our healthcare is free. But do you know what I mean? It's like if you've got enough money, you can do what you like to yourself medically. So I think it'll be abused. It'll help medically, it'll help, but people will abuse it as well, I think, through vanity.
All right. How about so we'll move on to the next. So what is your take on the potential benefits of transhumanism and the and how we might be able to get there, the Armenian? What's your perspective?
First of all, I want to start off by saying I am mostly in favor, unlike the rest of the panel, I think. I don't have as many concerns.
Okay.
And the concerns that if I did have any would be, well, I'll get to that later, but one of the biggest benefits, obviously, are going to be in the medical field, I believe. Genetic engineering, say you have cancers in your family line, right? Genetic mutations so you're susceptible to specific diseases, cancers. I mean, we get rid of things like that. There's all kinds of things. Also, besides medical purposes, I think augmentation, I mean, this is going to sound controversial, but yeah, if we're using it for military, we should be able to, I mean, if we're using it for medical, we should be able to use it for military. We should be able to use it in the communication sector. We should be able to use it in any sector that would benefit us. Because, I mean, let's take a look at what we're doing right now. We are communicating, 5 of us,
right,
through a technology because we have augmented our way as humans to communicate in the first place.
Yeah.
We would be basically saying we are forsaking everything that we're doing here, right? If we say that it's not a useful technology for humans in communication. For military, I mean, yeah, I mean, say there's a hostage situation. I'm just making this up.
Yeah.
There's a hostage situation somewhere, right, and you have the ability to hack into the room where these hostages are being kept. Say it's like electronically locked. You just look at the thing, you unlock it, your people move in, and you save the day, kind of thing. I mean, there's a lot of applications where we can use this.
Right.
And I think there's a lot of benefits in all different fields besides medical. So I'm mostly for it.
Really? That would be the dissenting opinion. Would be the one who's for it. You have the dissenting opinion here, essentially. The Armenian.
Yeah, sure.
Hold on. Ben.
Write that down. I want to touch on that because he said some things that I'd like to touch on, but
Yeah,
it's not my turn yet.
I got you. So we'll let's start with this, okay? Because again, I'm literally, just so everybody knows, I'm losing viewers because I have Destiny as the tag here for obvious reasons, and I'm not playing Destiny. I'm sorry. So for those of you who are coming in and out, I will play the Destiny game. I had to figure out how to do it in the first place while we're having this conversation, but I gotta devote my time between the two. So let's go to the next question, because so Whiplash, we'll get to we'll get to the open discussion at the end of these questions. The open discussion will talk about our perspectives and our rejection and retorts and all that stuff like that, but about all of these different things, all these different perspectives that we brought here. First, let's just stick to the questions for now, okay?
Yeah, no, I was just saying, hey, make sure you write that down so that just in case if I forget it.
Yeah, man, of course.
But I shouldn't forget it.
Okay, so this is going to be everybody's best part of it, and that is what are the most significant risks of transhumanism and how can they be mitigated? So let me start off by answering that question first, okay? And then I'm going to go again. We'll go the exact opposite, the Armenian and the way down, okay? So here's what I think the potential risks of transhumanism are. I mentioned them mostly earlier, so I don't want to just be redundant. But obviously, hacking into people's, their biological technology is a big risk, and it could literally end if we have the AI situation where we're afraid AI is going to take over, like Terminator 1, or even worse than that. There's a big risk. We could all become slaves to the machine, literally slaves to the machine, where we don't have any control. You ever play the game? That's the game freaking crap. Let me pull up my Steam library real quick. There's a video game. It's a pretty fun game. It's called. There's two of them, and Whiplash, you'll probably know exactly what I'm talking about once I say it. Here, it's a game where you essentially are placed in a futuristic world where you are implanted with a chip and some augmentations to your body, and you go around and you melee fight your way through this completely ruined post-apocalyptic world where human beings are transformed into bloodthirsty human integrated fighting machines, killer machines. And you have to go around and you have to fight your way through this world. The Surge 1 and 2, okay?
No, I haven't played that one.
Oh my gosh, it's such a good game. It's such a freaking good game. I'll play it on stream one day.
I've seen it.
Okay. But that's a
brother.
potential, right? The end of the world could happen, and everybody could be turned into these bloodthirsty machines that just want to hurt everybody and destroy everything, and it could be terrible. It could be really terrible. The machine can control us all. The only way to mitigate that risk is to completely a complete reformation of society and our moral and value systems as an entire global society, not as an individual American or Brazilian or or whatever. It has to be a complete and total worldwide change in societal, cultural, and moral values entirely. It has to be, or else it will not be possible. And that's
Brother,
what I think.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but Rad Peanut just came on the YouTube, and she was wondering if she can come on.
Yes, let me throw. I'm gonna throw you. So Peanut, I'm gonna.
I hate to interrupt.
Yeah, that's
I hate
okay.
to interrupt.
That's
sorry.
okay. No, it's cool, man. I appreciate that, Peanut. I'm gonna bring you on, Peanut. Just give me 1 second while I share that link to you on Insta, because I don't think Peanut's in our Discord, so we gotta share that on Insta. So the only way to mitigate that, and I saw Platonic Zombie. I see you in the chat. The only way to mitigate that is to changing complete reformation of society entirely. Something akin to what I believe is probably close to the only solution that we know of, and that is what the Venus Project, Jacques Fresco, and the Zeitgeist movement mention in their resource-based economy. That's my
Hey, Marquise.
Yep.
It's a good idea, but let's save that like way for the end, because that's going to take us completely off.
I'm not gonna. That's all I have to say about that.
Okay, yeah, because
no.
if we talk. Yeah, you know how the direction that would go.
Yep. I don't want to. So I'm not advocating for, we'll talk about. We'll have to talk about that next time, because that's a really good conversation to have, by the way. But anyway, that is the only way that this could ever work. That's my point. That's all I'm saying. So the next person we'll have is the Armenian, and then I'm gonna, while we're doing that, the Armenian, I'm gonna bring on Peanut. She's gonna give her input on this as well.
Sure. So the question is basically all the negative aspects of what could happen.
And how do we mitigate those negative aspects, those negative potentials?
Sure. Okay, so I came up with a scenario. Say World War II was won by the Nazi Party, and they have this technology. So genetic editing to make everybody blonde hair, blue-eyed, to create the super race through genetic editing, things like that. That would be a huge, obviously a negative. It would be a very, very scary situation.
Yeah.
Also, different ways genetic augmentation could hurt us. Could be there could be sports. Let's take sports as an example.
Right.
Somebody could get genetically augmented and win the Olympics
unfairly,
easily, unfairly, and would there be enough relevant testing to be able to find out if the specific hormones this augmentation releases? There would be a lot of things up in the air. Also, like you guys mentioned, one of the biggest negative things is, and this is what everybody is scared of. Everybody is scared to lose control, and I get it. Hacking. Some outside force taking control of your brain or taking control of your senses. This is the biggest fear.
Yeah.
And another big fear is, who's doing this augmentation? Who's, would you be willing to let the government do your augmentation? Or would you let a company that you trust through favorable public opinion, like if Sony, let's say, had augmentation, and I was like, you know what, Sony's, they're a good company. I think I can get along with their, their augmentation, their machine arms, let's say, or their optic nerves to put in my eye, versus some guy I've never heard of that'll do it much cheaper.
Wow.
So there's
really good question. That's really good. You're talking about a potential. I apologize. Think Cyberpunk 77, right? Potential. Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, that's a good point. Good point. I like that.
So that's where I'm at.
That is a really freaking good. I'm sorry. I apologize for interrupting you. That just really caught my attention because I freaking think Cyberpunk 77 is such an awesome game. But man, it's a terrifying possibility of a future. Oh my gosh. But that's what he's describing, the potential of like off-brand transhumanist, one of these days, guys and gals, ladies and gentlemen, non-binaries and demigods, we'll do an actual gaming day if you want to, where I just, after the conversation, by the way, not in replacing of it, where I play a game that has a really good story and a great world. We can kind of look at it and have for entertainment purposes. And Cyberpunk 2077 is extremely inappropriate, so it has to be set apart from the show so that I can, properly, set the expectation for that. But thank you for bringing that up.
Brought to you by the augmentation of Sony Enterprises.
That is dude. That's okay.
I had to do that.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, that was good. That was good. I love anytime people bring in those gaming and other references. I'm gonna be. But anyway, okay. So the next person we have right here is Garyoki. So Garyoki, hit me up here, man. What do you think we got pretty much the danger, so please try to summarize that as quickly as possible, and then tell me how you think we can mitigate or avoid those dangers. What do you think we can do to avoid those? Think big here. Think big.
I'm thinking big, and I'll tell you now, I don't think we can avoid any problems that are coming our way. I guarantee you they're trying to sell it to us so much. Why do they want it? Why do they want us to have it so much? I think, like I keep saying, it's for control. So I think when it comes to mitigating things and like things going wrong and this, that and the other, I'm sure even now they've written down laws and things like that to protect them in the future, in years to come, So I just think, like somebody said a while ago in this chat, why do we need it? It'd be nice to win the Olympics every year, and you'd be great at sports, this, that, and the other. But no, why do we need this? That's the one. I'm losing my train of thought here.
That's okay, man.
So yeah, mitigation. I don't think there's, other than saying no, there's nothing you can do, because it will come. They will change laws and say, well, if you want to work here, you've got to have this brain implant, blah blah blah. And if it goes wrong or anything like that, they can just turn you off, and there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
Because it'll say, oh, look in the small print. It says if you become a danger or psychotic or anything like, suffer any psychological problems, we can terminate you. Well,
oh wow. Yeah.
I know that sounds like science fiction and scary and everything like that, but I think that, you maybe get a professor to say all that what I've said, and he'll do a better job at it. So,
it's still a
and
valid
hello,
point.
Peanut Coop, by the way.
Peanut's in? Peanut? Yes,
Yes,
Peanut's in, and she's on camera. Peanut, you're even on camera. What's up? Yeah. That's awesome. Thank you for joining us on camera. That is some brave. She is brave today.
Thank you for having me. I unfortunately overslept, so if I seem a little out of it for the first couple of minutes here, I'm just in the process of waking up.
Don't worry. I just woke up about a half an hour before the show. That's. I stay up until about 5-6 o'clock in the morning sometimes because of the baby. So I fight my way through the day all the time, so don't you worry about that. Don't you worry about that. Join the club. Since we haven't heard from Peanut, I just want to make sure that Garyoki is done. I want to give Peanut a chance to talk about her perspective too. Garyoki, you finished with that, my friend, or?
Yeah. The question was a bit too hard to me, actually. So, that's me waffling again as usual.
Woof. What did you say? Oh, this wanker over here. This wanker over here. wanker.
Dr. Michael Saller, the wanker. What you guys call the jerk off.
I love this stuff, man. All right, so Peanut, tell me what you think. First of all, let's talk about what you think about the or about the transhumanism and what's your perspective on it. Good, bad, whatever your thoughts are, please give that to us. We got 2.5 minutes to share your opinion, but
I'm not gonna lie, the first time I heard about it is when you mentioned it yesterday, and I started looking it up. So I watched a couple videos regarding it. My first thought was like, wow, this could be so great for humanity, but when have we ever truly used some technological wonder to truly help other people? We really haven't. My also first thought was my mom, who was born with a total hip and has extreme chronic pain, and she's never been able to run or do anything like that, how this could truly help someone in her situation. But the more I delved into the topic, I'm realizing this is probably going to be something for the elites after they quite possibly depopulate us, and they'll be the ones who get to live forever, and they're going to be the ones who get to have all these cool new whatever you want to do to their bodies. It'll probably be for them, and it won't be for the normal people.
That is an excellent point. You know what the best part about these conversations, all of the things you guys are saying, they eliminate literally 90% of my conversation because I talk a lot, but you're all covering aspects of my perspective that I don't have to rehash. So this is awesome. And yes, everybody is happy to see all these voices. I appreciate you guys coming on here together, having a conversation. Just as a side note here, it does add value to the channel, but it also adds value to these conversations because we hear the voices of everybody from all different levels of perspective, and none of us are experts. Just so you understand, Peanut, none of us are experts. We're all lay people, armchair transhumanist psychologists, ufologists. We're just trying to figure out what's going on, just like you are. So don't ever, nobody in the chat or nobody in this conversation, please, you don't have to mention you're not an expert. None of us are. So the next question is, hold on one second while I pull that up. Oh no, I'm sorry. I didn't go through everybody yet. So Bryson, I'm sorry. What do you think the potential dangers and the potential mitigation of those dangers would be?
Oh wow, the potential dangers are numerous.
Right.
I mean, we're like, 5 steps away from Skynet, where we're going to be able to create artificial intelligence that decide maybe they need to be in charge and writing their own code. Because once the artificial intelligence starts to write their own code, then we are all in bad doo-doo.
Yep. Oh, there you go.
So it's just one of those things where to say like the negatives, it seems to me from what we're talking today, the negatives outweigh the positives. And while I do appreciate the positives, the benefits are and all it would take is, like Ben said earlier, Whiplash Gaming, a bad piece of code is all it would take in order for us to, lose control of the positives. So, you guys are pretty much swaying me. And I thought I typed that in the YouTube chat earlier where I'm 50-50 in the transhumanism thing. I still feel like I'm more on the Armenian side, and that I want to believe everything is going to be positive, and I want to believe that we as humans, as a whole race and species, will be able to power through and do what is right in order to help out our fellow people that might have the same problems that Garyoki has, that might have the same problems my dad has. My dad's in a wheelchair and has a poor, very bad back and spinal problems that would be able to quite possibly be fixed by these pieces of technology. And I also want to believe that there is a possibility that there are these medical beds that could supposedly fix and correct the errors made by nature, or the errors that are made whenever we make mistakes. If I jump too high from the wrong ledge and land the wrong way, I might be paralyzed from the waist down. You might be playing a sport and you're hit the wrong way, and next thing you know, your legs don't work. So I'm again,
Lieutenant
I guess
Dan.
You're Lieutenant Dan, but
Sorry.
Lieutenant Dan, that was a complete unfortunate thing of war, and that's a very human problem in which we can extrapolate that to the ETs, to where, again, I've talked with Gary about the sociology and psychology of how another species might, come up to you, and another species might be blast you away, and another species might immediately want to, go and fight you. So I'm conflicted, but I'm also in the same boat. I see the potentials, and I want to believe all of our fellow humans will be able to use that potential
15
into
seconds.
the best of us. And I yield my time.
Okay. Thank you for that, man. I appreciate that. Again, everybody, I think we see the benefits so far, just to kind of re-up here or cap on here, but we are all concerned about all the dangers. And it's Platonic Zombies point in the chat. These are all dangers that are relevant to our current state of societal development. But that is, everybody is on point with this conversation. Whiplash,
I can see some things and some benefits into it.
Yeah, I'm actually I'm glad you said so. Let's talk about it, Whiplash. What's your perspective?
All right, so the benefit side of it, I see that there's a lot of things that can be used for medical purposes, and also potentially entertainment purposes, because of the fact that everybody with technology being so prevalent today, technology is actually a good thing. Like, let's look at the relationship perspective. All right. When you have a significant other and you're both sitting in the living room, you may not want to watch the same thing. So having the ability to watch multiple different things, and I think they actually have this out, but it's via a set of like glasses. I don't know how well it's. Actually, it's just a set of glasses where it's a program that runs on your TV, and one set can only see one thing, like a video game or a TV show.
Oh my gosh!
And the other one, I just don't think it's as big right now. But for the medical field on it, I see that there's a potential for a lot of different things, for like mental defects, birth defects, different types of cancers, diseases, things like that. Yes, there is a risk of individuals out there making it for their own private gain. I mean, because that's just how the world works since the dawn of time. There's been some way, somehow, somebody trying to use it for their own potential gain. That's morality. That's a whole different subject. But do I see that there's a high upside of potential? Yeah, because I mean, there's a lot of different things that'll also help with technologically without just medical. There's also societal, because of like, look at the wildfires in Maui. Maybe there's a technology that can be developed that will help prevent wildfires, that'll help during times of drought maintain moisture inside of grass and trees and things like that, so that they don't catch fire. There's a high potential of it. It's just everything comes back to morality. So there is a lot of good benefits to it. It's just everything with as us being human beings, that's where the downside comes from.
All right, time. That was you guys. This is fantastic. You guys are making.
I'm not
points.
looking at anything right now. I'm literally just sitting here playing World of Warcraft.
Yep. As gamers, we can multitask. Also with ADHD, I can do this all day long. So, thank you for that. So everybody's pretty much, again, everybody, great points. Seriously fantastic points. This is like the best thing ever. I'm having the time of my life because I've always wanted to do something like this, and you guys have made my dream come true. How can we ensure that the benefits of transhumanism are distributed equitably across society? Peanut mentioned the idea that, this could be one of the things that benefits only the rich, only the powerful, only the power brokers, as Raven Creek Charms mentioned in the chat also. It could be the thing that only benefits them, and then everybody else is essentially there could be this massive divide. In a lot of futuristic dystopian futures, there's an element of society that's up high, literally above the rest of everybody else. They live in a utopia. They live in all the benefits you can imagine, with the security and the longevity and the life enhancements and the augmentations, and they live in peace and prosperity forever and ever and ever there. But everybody else down below on Earth is suffering from smog and poverty, extreme poverty, and starvation. You name it, they're suffering. That is the world we could be living in, a dystopian future where the utopia is for the elites, and then everything else, which is the suffering of all humanity, is for everyone else on this planet. That is a potential.
Oh, like the movie Elysium?
Like the movie Elysium, or if you will, like the movie, if you remember the movie, one of my favorite and one of the best movies of all time. Now I can't. Alita Battle Angel, which is the second one's coming out, you know what I'm saying? But Alita Battle Angel, one of the best movies of all time. That is exactly what happened. There are these super advanced, people up top. Down below, they have these transhumanist, where people are bounty hunters for bad, for what the government or the powers that be deem as, outlaws, and they go and fight them for money, for credits. It's a terrible potential. How can we ensure that the benefits of transhumanism are distributed equitably across society? So this is not, okay, it's bad, we know it's bad. What do you think would be the solution to prevent the bad? Let's focus on that. We'll start with, of course, because we're going back the other way. We're actually going to start with Peanut, because Peanut hasn't had a chance to talk as much as everybody else. We're just going to start with Peanut. Peanut, what's up?
That's a loaded question. I don't think I'm quite prepared to answer that one, because I'm more on the side that you just can't. It would probably be something that started out really nice, but eventually it would be implemented with some secondary plan that the people don't know about. I just don't think you could start to change a world in that sense in a good way. I just don't see how it's possible, because I'm more on the fence that this is the beginning of our downfall. If you start losing things that make you human, then what's the point of even being here? I don't see that as a possibility. It's like that one movie that I'm struggling to think of the name of, where once you hit 25, unless you're rich, you're dead.
Logan's Run.
No, not that one.
Are you talking about that? Is Out of Time with Justin Timberlake?
Yeah.
Okay.
Out of Time.
Yep.
Forever since I've seen it, and it could be just something like that. Well, we decreased population. Well, we don't have pollution anymore. Oh, now we have all these robots doing everything. But there's no way you could cater to every single human being on the planet that way. We're just too primitive of a species, I think. And unless we all gave up and chose AI to be our new god and they can control us or whatever, I just see every single
In Time. My apologies.
Oh, okay. I just see every outcome eventually leading to something terrible, no matter how good of a thing it is.
That's your final thought on that?
Unfortunately, yeah.
No,
I mean,
that's perfect. No, that's actually perfect, because it sums up everything perfectly. I think, again, it sounds like there's so much pessimism in here, but it's also realism too. The pessimism is realistic according to the society we have today. I think. Yeah. Well, let me provide a little bit of let me sprinkle a little some extra on here, okay? As I said earlier, I think there is a way to try to distribute these benefits equitably. I do think that there is a way to program, if you will, human values, and that those values would be, of course, optimized to not just the human benefit, but also to human freedom and. Well, Garioki, we'll get to the debate at the end of the show, but also because there's definitely going to be a fun conversation to have with that one. So please save that frustration, build it up, my brother. But anyway, I think that
forget it.
Don't worry. I'll remind you. So there trust me. So there is a potential for that. We would again a complete reformation of society entirely, using artificial intelligence and machine learning, and directing it towards optimizing our value system for the benefit of all human beings equitably. If you just input that out, if you create an algorithm and input that into a machine learning, artificially intelligent machine, you can get that output. It's all about implementing that. And then if you also add, I guess you could say, subroutines or whatever the programming language would, an algorithmic language would be, to prevent anyone from being able to change that, to be able to affect that negatively, again, through machine learning, you could make it literally perfect, as perfect as it possibly can be. Because you're, again, using machine learning and artificial intelligence in your favor, in your benefit, to prevent that from happening. So I think the only way we can do that is through the help of artificial intelligence and machine learning, because human beings are limited by our cognitive capacity and everything that you can imagine that we're limited by, technologically anyway. So that's my perspective. I think it can be done. I just don't think I agree with everybody. It can be done, though. It can be. It's just about doing it properly and implementing the right procedures and algorithms for the benefit of all people equitably. Okay? It can be done. Will it be done is another question. So let's move on to Whiplash, because we're going in the opposite direction. I wanted to give Peanut a chance. So Whiplash, what's your perspective?
All right, I've had to deal with my kids. What part of the topic are we on?
So we're on how are we able to distribute the benefits of transhumanism equitably across society? Not again, you can say whatever you like to, but you have 2.5 minutes to say whatever you like, and then we'll go from there. Okay.
Well, I'm trying to think in regards to it, because I'm trying to see if there is a way of it being equitably done. That comes back down to morality, because of the fact that there are people out there that as of currently that are distributing things to people who need stuff, but it all comes back down to morality, and I don't see that there's any possible way to equitably distribute it, because no matter what, unless you take, like I say, you take free will out of the option, somebody somewhere is going to attempt to do something for personal gain. I'm not saying I'm an expert or anything, but I'm uniquely qualified to be able to see this, because I've seen the morality of people, like how evil a person can be. You know, I've seen individuals walk into a school and do something very bad overseas.
Yeah, but we
And-
did not mention the atrocities.
That's why I didn't mention exactly what they did. It's just I've seen things like that. When you've got religion, when you've got politics and all that stuff into play, equity of something to benefit mankind, such as nanobots and technology and AI, someone somewhere is going to attempt to use it for nefarious purposes. You've got black hats, which are hackers, bad hackers that are out there just wanting to watch the world burn, like just for kicks. Like there are people who will hack the PlayStation Network just because they can.
Yeah.
There's people out there that'll do it for monetary gain. You've got websites that sell your information to third parties, and then that's how you get all these calls. Like where there is a way of benefiting from it, whether it be monetary, societal, or something like that, somebody's going to do something for gain. So I don't see any potential benefit of making it equitable to people, because there's somebody out there who's not going to want it to be equitable for people. It's what can they benefit from it, and again, it comes back down to the morality of it. And then we also have to ask ourselves, is like, yes, can it be done? Yes, it can. We can make it where we're all the Terminator. But should it be done? That's another question.
All right, 15
should
seconds.
it be done?
15 seconds.
Oh, that was my last part.
Fantastic. That was like perfect timing. I want to say I gotta address Platonic Zombie because he's blowing up the chat. I love it. This is fantastic. This is great. We're getting people in the chat literally having back and forth about this. I want to let everybody know whenever the chat is talking about random stuff, it does not help the show. Everyone in the chat, on YouTube especially, because there's more people on YouTube right now than Twitch, you guys are all engaged, and gals are engaged in the discussion at hand. I appreciate that. Thank you again for that. Let's focus on. I want to say this. Platonic Zombie mentions, and I gotta address this because I think this is an issue to be brought up here. We literally have everyone on Wi-Fi and no computers and no one here is being hacked right now. I think hacking control is being overstated. I'm not saying this. You agree with that?
I 100% agree with that.
Okay, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I believe that is spoken, that perspective is because you do not know. You have no idea about the dangers of hackers in this world today. You have no idea. And I'm not saying that disrespectfully. I say that with a bit of fear when I say that, because if you're not aware of the dangers of hacking today.
No, we are aware, but I mean, it's very easy to protect against those things as well. And
it is for most people, but how many people have awareness of how to do that? How many more people don't know how to use technology?
I think older people don't know how to use technology, but the younger people mostly do.
They know how to use it, but I mean, in terms of protecting themselves, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
People have antivirus software, all kind of things, VPNs.
My friend,
it's very.
Yeah, this is a scary thought. So just so you guys understand, the native anti-malware and anti-hacking and also there are way too many.
I'm about to show something.
Yeah, it's way too easy to overcome those.
Yes, it is.
those barriers. And even if you get something like, for example, AVG software for anti-hacking software and anti-cheat. Thinking about video games. And
Marquise, real quick.
Yep.
Can you enable
you can share
sharing?
Yeah, give me 1 second, guys. I think that is a dangerous thing to say. We'll have to address that more specifically at a later time. It's not a big topic, but it's something that really needs to be taken with some you guys, anybody that has any hacking ability has access to everybody's computer right now. Absolutely.
Everybody has computers, right?
Everybody
is my screen being shared?
Yes, it is.
Is it on?
Yeah, it's on.
I'm not able to.
You
see
better
it
not
yet.
show people how to hack into my system.
I'm
Ralph.
not showing them how to. I'm showing the dangers.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to see if I can see it on the.
So right now we see the console open, which is
it.
the elements of the website page. I know what you're going to do. If you show people how to hack into my stuff,
I'm not good. I'm not showing them. I'm just saying this. Everybody thinks whenever this pulls up that nothing can be actually done to it. That's actually kind of wrong. You can actually type inside of all of these things. I'm trying to figure out where I can get a line. You can actually change things inside of it. You can actually type inside of this. You can do your filters I'm actually interacting with the actual IP of Twitch.
Yeah.
Now I'm not changing anything. I'm just saying you can actually physically interact with it. This is literally how easy it is, and these are the different
really
scripts
yeah.
and lines.
So if you have,
like how I was saying here,
you can copy these right here, right? You can copy this, put it into a regular notes application, edit it, upload it, use a program, and I shouldn't even tell people how to, but either way you can change.
Don't tell them how to.
Yeah, you can change this easily, and a high school kid can and this happens all the time, can hack into their schools. This is just a basic example. Can hack into their school's website, change test scores for the entire class. It happens all the time. A high school kid with basic elementary hacking skills. Some of these kids can hack into the FBI websites as well and access their information.
Here's the HTML at the bottom. You
Yeah.
can see I'm actually typing in the elements. Now, I'm not really putting anything.
Yeah.
Because in order to make it an actual legitimate thing, you have to have like link rel equals prefetch or something that happens with that source code. And that's how coding works is you have to have it in a certain manner in order for it to be able to execute said code.
Yeah.
But that's literally how easy it is. The reason why probably nobody is trying to hack into our thing is because nobody's really giving pardon the language, a rat's ass in regards to the fact of what we're talking about, because they see no benefit from it. They're not wanting to try to troll us. They're not wanting to try to steal any kind of information from us. So that's the reason why nothing's being hacked. But I guarantee you there's somebody out there who just, if they wanted to, they can come in and they can completely shut this whole thing down.
Or they can hack into, there's obviously phishing, which there's phishing, which is, hey, this is, whoever You got to respond to this email. There's what's called socio-engineering, which is what hackers use to trick people into believing that something is innocent, but it's actually a hacker trying to get into and access your computer system. I don't know why anybody would ever say. And again, the only thing that I can think of is that you guys just aren't aware of it, and I can understand that. But to say that there isn't a danger, or that the danger isn't as big as we think it is, that is so terribly wrong. That is so terribly wrong.
There's definitely a danger. I'm not arguing that there's danger, but the argument that you guys are making right now for augmentation or transhumanism not to thrive is because of things like hacking. And my thing is this. By that logic, we wouldn't have computers because computers are going to get hacked. By that logic, we shouldn't have cars because a person can hijack my car and go crash into X building or this and do harm. Like,
well, they
that
do.
Doesn't mean
Teslas have been hacked in. I mean, Teslas are
that's
still
fine,
relatively
but
new.
That's no reason not to have the technology for the overall good. In overall good, society functions because of technology.
Okay.
And I think you guys are focusing way too much on the hacking part, the dangers, than the overall good that it does.
Save this for the end. This is great content. The Armenian, I think we're gonna focus on the Armenian and platonic zombies because nobody else has taken this perspective yet. For the most part, the majority of us think that there's too many dangers. I'm gonna say I'm way too aware of the potential dangers to be comfortable with any kind of transhumanist technology. I mean, think about it. We'll talk about that. The government already has access to your computer system whenever you're not when you're taking a shower, when you've got your phone in the shower, and you're listening to music and jamming.
Out, my case.
You know.
Look at the bigger picture.
What do you mean?
Well, even before you worry about I really, really agree with Peanut, by the way. Even before you worry about getting hacked and everything like that, there's rules before that. You've just said to Whiplash, don't mention about where the shooting was or whatever. Do you know what I mean? You're already being controlled before you even worry about hacking this, that, and the other.
Right, you're already conforming
you can't
to
say this on
specific
YouTube.
rules.
I'll get blocked. You
Well,
can't
let me
do that.
let me ask you.
Even before somebody.
Do you think that's bad?
Well, no. What I'm saying is, even before somebody. I mean, the only way I see it nowadays is the older people getting hacked on Facebook, and I'm sick and tired of seeing messages. Oh, sorry, don't reply. I've been hacked, and I think, well, if you didn't sit there clicking on every advert and like how old, all of that rubbish. So it's the older people that don't necessarily understand technology, but us, I'll include me in this. Us younger people. Like you there's rules and regulations you've got to stick by on this, Marquise. Otherwise you get, I don't know what you call it, strikes, deplatformed, all of that. So even before worrying about can people hack us on here, which I doubt they can, there's all these rules, you know, what the WEF have instigated for us all beforehand. So you've got to look at the much, much bigger picture of what's happening outside to all of us before you concentrate on the details of like, well, I might get hacked or you might get hacked. There's a much, much bigger picture.
Again, I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that for the most part. But we'll get there. We gotta move on because we're gonna get to the debate, the open discussion, I should say, which will probably turn out to be a debate. At the end of the discussion, so that I missed somebody. I feel like the Armenian, since we didn't give you a chance to talk about your because you have a very more optimistic perspective. So let's talk about that perspective. Tell me, what do you think could be a way to be able to distribute these benefits equitably across society of transhumanism?
Okay, so I'm just going to go with a statistic over here to start the conversation off, and this is it says in the first quarter of 2023. 70% of the total wealth in the United States was owned by the top 10% of earners.
Okay.
So what does this tell you?
Rich people.
This tells you that there's never going to be equitable distribution of wealth or benefits of anything in society. This is just, I mean, we're dreaming if we really think that's what's going to happen. It's the power structure the way it is right now, it's never going to happen.
Right.
It's not even, it's like a very fantasy conversation for me to even have, because people earn different things, and I mean those benefits are going to be, obviously, the more money, the more power you have, the more access you're going to have to certain things that other people are not going to have. And that's just within the United States. We're talking about the top 70%. If we go globally, then we're going to see that North America,
Right.
United States in general, is going to have a lot more benefits than, let's see, Africa, Latin America, India. We're going to have a lot more benefits because our earning capabilities are way higher than those people, right? So it's a power structure, power of the way that, yeah, that's basically what I gotta say. It's never gonna be evenly divided.
So you don't see a benefit? You don't think that it's so? Are you saying that you're agreeing with us, but in a different respect?
No, I'm just saying the benefits. Like, if you want augmentation, yes, there's gonna be people that have access to augmentation on the lower earning income, but they're not going to have anywhere near the access that, you know, if can you basically it's going to come down to, can you afford a $10,000 eye augmentation that can let you see X, Y, and Z, or are you going to have the $100,000 one that'll give you a whole spectrum? You can see through all kinds of different things, you know, like it'll let you see Wi-Fi waves, for example. It's never going to be, people are not going to have the same level of technology. They never do, anywhere in the world.
And that's your final perspective on that one?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. That's a. This is why this is a dynamic conversation. There's a lot of different perspectives. Some are. I mean, again, we're attacking this from different angles, so I appreciate it. So let's go to the next question.
Hang on, you never asked me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Garyoki, please, by all means, hit me up. What do you think that?
Thank you.
What do you think that a wave would be? I because you had spoken before, we had kind of did a back and forth. I apologize, I missed your perspective. What is
no?
Your...
Sorry, I thought we was allowed to jump in and out because we was talking about
Well,
transhumanism.
not yet. We're getting there. We only have.
Right.
Let me see how many questions. We only have a couple more questions because this is already. It's a long. We're gonna get into the open discussion, which is probably gonna be more again. Back and forth between all of our different. Hopefully, we can handle that.
Right.
So
okay.
Yeah, we only have a couple more questions.
Shut up and I'll answer.
Let's go.
Right. Right. You're saying, how will transhumanism, or AI, whatever it is, how will it be distributed equally? I think they're already doing that. It's all a matter of being consistent with everyone. And what the Armenians just said is fantastic because it slides into what I'm saying perfectly. What you do, and they're already doing it, is you migrate everyone together. So what the Armenians saying about, you know, there'll be different levels of expenditure, blah, blah, blah. Well, no, if everybody's together, you treat them all as one. Whether it's people coming across the Mexican border over there, or people landing on beaches here where I live, that's all what the uncontrolled immigration is all about. Get everybody together and treat them all as the same. So that's how everyone will get an equal slice of the cake when it comes to dishing out AI, whatever it is, blah, blah, blah. I think the initial pulse, the initial grab of control, which they want, that's how they'll do it. And then the elites and everyone else after that, it will be a case of, well, I can afford to lay on bed and go on holiday in my head for 2 weeks because I've got the money to do that. Right. Where the rest of us are just, you know, have got the basic AI because we're all together. So it doesn't matter if you I'm not trying to be rude. I'm trying to grab words to explain myself, but it doesn't matter if you live in a mud hut out in Africa or right out in the middle of a desert in Australia or whatever. We're all going to be together, so we'll all get treated the same. There'll be no like, well, I live right out in, you know, northern Canada where it's 10 foot of snow every day. So we haven't got internet or anything like that. No, it's starting already. They'll bring everyone together and slowly give it to all of us consistently the same, equally. I
Okay.
yield my time. Is that what you say?
Yes, I yield the remain. That was 14 seconds to the end.
I
of the time.
yield, yeah.
Yep. All right. So then.
I heard that during the brush hearing. I wondered what the hell that meant. But now I've heard Bryson say it. It's all right. It's cool.
We're all learning something new today, y'all. All right. So then, the last question before we get into the open discussion, is I understand that everybody I understand everybody has a different perspective. So please, just entertain the question. We'll get to the debate later. We'll get to the debate later. But the last question that I have for everybody is, if you could create a perfect world with a through transhumanism, what would it look like? We'll start with we're gonna go just so that because I'm looking at the screen right now. We're gonna go with Peanut, then the Armenian, then that's me, then Bryson, Whiplash, and Garioki. Okay, we got to do it that way. Peanut, tell me what would the perfect world through transhumanism be like to you? What would it look like? What would it look like?
I guess it depends on what you consider perfect. Perfect. Because, I don't know, part of being in this world and being human is learning why we have mistakes and why we do feel pain and why we aren't perfect. It's part of the experience. The only way it could be perfect, I guess, is if we stopped killing this planet and stopped killing each other. But even then you get into more of like a philosophical and ethical debate. And I mean, like, so what, are we just going to live forever? Are we just going to eliminate half of the things that it means to be here? There is no life without death, and you can't have something like eternal life without, in my opinion, you can't have that without God. Every time people have tried to play God in whichever way, they have been struck down every single time. And if we start putting chips in people's hands, if we start putting AI into our mind to learn, if we even put AI as a figure to go to, what if we all start worshiping that as God? I don't think you can have a perfect world.
Okay. Is that your final?
I'd like to have a perfect world, a world where my mom can run, a world where people aren't, children aren't dying from this and that, but clearly that is not up for us to decide. So yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Peanut. All right, so then we go that with 1 minute left on the clock. She yields the remainder of her time, right? Just as a joke. So okay, so Armenian, what is your perfect transhumanist world?
I don't have a perfect transhumanist world. I believe the idea of a perfect transhumanist world is very opinion based. Everybody has their own opinion of what it would look like. My thing is, how can we, through transhumanism, make our world better? And there is a lot of ways where we can make it better. Through augmentation, we can make it better. We just have to settle on the same ideas. I believe in definitely saving the planet through environmental means. I think we're definitely struggling through that. I think through augmentation and transhumanism, what it can bring to the table, we can clean up our planet a lot easier, make everyone make air more breathable for a lot more people, make water more sustainable for a lot of people. So there's a lot of things that we can do through the tech and through AI and things like that, the things that we don't even have the answers to as human beings ourselves, that AI can actually help us with, calculate how to get around specific problems. So I don't think there's a perfect world, but I think that if we all are trying to achieve certain goals that are for the betterment of humanity, I think we can get there step by step.
Okay, and this is seems like a more simple conclusion to come to for everybody, for the most part. All right, so then the next would be Bryson. Bryson, what's your perfect transhumanist utopia?
Gosh, a perfect transhumanist utopia would be being able to eliminate all of the medical problems, being able to eliminate the poisons that we find in our food, our air, our water. But I know this isn't a perfect world, and I know people aren't perfect. So that in itself is a loaded question in my mind. I really want to believe in the best of all humans and that we can all work together as a species to make ourselves better. But gosh, geez, it's just so hard to say, like, what would be the best things we could do to help each other, because in the end of the day, the people in charge, especially those that are able to monetize and able to profit from our well-being, like cancer itself right now, the best way to treat it is to basically kill the body and use such expensive things like chemotherapy in order to hopefully heal ourselves from what we didn't nobody chooses to have cancer, but the way we monetize it. And while I've heard of all kinds of alternative ways in which we can hopefully heal ourselves from that disease, that's just one of like a numerous number of things in which we could hopefully better ourselves and hopefully as a species be able to help everyone that has that predicament. I want to believe that we all can be better as humans and help each other, but I don't trust my fellow human being with even my own safety when I go out to the store. We have so many incidents where the most random acts of violence can, end our lives in just a short moment because somebody chose to wake up on the wrong side of the bed this morning. And I know that's generalizing the whole problem and of many problems that we have. But in a perfect transhumanist world, I would believe that we would be able to fix and heal all of the human problems that arise from things that are outside of our control. And I yield my time. Did we lose
I
him?
apologize. I had a mini emergency. I had to take major emergency. Anyway, so I want to that last statement has me thinking about a movie that I don't want to mention because the movie, if you might see it, oh my gosh, and I don't want to ruin it for you if you haven't seen it. But there's a movie out there in the world where there's like a dystopian somewhat future where there's scavengers that have spaceships that they kind of put together through scavenging parts of different ships and like pirates. And there's of course the rich and so forth all across the galaxy, in every type of evolution you can imagine in between. Aliens that are in there, but they're bad. They're really, really bad. They're essentially mutated humans through some kind of alien force. Again, I'm not going to tell you the movie because this is a spoiler for the movie. At the end of that movie, they come across a civilization of people that end up all just gone. They all essentially were, through transhumanism, were given this chemical that would once released, it would make everybody peaceful and happy and content indefinitely. And they had all this medical technology, and they had life longevity and everything. I mean, it was just perfect, and they all died. And the reason they all died is because they just allowed themselves to let themselves go, because they were so content, they became apathetic, even to living. And to that, I say I agree with most of the perspectives here. I think there is a danger in creating a perfect world because of potential apathy from of the human condition, because of the human condition. I think the human condition.
Hey, bro, I sent you a message on Discord, real quick. It's about what you just said. I just want to make sure that I'm correct on it.
It's okay, so I'll check that here. But essentially, how did you know? Okay, yeah, yes.
Inside joke.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. It's a good movie. It's a really freaking good movie. But anyway, good job, Whiplash. So anyway, and so I think that to that point there is a danger. To Peanut's point, there is a danger in terms of not having some kind of a. Again, the human condition does not allow for utopia per se. Not as we are just humans in this state of being. We're just not going to be able to do it. I think it's just true, and unfortunately, I do not see human beings being able to have a utopia. Now, that doesn't have anything to do with my religious perspective. It's just through observing like reality. I think we pretty much all can agree that the world as it is today is terrible. Human beings as we are today, we're just in a constant state of suffering and in a and chaos, and we don't seem to be able to get ourselves out of it, no matter how hard we claim to want it. We keep going back to the same thing, and that's just to perpetuate chaos and suffering in the human condition. Now, let's go ahead and go to the next person. Garyoki, your perspective.
Right, my ideal perfect transhuman world would be a world with no depopulation and a halt on all current technology being advanced. I think 5 years ago would be my perfect world before all of this was even mentioned.
Make America great again. 5 years ago, everyone. It was fantastic. It was the most beautiful world you've ever seen. 5 years ago. Can you believe it? And then
Do you want me to go full retard on you?
And then the black came in and he took over everything. And I love the blacks. Nobody loves the blacks like I love the blacks.
Oh,
Stop.
It would be, hang on. Oh, this is my time, guys.
I'm sorry.
That would be my perfect ideal transhumanism, whatever AI world would be. Just when, like you said earlier, we're not ready for it yet.
Right.
Just stop everything now. Everything else that's kind of being spoken about, pushed on us, I maybe would consider accepting it if there was no worry of this depopulation agenda.
Okay.
Because I think that's what the plan is. Once they've achieved that to a level for the time being, then they can go forward with their AI, transhumanism, whatever. And I know earlier we said it will help in the medical field like that, but I'm fully aware. I'm one of the people they're already describing as a useless eater. So people like me, they'll make sure we're not around in the future to take advantage of all this transhumanism, etc.
Yeah.
So that's all I've got to say about that, because I'm a total retard, Marquis.
Oh my gosh,
Mr. Conspiracy
You're not. Don't do that.
That's horrible.
No. You're not. You're definitely not. I think again. I think that when it comes,
I think you make great points. I don't even know what you're saying.
I think
know
so
that
too.
film clip at the beginning was all aimed at me.
What? No, it was. What?
Your little speech about conspiracy theorists. Yeah.
Okay, if you feel like it applies to you, maybe you should check it. No, just kidding.
Oh my god!
Listen to me. It does not. I'm saying that because the UFO community has been saying, like, because you bring up valid conspiracy. You actually qualify your perspective. You don't just say crazy stuff. You actually have a reason behind it, which is why I even engage in this conversation.
You hate me coming out with stuff because you disagree with it, and then slowly realize it's the truth.
Oh my god, this guy, right? This guy, he said he's pushing my buttons right now, man. Don't get me fired up yet. Just wait till the end. Anyway, let's keep it.
It's the truth, though.
We'll see about that.
You're even talking about holograms and Project Blue yourself now.
We'll talk about. I say, oh my. Well, you just wait. I can't. You're gonna get me all sidetracked here. So let's talk about. Let's go ahead and move on to the Whiplash because the Garyoki's got me fired up already. We'll get to that at the end of the show.
Yeah.
Whiplash, perfect transhumanist utopia. Is it possible? And what do you think it would look like?
Nope, it's not possible. But if it was, the only way it could be done is pretty much the Matrix. That's literally the only way. But due to the way that human morality is, there's no way in heck that we as a society, even in the next 1,000 years, are going to be able to get achieved to that point. There's just too many religions, too many moralities, too many different types of political agendas. So unless there's some sort of outside force, such as an alien race from another galaxy coming in to just say, you know what, subjugate us and put us into something similar to the Matrix, there's just no way. I just don't see it possible.
Okay. Is that your final thought?
Yeah.
All right. So that's, the end of the question part of this conversation is done. We're gonna have a very healthy and hopefully we'll have a very good back and forth here. We're gonna have to do this in a very particular way because it's gonna be difficult to keep all these voices in order. So I want everybody to do this. Do me a favor here. If somebody's talking and you have a question, does everybody see the Zoom video right now? Can you guys in the chat see your Zoom?
I do now.
Does anybody know how to raise your hand in the Zoom?
No.
No.
Okay.
What do you mean? To start that?
No. Well, you can literally raise your hand if you want to too. But there is actually a feature in the reaction section like this, and it's if you click the reaction, you can raise your hand. Now, why is my hand not Negroidian? I don't know, but that's how you do it. If you guys have a question and you raise a hand and somebody's talking, so for example, as I'm pontificating about whatever I'm pontificating about, somebody please raise your hand so that we can see the raise. Okay, so Peanut, I see you have the hand raise feature.
Peanut's done it.
Yep. So if you guys have a question while somebody's talking, raise your hand, and the person talking has a chance to address that person if their point is finished, or if they want to hear the interjection, they can address them directly. I'm leaving it up to each of you to responsibly do this. Okay.
Can I just say that must be a feature on the American Zoom?
Don't worry. No, don't worry.
Like
Garyoki, I'm gonna make an exception for you because I know you're using the phone. It's a lot more difficult, to be totally honest. It is more difficult. It's under the reaction. Look, if you see reactions, when you tap on your phone, see reaction.
No.
Okay, then all you got to actually raise your
nothing.
Literally, if you could literally raise your hand, that's the only thing we can kind of fix
like that.
Yep, just like that. All right, so you guys down with that?
Listen.
What's up?
Yeah,
I'll
think
try
I'm gonna
to
raise
keep
my
up
hand
with
too.
it because I said, I
Minutes.
was in the middle of playing World of Warcraft.
Okay. All right, cool.
Right, Marquise, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Cheers. See you in a bit. Bye.
All right, see you soon, man. We'll get Garyoki back. So right now, let's start with the Armenian. The Armenian right now, and say we'll go with open discussion. This is whatever you want to say about this topic in relation to anything, as long as it's related to the topic, go have at it. Armenian, what's up?
All right. So obviously, I've made my thing is that this is a positive thing overall, and I want to say something that's going to be controversial. A lot of people that over here that are against transhumanism and the furthering of technology are probably going to get mad at me for it, but this is what I'm going to say. I believe that if you're all agreeing with suppressing technology right now, you're basically on the same side of the people who want to keep the UFO reverse engineering stuff a secret. You guys are on the same exact side. You guys want to keep it. You guys want to keep it very compartmental. Like you don't want everybody to have it, and you're on that side. Unfortunately, that's just the way I see it. Because those people are the same people that want to keep this kind of stuff away from the public, things that would actually benefit the public. So you can't be getting mad at the same people that are doing the same thing to us right now by suppressing that tech to themselves. You guys are. That's what I'm gonna say, and I know you guys are gonna not like what I'm saying, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I got.
Two people have. So I have a question. American Outlaw, let's go. What's up, man?
Well, it's not a question. It's more of a statement. The reason why I'm on the side of suppressing the technology is because of people not being responsible enough. You have no idea on how many times I have almost been hit on my motorcycle because of somebody paying attention to their phone. This is how I look at it. It's gotten to the point where I'm carrying ball bearings and things like that because of the dangers that I face on the road. What is a ball bearing? It's a little metal ball.
An actual metal ball? Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, I carry two different things. I carry ball bearings and I carry something called a get back whip.
What are those? Because what is the purpose of these things?
We'll not divulge into that.
Okay, we'll talk about off stream.
Yeah. Just the other week, I was going through I live over in New Orleans, Louisiana. I was going down one of the roads, on one of the main roads. I literally pull up to a light, and I'm where I'm supposed to be, right on the edge of the line. Someone in a car decides, not paying attention, jamming out to the music, playing on their phone, pulls right up beside me, 3 feet from where I'm sitting. And they're not legally allowed that. And then flies off, almost making me drop my bike. So the dangers of technology that is out there, with people being irresponsible with it, it's there's too much dangers out there with the irresponsibility of technology for me to want it to continue to improve, because of the fact that I understand about everybody wanting to advance and things like that, and wanting to have certain types of entertainments, but people's entertainments does not trump my life.
All right, you have 30 seconds for that response. Armenian, I'm gonna, and nobody else has their hand raised, I'm gonna say something in response to that as well. In Platonic Zombie said in the chat, let me pull that back up here because it was important. Oh man, oh yeah. So, do some actors betray that? Sure, but again, that's a needle in a haystack. You have to think of it as not as a needle in a haystack, because a needle in a haystack is it leaves the entire haystack unaffected by its presence. But when it comes to something that affects the entire bucket, which is what we're referring to, we're talking about a drop of poison in the bucket, which would kill everyone, right? We're talking about something that could affect the entirety of the human race if anybody were to use any ill tactics against the transhumanism. They could literally destroy the entire human race. That is a danger. The problem isn't that we want to suppress technology because there's a danger to it. The problem is we want to stop humanity from being able to be destroyed by one bad actor through these very, very powerful and all-encompassing technologies that literally can lead to the end of civilization. We have, for example, nuclear technology being one of the most dangerous technologies, and yet potentially one of the best sources of alternative energy, if you will, out there. And yet we have Chernobyl. That's probably not the best. Like, if you have
Good point.
I just feel like we're not thinking about the potential dangers of. We're not addressing it appropriately. We're not using appropriate analogies for what this, if you will, phenomena represents. The potential dangers the phenomena represents. Somebody mentioned on I forget who it was in the UFO community who said that we're talking about somebody being able to take a nuclear bomb, instantaneously drop it over any city in the entire world, and take off in a second, and no one will ever know who did it and catch them or stop them. It's over. That is the potential of this alien technology. If we're talking about instantaneous travel, instantaneous acceleration, and all that, we're talking about a terrorist who could get a hold of that technology. Oh, make it free and available to the world. Boom, Al Qaeda gets it. America's been completely annihilating their society for so long now that you think they're not going to want some revenge. Let them have that technology. See what happens to the world. That's why they're suppressing the technology, because they're trying to save humanity from destruction. I think that we're really not thinking about this properly, and in terms of the proper analogy for what this represents in terms of the danger. I just want to throw that in there real quick. Sorry. Anything to say, Armenian?
Yeah, I mean, I would retort to that by saying, you yourself use technology right now that everybody else has, right? And a lot of what people are concerned about, and rightly, I mean, I get it. Everything is, it's very fear-based. Everything, I mean, we were having a conversation about this yesterday.
Right.
What motivates you? And it's fear. It's fear. And I get that. But if we let fear control, where we're going to be going as a species in the future, I don't think we're going to get very far, because there's so many what ifs. There's always going to be the potential of somebody. There's always going to be bad actors. There's always. It's a part of human nature, 100%. But not to have the transhuman technology available for the masses because a few people that can use it in negative ways against the rest of humanity. I don't think that's. We have that technology right now. We have all kinds of technology right now that if you use in a bad way, it's gonna hurt the rest of humanity. You could have something as easy as I don't know. You see all these fuel trucks out there, right? It's a car full of fuel. Imagine the destruction that could cause at the easiest level. I'm just making this up.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of things that can do this already, but we also have checks and balances in the system to make sure that certain people don't have access to certain things, right? We have background checks as to, who can, we don't give people that have, let's say on social media, if somebody's constantly saying, I want to X people on Minecraft, we don't give them weapons to kill people in Minecraft, right?
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's my thing. So we have curbs against the power that can do us harm as well. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't in the future when we have this technology available.
Peanut and American Outlaw have questions. I want to give Peanut a chance, but you decide, Armenian, because it's your time to talk right now.
No, either or, whatever, absolutely.
Well, give Peanut, please give your
Sure.
opinion.
Let Peanut go. Let Peanut go ahead.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank
I'm
you.
still gathering my thoughts. I was going to ask since American Outlaw had his hand up first anyways, if he could go first.
Yeah, I can.
Thank you.
Not a problem. All right, in regards to that, as yesterday, Marquise popped off and said that I'm a bit of a historian. I am. This is the reason why I'm so much against him, and that we should stay stagnant where we're already at, is because the fact is that since the dawn of the human civilization, as we know it, such as for the Dark Ages, Middle Ages, all the way up to the technological advancements that we've had today,
Gates open. Let's go.
the bad has outweighed the good every single time. For the most of how long humans have been on this earth, we have been at war. At one shape or form, whether it be with each other, whether it be over politics, religion. There was the Crusades, World War I, which was supposed to be the war to end all wars. World War II, Desert Storm, Iraqi freedom, GWOT, Global War on Terror. It's the main thing behind it is that the bad outweighs the good. Now with technology being more prevalent, such as phones, how often, do you, throughout the day, we'll just use videos for an example. How many videos throughout the day do you see of individuals performing their various acts, like the knockout game that was out there, or the stupid stunts that people pull, and that has a very high risk of getting somebody hurt. Even though it can be funny, it still has a high danger probability of getting somebody hurt. Versus someone saving a dog, or someone helping an elderly individual across a street. Those are all good things, but they're not as prevalent due to the fact that
I disagree. I'm sorry. I think the algorithms that basically give you the kind of the content that you usually search and look for, and the amount of time you spend with certain content is what you're going to be able to see for videos or anything.
Yes, algorithms do that, but I'm not talking about just algorithm. I'm not talking about the
actual. So real quick, I apologize. Yeah. So there are millions. You'll get because the danger sells, violence gets more attention. Those things get way more attention. Whether the algorithm is
millions and millions, hundreds of millions of likes versus someone saving a dog, you might get 3, maybe 5 million likes.
Yeah, keep in mind the algorithm adapts to the culture and the people and their desire to want to see, not the other way around.
The algorithm, because I went to Southern New Hampshire University for coding. Algorithms, the way they're built around how how people interact with them. So the codes that I would implement for like an app would be how long you viewed it, if you liked it, if you shared it,
Metadata.
and if that's how it's your algorithms are built, because of it can't sit there and just because I look at it and then swipe doesn't mean that my next video is going to be the same. There has to be interaction with it. There's more interaction with these. I don't know what you want to call them. The priority of these violent or stunt videos and things like that become more interactive than all these ones about an individual helping a homeless person, which I completely am all for people doing all that stuff. It's just I'm a realist when it comes to it. I've seen firsthand.
30 seconds, but
I've seen firsthand the true evil. I've seen it firsthand. I fought it.
Evil exists, 100%. I'm not.
Versus,
saying it doesn't.
Let me bring perspective here because both of you have. I gotta bring perspective. So
go ahead.
For perspective's sake here, Armenian and Outlaw. There are two different perspectives here. We have one person who's talking about, which again I agree with. By the way, Armenian, I agree with both of you. Just to be clear, I think that there is. I mean, we already use technology that to our benefit now, and there are many dangers to technology, and yet we don't say, oh, we'll get rid of technology because of the dangers. We say regulate it and try to protect people from certain usages of that technology,
aspects.
Right? Yeah, right. Exactly. So I'm with you on that, but then again, with you as well. Plus, we got the other perspective where it's like, man, there's the reality is that our world, at least as it stands today, we can talk about the potential and what it might be and what it could be. That's fine, but as it is today, we are far more focused on the violent nature of humanity than we are the peaceful and the nice and kind and beautiful nature. As a matter of fact, this is the problem that we have with culture today. Culture, there's a debate about what is the proper way to protect people from violence, whether it be physical or verbal assault. Online is the biggest thing, is verbal assault or harassment or whatever online, which is why we have to be careful with the R word, everyone. I know I joked about it in the beginning. I joked about it through the perspective of a movie. That was why I was quoting a movie. So that's probably, it's all about fiction. When you use these things, you use them in the fictional sense, and it's not as bannable, I guess. But either way, there's a lot of debate about that, and about what is assault, what is violence. Some people say that violence is when you hurt their feelings. Literally, they say it's violence to hurt somebody's feelings. Literally, and we can't come to terms with what these universally accepted truths are, and so there's a debate about that. It's causing a lot of social upheaval because of it. I think that if we're talking about what the dangers are, I think about impact. What is the impact of a tanker on the road and in our society? Let's say that somebody's transporting gasoline, propane, and that vehicle crashes because some drunk driver falls asleep at the wheel and smashes into that tanker. We have so many different elements to this story that is a problem. We have the alcoholism, which is acceptable in our society, but is regulated, and still somehow people still abuse that by drinking and driving. We have the
drugs.
We have substance abuse, which people, again, all intoxication of any kind. We have all kinds of things in our society that are being misused and have an impact negatively on other people in society that are not directly involved with that activity. Again, drunk driving, tanker, boom, explosion. People it could cause a 100-car pileup. That's the impact. Do we stop tankers and drivers? No, because the likelihood of those things happening is very rare. A plane.
Besides that, also irresponsibility.
A whole lot of different factors. But let's talk about impact. What's the difference between a tanker and transhumanism? What's the difference between transhumanism and technology? Technology is external. If somebody hacks into your phone, that sucks. But all they got is your contacts and stuff like that, which can be damaging to you. Maybe they can text your friends and ruin your social life. Okay, fine. That could really hurt your feelings, and that's bad. But if they can tap into your biology, what's the difference? What is the difference in impact? What if they can tap in? And I think that's
do you mind if I pop in there real quick?
Yeah, by all means.
All right. Well, all right. I'm gonna have a little bit, just a slight change I do see that technology could potentially be a good idea because look at cryptocurrency. I'm going to use cryptocurrencies and stocks. All right. Look at what just happened over the past 3 to 4 years. Okay. With the whole COVID and all that stuff.
Whoa.
There was a lot of people who before
Careful.
never. What?
What do you mean what? Careful when you talk about that C word, my guy. You know what's up with that.
Oh,
COVID.
C-19?
Yeah, we gotta be careful
Yes.
with not just saying
Yes.
it, but also how we talk about it. COVID-19 was a
on
real
YouTube.
COVID-19 was a real pandemic that millions of people suffered from all across the world. Okay, let's just continue. The
Yeah. I'm not saying that. I'm not trying to downplay.
I just have for the record. I just have to.
This is on YouTube.
Disclaimer.
Yeah, no, and even YouTube's starting to allow a lot of dissenting
Don't worry
opinion to
about them
account.
hackers.
Well, I'm not Joe Rogan, so I can't just call people the N-word and get away with it.
No, they're actually starting to allow it because there's a lot of information that are coming out. You can actually find it on YouTube now. But back when it was prevalent, it was just not a you weren't really allowed to have a dissenting opinion. But now it's starting to come out where you can. But it's not about COVID. When COVID actually occurred, everybody was locked down. Well, a lot of people use technology to start looking into the stock market, and look at what happened with AMC, GameStop, cryptocurrency, and things like that. People went from having nothing to becoming big into financial areas such as like
A few
the stock
people.
market.
Yeah, a few people.
It's a lot. It's
A lot of
bigger.
Redditors.
There are 8 billion. There are
Redditors that
almost
were on the
8
same.
billion people on this planet. A few people have benefited from cryptocurrency. Like, let's be real here. It's the same thing as if a few rich people get rich off of the stock market. A few people got lucky
100%.
and got rich off of
100%.
cryptocurrency too. Please.
I put a couple $100 into Shiba Inu and made about 10 grand. So I benefited.
You are
off of it.
one of almost 8 billion people in this world. There are a lot more people suffering than benefited from that.
Yeah, well, it's been a lot of people have tried to suppress it and all that stuff, but
I see what you're saying. Okay, I see what you're saying.
there's a lot of people out there that are saying, "Oh no, you shouldn't really do this." But there's a lot of people and out there in just about every country in the world. Like you'd be surprised on the amount of people that are actually involved in this. Have they benefited from it yet? No, because the fact is, it's an ongoing thing. But a lot of people are getting involved into stock markets and taking control over
I'm sorry, 30,
it.
30 seconds, man. I'm so sorry. 30 seconds on that.
Well,
Please.
I'm trying.
I know.
They're trying to take back control from the people who are actually trying to take money from people. So technology can be a good thing where it benefits each person individually, but as a whole, I don't really see that it could be beneficial. Like some of the things that you were saying.
Yeah. Armenian, you mentioned you were going to say. I'm sorry, I interjected. Armenian, what were you going to say earlier?
Oh.
You lost your train of thought because I'm.
Yeah, I kind of
Talk about
lost my
that.
train of thought. No, it's not a problem. I mean, I've stated what I've got, basically what I wanted to say. But what I wanted to say, as far as what Marquise was saying, as far as getting hacked and things like that, that would be the biggest concern inside your own body. These devices that are transhuman devices, like a neural optic device that you could put into your body, doesn't necessarily have to have elements where it could be hacked from the outside.
Yeah,
it
you're
could
saying
be
it
just
could be a closed
very
system.
well contained.
Closed
It could be a
system.
closed system, so it doesn't. Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted to get at.
Could I interject my
Yes.
thought?
Oh
Please,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, please.
So pretty much the thing that I thought of when you said that to not want these technologies to come out is the same as not wanting disclosure. I mainly disagreed with that because the types of technology you're talking about implementing to our humanity is something that we've never seen or experienced before. It's not the run-of-the-mill tech. We're literally talking about changing our biology. It's not the same as being like, oh, well, we're using phones right now, so you've changed. So to a degree, that's true, but we're talking about something that could ultimately lead to the downfall of society, in my opinion. It would start out good, but when have you ever seen things really end up good for the benefit of all humanity? You
So
don't.
can I just ask, to that point, if we were to not suppress the UFO technology, right? And we all had the access to reverse engineering. What kind of technology do you think we could derive from that would be better than transhumanist technology?
Say,
I don't.
say that again. What do you think would be better than transhumanist technology?
Yeah, like I'm saying, if you're reverse engineering these craft and the amount of information that you can get out of the UFOs, don't you think that could pose a lot bigger potential problem if everybody had that technology versus transhuman technology? So I'm saying, wouldn't you agree that suppressing technology in itself, whether if it's from the UFO perspective or from our own AI, it's pretty much the same. I mean, what are you going to, I believe that whatever we could get from the UFO technologies way above and beyond what we could do on our own as far as transhuman AI technology.
I think with both UFO and transhuman technology, if it's not used for military application or anything that could be considered classified as a weapon, and even a virus that is made for computers can be classified as a weapon. As long as it's not used for that kind of technology, then I think it would definitely benefit people. But then again, we take out the technology aspect and use the morality of it. That you've got people who are going to attempt to try to use something as a weapon.
Correct. So you would be agreeing that suppressing the UFO tech would be what you guys are actually for, because you don't want that technology out there either.
Yes, but
I'm not really against it being used. I'm against it being used for military application.
So are you against disclosure?
Disclosure is not the same thing. No. Disclosure is they're not synonymous, okay? Disclosure of alien presence is not synonymous with disclosure of alien technology. It's not synonymous. You can talk about the potentials, right? Oh, this is what we're capable of, but releasing how to build an anti-gravitic machine is the stupidest thing you could possibly do for all of humanity. That's dumb.
Yeah.
And I don't know why.
He explained it.
I'm sorry. Do not listen. I talk a lot of trash here, y'all. So you can tell me.
No, I get it. Yeah. So you're basically saying it's okay to say that we have the ability to do anti-grav, but we don't want you to have it. That's what basically you're saying. So you're just okay with knowing that it's there.
Yes.
But not benefiting from it.
Not in the way that you're thinking. No, because again, we're talking about a technology that has the kind of effect that could end civilization if used in the wrong hands, and there are plenty of wrong hands that it can be used in and want to use it for the wrong reasons. Again, if Putin had
We've already had that situation.
If Xi Jinping had this technology, if Kim Jong-un or Il, whatever, had that tech, it's been a pleasure knowing you guys, right? Like, I don't know why we would even suggest it's worth the risk when we know we're talking about the risk of the end of human civilization. No, it's
well, we've already had a situation like that before.
Yeah, we've had that.
So philosophically, I am for Prometheus giving fire to us and making use of the fire, and you're basically saying Prometheus gave fire. I'm good knowing that he gave us fire.
We learned how to split the atom, and what did we do with it?
Well, some people believe the serpent in the Garden of Eden was the savior versus God who wanted to. I think that is insane. We'll talk about that because that is a great segue. But I got to give Peanut a chance to finish her thought because we've talked over Peanut this whole time.
Well, I'm gonna put this out there real quick. For just that one thing is, we have perfect proof of it. We learned how to split the atom, and then what did we do with it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep.
I pretty much said what I wanted to say. It's just, if we were meant to be doing the things that we're trying to achieve, then why weren't we born this way? I think we are given death and negative experiences as a way to grow and learn and still come out wise and loving beings in the end, and to transition to the next stage of whatever's after this. And by implementing it's like taking a test and you already knew all the answers. What'd you learn? What was the point? It's just even though I do disclosure and I do think it would be cool if they came out and were like, hey, yeah, there's aliens. I don't know. There's always a warning in my heart where it's like, this is not a good idea. Even though it could be, it won't be.
I have a question for everybody. What if disclosure led to the end of human civilization? Do you think that we should still do it?
That's a catch-22 question.
Right? An open question. Does if anybody believe? Because that's what is being alleged by.
Actually, you know what? I am going to answer that. Yes.
Disclose it anyway.
Yep.
Okay.
Because if we were meant to be to end, then grab here, hand me a beer, let me watch. Because point blank and simple, you have
children, bro.
Yeah, I understand that. I love my kids with all my heart. But if it's to the point where if the disclosure of alien species out there leads to the end of civilization, then we don't deserve to be here. Period. Because if we're to that point where it's going to completely end life as we know it, what's the point? Because that right there states the state of humans. Period. That we are not. That we should not, and we should not, and continue to exist because of the fact that if just the revelation of something that we are not the only ones out there, and the revelation that we're not the center of the universe completely destroys humanity.
No, not because of us, because of something else, because of an outside force. So they say the aliens are like, you tell everybody, we'll kill your whole civilization.
Sounds like a hostage situation.
Right?
Well, the way you made it sound, I
apologize. Like no. I'm with you on that. If we're so dumb we can't handle the truth, so be it. But I mean, I'm talking about if, let's say that the aliens are like, hey, you got to keep this a secret, or else we'll enslave all of your whole population, or we'll take everybody out.
That is a catch-22.
So on with the saying, "Give me liberty or give me death." That's basically.
Do you have children?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have 2.
Hey, listen, I do not. I am not shaming you at all. I just.
No, I don't feel shame for saying that, but
I'll
answer. This I will freedom
answer.
Over living under false pretenses.
Okay.
Marquise, you already know. Reality. You already know my stance on this one, because the fact is that you know that I the things that I've seen. I've been in a position of where I've had to leave my friends, my family, and my kids behind to go fight. So yes, I do believe that it should be disclosed, because again, like he said, give me liberty or give me death. That is a hill that I am willing to die on, because of the fact is that I'm pagan, so I have that warrior mentality. But there's a lot of people out there that are like, nope, keep it a secret, because they'd rather bury their heads in the sand. But coming from the aspect of being a soldier, I'm going to fight no matter what to defend those who cannot fight for themselves. So if they're threatening us to say, well, you either shut up or we're going to destroy you, I'm going to say, better make sure you have something covering those cheeks, because I'm going to clap them.
Yo.
Yeah, I like that. That's good.
Oh my gosh, you guys are fantastic. All right, cool.
As I said, grunts and Marines, we'll find a way to clap those alien cheeks.
Oh my gosh. All right, let's move on. So okay, so this is great. I got a lot of different perspectives here, a lot of different angles. We hit this from a lot of angles. Garyoki, you're back with us. I haven't heard from you for a while. What's up? Talk to us.
Well, I've finally worked out how to raise the hand.
Nice.
But it's pointless doing it because everyone's leaving their hands up there. They're not taking them back down.
Oh, Bryson's got his hand up, and Whiplash, you got your hand up still.
America.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and remove that. I was in the middle of playing my playing World of Warcraft.
Yeah, we're gonna the hand up is not gonna work. Let's just interject. Just interject. Just interject. Yep. No, it's not gonna work. Hands up. No more hands up. Just interject. We'll work with it. Because I know Bryson's been waiting to talk, but Gary just got back, so let's give Gary. I'm sorry. Give Gary a chance. I'm gonna shut up because I want you guys to have this out.
I've been back about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
You've just been ignoring me.
No, I can't see. So whenever I have the game up on one end. Yeah, I can't see both.
It's an anti-British thing. I know.
So hit me up, man. What are your thoughts so far on everything?
Oh, mate, I've got to tell you, it's anything to. I know you're a bit of a fanboy. You got to be into. I thought I was into my technology. My house is fully automated. I've got Alexa, everything, smart TV, everything. Because I was one of the idiots that believed they sold us all of this stuff, and we all know that like MI5, CIA, whatever are listening. You know, they can listen if they want to, but I'm just a bit scared of all this technology, what it's going to turn us into, and in the future, you know, that sort of thing. As attractive as it looks, I can see right through it all. I know I can see what they're really trying to do.
So Garioki just is kind of with most people. Armenian, you seem to be the only one who has. Bryson, what's up? What do you think, man? Because I mean everybody's pretty much on the. It's probably a bad idea train here. Bryson, can't hear you, bro. You're muted. I don't know how. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's muted, right?
It's yep, still muted. Unmuted. Now you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. So it must be the mic itself. Zoom, you're unmuted, but the mic might be muted.
Muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yep,
Yeah.
got you.
Yeah.
Okay,
Now we can.
to speak about the great American statesman Benjamin Franklin, he has a quote: "They that can give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety." And I'm 100% with the Armenian on this one. And it's honestly, it's so hard to say because these are all hypotheticals. These are all what ifs. But I'm in the same boat to where, you know, I'm fully open to the non-human intelligence possibility. But at the same time, you know, I don't have kids, so I can't say from my own personal experience what it means to be a father. But I know that for me to give up liberties in order to have safety would be a poor decision on my part, and I believe everyone else's part. So to give up our freedoms that we in America have only by a little piece of paper written by like 40 guys over 200 years ago, to give those up in order for us to be able to experience non-human intelligences would be giving up everything. I mean, maybe not everything, but gosh, it's so hard to say. You guys have so many more things to say than I do, and I appreciate everyone.
Is that the Constitution you're talking about?
That is correct.
Yeah,
The
US
American
Constitution.
Constitution.
But only the Bill of Rights.
Sorry, because I don't fully understand this all as well as you guys. So I apologise if I ask a question now and again.
The Bill of Rights was written after the actual Constitution itself in order to protect certain freedoms that we as Americans value every day. And for us to give up those freedoms for safety is a poor choice. It's a poor choice,
Fine
and it's
line.
said best by
It's a fine
our
line.
American statesmen.
Fine line.
And it's a very fine line, Marquise. I 100% agree with that. But I appreciate everyone's input here today. I have less to say than you guys, and I know my voice is just as strong as you all. But I wish I could have a perspective of wanting to. I always go back to it. I want to believe, and I want to believe that they're all positive. I want to go with Ishmael Perez the other night on Space.radio. I want to go with the Elena Denons of saying that, you know, the negative aliens have been kicked out. I know they haven't, because there's too many things like the Peru incident. There's too many things where, like, you know, Timothy Alvarino was talking about earlier about how, you know, you're a literal R word if you believe all that. But from my perspective, like, I can't give up those liberties, and I am willing to accept the non-human intelligences, but if it meant giving up humanity as a whole, I'm not on that board. So
I'm gonna touch on something that you just said real quick. You said something about Benjamin Franklin. He made a very valid quote. I think I don't remember. Did you interrupt me if you said this? But Benjamin Franklin also said this: those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety.
That's a perspective. Just keep in mind that is a perspective.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, that is a perspective. That is not truth. It is anyone, because anyone could say anything when it comes to ideology, and it is their truth. So to be respectful to anybody who doesn't agree with that, that is not like a truth. It's not empirical truth. It's just a belief and ideology of what freedom represents for some people.
Sure.
Can I just ask a very quick question to get it clear in my head? So you got the Constitution and the Bill of Rights.
Yeah.
And the Bill of Rights is to protect certain parts of the Constitution. Is that right?
No, the Constitution was basically just the Declaration of Independence. It was our independence against England. The Bill of Rights is
their asses,
No, the Constitution came later. The Constitution came, 10 plus years after our American Revolutionary War, in order to build a government that was both a federal government that protected all the states at the time, which was only 13 states, but also give power to the states. But to say that, the Constitution...
that was the Declaration of Independence. All right.
Yeah, that's 1776. The Constitution came after, I want to say
1791.
Yeah, much later. And the Bill of Rights was written specifically to include parts that were not in the Constitution. So it was to protect certain freedoms. Yes, the amendment. Well, they are the amendments. They are the first original 10 amendments to the Constitution that were not originally written in. So they protect certain rights that were not guaranteed by the Constitution at the time. And again, it goes back to Madison, Jefferson, Hamilton, and all the original writers of the Constitution. It's just something that Benjamin Franklin said at a later time about how to give up our liberties for safety is a poor choice, because you should deserve neither liberty nor safety if you give up your freedoms.
Well, wouldn't the Constitution? Well, think about laws, for example. Any law, you could say that any law is an infringement against freedoms of the people, because they restrict your freedom to do.
Not
whatever.
all laws.
Well, not all laws, but many of them are. It's
a good portion of them that are out there that are considered violations of the Constitution. We can like the Second Amendment, First Amendment.
Well, think about the First Amendment. Let's talk about the First Amendment. And do you guys want to get? Can you get edgy without losing your minds, people?
Yeah.
Everybody in the chat.
How many amendments are there?
There's 27 amendments at the moment.
So
the first 10 are actually the first 19 are the ones that are actually the most prevalent that would actually be edgy.
Hold on, before we do this, let me just got to preface this. We're gonna get a bit edgy here, so just please do not take any ideological crazy take on this. Just be measured a little bit, everybody. The First Amendment is one of the most controversial, in my opinion, at least today, especially. The most controversial aspects of our civilization that we in America that people are having an issue with. There's a struggle to determine what the parameters of the First Amendment, what parameters should be set for the First Amendment. So, for example, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. One of the most common retorts to any, you can't just say anything you want to, right? Because by doing so, you can cause a panic, which therefore can cause harm to the population of people in that facility. Well, you're infringing on someone's right to say what they want to, because they're not directly harming anyone. That's people's stupidity or their lack of awareness that they got hurt.
Actually, it is. See, that's the thing. When you yell fire in a crowded room, due to the panic, panic will ensue.
Could.
That's the reason why that was placed in there.
Yeah, it doesn't have to though. The only reason it ensues is because people don't have situational awareness. So essentially, you can, and I mean this. This is it. I mean, people being unaware of their surroundings and their environment is the only, and then of course not being able to maintain their composure under stress. That is their problem. Just like if you say, oh, somebody can't use certain words because it hurts their feelings. Well, that's just their problem, some people would say, because, they can't handle words. They're just emotionally unstable. And so you can use the same...
See, there's the thing right there. That's about emotional. Whereas...
Panic is the
yelling
same,
fire,
is the same thing. It's the same thing, dude. There's no distinction.
Take panic.
It's a
We're going to
difference
take
without a
panic
distinction.
out. Hold on. We're taking panic out. If I tell you, I'm just going to use it for example. I call you an idiot.
Oh, how could you?
I hurt your feelings. Oh, are you bleeding?
Inside, yes. Emotionally.
Physically, are you bleeding, Marquise,
I am a
brother?
bleeding heart liberal. Yeah. No, yeah, I'm not bleeding. I'm fine. I'm fine.
To
Me
interject,
calling you an idiot is not going to cause you physical harm.
No,
me
but it can
yelling
lead to me
fire
wanting.
ins-
It could lead to me wanting to end my existence on this planet because my parents called me that my whole life, and you don't know that.
That.
All right, there's a lot of factors you're not considering in the potential for that. For that, that's the problem. We're not. There's too much to
Yes.
consider. Bryson, I'm sorry.
Yes.
What's
Yes
up?
and no.
Bryson.
to interject, all of these things are only available to us as Americans from the 5 out of the 6 people that are here right now. And there's so many more voices to be heard amongst all the voices of the 8 billion people that live on this world.
Right.
So me using that in the first place as the Constitution and Benjamin Franklin it's disregarding, or at least not including, all of the multitudes of people that are amongst us in the entire world.
Yeah, I get your point.
If we're going to extend that, then we need to come to some kind of consensus reality. That's kind of that's the debate right now: is what is consensus reality?
But that comes back to a one world government. I mean,
is there a problem with that? What's wrong with the one world government? Why not unify the world? Why not do that?
I'm in the same
because
boat.
you lose your sovereignty.
But
your constitution would be kicked straight out. So would our doomsday book and everything. The United Nations, all of them, the World Health Organization, all of them will be in control. Everyone's sovereignty will be gone, and it's why us Brits left Europe while we had what we call Brexit.
Yeah.
Because we didn't want to be part of that. You know, we wanted our own sovereignty. We wanted to make our own laws and decisions. So having a new world order, or one world government, that is what the result would be. Everyone would be as one. And
but Gary,
there'd be
Gary,
one world leader.
We look at how every country is run, and it's all different. And these are invisible lines on a map. These things are not actually. We can't see these lines. We have borders, but you live on an island. You live on an island that has a total border around it, whereas the United States has multiple borders on invisible lines that only mean something to the humans that respect it.
So true.
Exactly. Every time the aliens come down, they don't see different countries or borders, do they?
No, you're 100% right.
I think that we're missing this.
They just see cheeks that they can clap.
Oh my god! I started a trend, y'all. I started a trend. Peanut, what's up? Talk to us.
Oh no, I completely agree with Gary on that. All of this would lead to a one world order, and it would essentially just be golden cages. You wouldn't be in control of anything. Everything would be provided to you. As long as you obey, comply, and I just totally agree.
Like they say, you will own nothing and be happy.
Yep.
Exactly.
That's what they keep saying.
All right,
yes,
so Armenian, what's up, man? Because you haven't been heard from for a while either.
I don't know, man. I mean, I'm an American citizen now. I was born outside the country. I'm an American citizen now, and but ever since I was a little kid, I always thought it was stupid that borders existed, to where, like, as a human being born on this planet, like as an entity, you know what I mean? Like, as a human being, that why I can't travel to certain other places without approval from, you know what I mean? That kind of always seemed strange to me. That didn't seem like welcoming or like brotherly. It's like, no, you stay away from my land. That always felt weird to me. I understand that. So yeah, I mean, there's certain aspects of having humanity under one roof that would benefit my ideology, in certain sense, that if I wanted to go to China and experience their culture, if I wanted to go to that, I shouldn't have to ask permission as a being of this world to do that. Like, I've always had that outlook, but obviously that changed as I grew up. But I don't know.
Check it out.
That's my perspective.
Is that a passport?
You need this piece of paper to travel.
passport, yeah, but
Yeah,
like,
we're talking about
okay,
a unification of civilization as a whole.
right. So
Yeah.
there's countries in this world. Obviously, I have a U.S. passport as well now, but if
Can't go to
I
North Korea.
didn't have a U.S. passport, there's a lot of places I wouldn't be able to visit.
Yeah. So you're talking about extending freedom. You think that unification could extend our freedom potentially if we did it properly, of course, versus
Yeah.
having this division that we have where every nation is a nation separate from any other nation, and then with a completely different set of moral, or I should say social standards. And it causes more chaos because there's a lot of conflict as a consequence of having this type of diversity. Like, for example, you
Right.
can have barbarians that live in any kind of indigenous population who think that eating people is the best way. Well, they believe it, allow them to do that, and then you go to their civilization. Now you're their dinner. You're on the dinner plate for them. Is that a
Yeah.
good thing? Probably not. You want to eliminate that kind of ideology because that ideology is dangerous if spread throughout the nations in any way, any significant way. And I think we have to think about this in a measured way. When we think about the global unification, people are thinking about it as like the world, the WTO, the Federal Reserve, the government trying to unify the currencies, and again, we're going full. You know what we're going.
Yeah.
Although
Forward.
right, but it's also it is a true danger, a real one. To your point, Gary and Whiplash, it's a real danger, and you too, Bryson. However, there are just as you guys have stated in this conversation, some of you anyway, there are benefits that could benefit humanity by unifying as a civilization versus being this divided.
No.
I mean, look at if the aliens are
no,
looking at
no,
us
no.
like. Speak, Gary. What's up, man? Talk to me.
Marquise, no. You've been sold that there's benefits. Someone somewhere is telling people, well, if we did this, it would help us, and blah, blah, blah. No.
Who told
it's
me
the
that?
same thing with everything.
Who
They
who told me that?
they tell you these things to make you believe, to make you get on board, get on side with it all.
Who?
Whether it's whatever it is in the government telling you this, or whether it's the government talking about aliens, what they know and what they don't know. It's all, until it happens, we don't know. But this one, in regards to a new world order, a one world government, and all of that, no, I really do think that's because not only will it be all as one world order, there'll be two levels of society. It will be like the film Elysium. There'll be, well, people like me will be gone because we're all, like I said earlier, I'm already classed as a useless eater. That's what they. So they want to get rid of anyone.
Yeah.
They want to get rid anyone that's got a disability or can't work through ill health, etc. They just want to get rid of them. So then there'll be the class of people that, well, basically everyone that's not an elite. Then there's going to be the elites, the millionaires, the multi-billionaires, etc. They're the ones that will have a good life, that will benefit out of all of these changes. Trust me, it will not be anyone on this chat tonight.
So hold on. So you're saying that
today.
release the alien technology because give me freedom or give me death, but don't unify the world because there's dangers.
Well, what I'm saying is,
do you see how that's not consistent?
How did releasing alien technology get into this conversation?
Well, I'm talking about logical consistency here, and this is actually a real issue that I deal with almost everybody. We all have this, just so you understand. Everybody has this, right? Cognitive dissonance. We have this belief that that it's different. This is different, okay? Oh, for example, I think that releasing alien technology is better because even though it can kill us all, there's still benefits and give me freedom or give me death, but not unify the world because there are too many dangers. You got to understand how that's not logically consistent.
I think unifying the world, the people that will be in charge of the world once it's unified, will be the danger to us all. If and when alien technology is released, them same people will be in control of it, and that's why it will be a danger to us. I don't actually think the aliens themselves would. I mean, I wouldn't put it past all of these governments to accept let's go through disclosure. Let's accept the aliens. Yeah, blah blah blah. and then all of a sudden we're going to kill the aliens and steal their technology and use it on all the people and be in total control of everyone. That's what I believe is a very, very strong possibility.
Anybody else want to show me how logically inconsistent they are?
But we have to remember, Gary lived under the European Union. Gary is from, the UK, in which they were able to vote themselves out of the UK. So he knows what we're talking about when it comes to the European Union, where in Brussels and Belgium, they have more power there than they did in the local areas, such as England, Wales, Scotland. We don't have that in the United States. So our perspective is very limited.
And now they're talking about Italy and Hungary. They want to leave the European Union as well. I mean, to be honest, it's just like over there in the States. Imagine each one of your states was a different country. That's how it is.
Some people want that.
Europe.
Some people want that.
We are like that, 100%.
Legislatively, but like people, there's federal and then so there's state and federal, if you will, laws when it comes to what people are restricted to. You're talking about like the parameters of society. There's federal and state legislation for that. But when it comes to the United States of America, there are many things that are all-encompassing in terms of implementation for our society in the U.S. We are the United States of America. And some people want to break from that and go back to these individual states, which is insane. Because
it would not work.
It would not work. It's not that it's not like it's a bad idea per se. It's as it is today. We've already gotten so far from the dangers of that separation. We are way better off now as the United States of America than we would be otherwise. I mean, there is a potential that it could be anything, but that's not the reality of the situation here. We should definitely say the U.S.
Wouldn't that be like the greatest insult to all of them people that fought, that made your country what it is today?
Agreed. Agreed. Yeah, separating the states, but some people think that it's better because they don't like that the government can decide what happens to all people in this country. Some people don't like when the federal government, for example, is Republican or Democrat, and they make a law that's anti-whatever political party. Mostly the Republicans in our country want to separate. They want to separate from
the national divorce is such a bad idea.
It's a dangerously scary
not
idea.
For the national divorce.
It's scary, and it will hurt. It will definitely hurt mostly Republican voters, because what's going to happen is you're going to have a mass amount of Democrats, which by the way make up the majority of the voters in this country anyway, and the majority of the societal people that are voting for these decisions. They're going to move to these places where it's safe for them, socially and otherwise, and then the Republican states are going to starve themselves out. They're not going to have the innovation. They're not going to have the collaboration as the Democratic states, and then they're going to be dominated by the Democratic states. It's terrible. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't even know why people. I know why, but I think it's.
We learn from each other. We learn from each other, and we grow better with each other.
Yeah.
But I am still kind of on Gary's take, in which someone from the UK does not have the same values as someone from, say, Greece.
Right.
But for him it's different because
which
their
is why
union
there needs to be consensus reality, though. That's where consensus reality comes into play. What would be beneficial? Sorry.
I'm not a political expert, and I can't say there's a right answer. I can maybe give a perspective on wrong answers.
Humanistically, is there such thing as a consensus reality? Do you need to eat, sleep, live, shelter, electricity?
Gosh.
Yeah,
but should we have a one world government, and who would lead the charge? Would it be the United States or would it be the European Union? And even then, aliens look at us, ETs look at us as being so divided because even though we all share the same DNA, we don't share the same cultures. Someone from Mongolia is not the same as someone from China, even though they share a border. Someone from Canada doesn't have the same values as someone from the United States, even though we share a border. Someone from the UK doesn't have the same values as someone from Ireland, even though they share a border. So it's so hard. I keep going back to the psychology question of how they think and how they run their societies. But we share the same DNA, as I share the same DNA that Gary shares. And it's just so hard to answer that question because it goes beyond what we are having here in our chat.
I have a solution.
Can I interject?
Yeah, by all means. I'll be right back. I can hear you. Go ahead, guys.
Here's the thing. The reason why there's such difference between difference and division inside of the world, not only just politically but also morally, and societally, is due to the cultural aspect. And this isn't a bad thing. Everybody has their own culture, but you got to look at where everybody, all the different areas on how they had to adapt and how their culture began from that adaptation. All right, you got Hawaiians, where they've lived off of the sea and land, and developed their culture based around that. They have their own language and things of that sort. So that's the reason why there's a lot of the division is because of culturally. Over in the Middle East, they have a culture that's a part of their religion that is very, very frowned upon here in the United States. But it's completely morally okay for them to do said thing over in the Middle East, per the Quran. So it's all based upon the cultural differences that make us divided. Even though we may share the same DNA as human beings, it's where we are located inside of the world that changes our differences in an opinion. It's because of that. And speaking back on the whole Republican and Democrat thing, because I was going to try to interject, but my thing was there's only like 4 states that are majority that are Democratic. And even in those states, there's a lot of detriment. We'll take California, for example. Look at all the rampant homelessness that's out there.
Yeah, hold on, wait, real quick. I I should have never brought that. The only reason I mentioned that was in relation to
it's a good thing to do a difference of opinion, as long as we're not being as long as we're having good dialogue in regards to it. Then this is exactly this particular topic is the exact reason why there's no open dialogue. But because we have level-headed people that are sitting inside of this chat, we can bring up things that might be controversial because we're able to have dialogue without berating each other.
Yep. Well,
there are things that I don't agree with that you agree with, that we both put our understanding out there. Things with like UFOs. Like, I agree with you on UFOs and the phenomenon and all that stuff. This is how all of us right here, right now, is the start of opening dialogue for all sorts of topics. That's how we change society.
I gotta bring something up here because I think that Bryson mentioned something, and this is gonna tie into what you just said. Bryson mentioned something that's really important to every conversation that we could ever have, especially when it comes to society. He asked the question of what would be the sociological, I guess, implications or methods of focus, and psychological as well, to be able to produce or get to this point that we're all hoping, the utopia that we could envision, whatever it may be. Let's talk about this psychologically. Your body produces chemicals, of course. If you think about your brain, specifically how you feel, produces chemicals. There's a biochemical process. There's a neurological process of everything that you do and feel. Your thinking, your feelings, your autonomic breathing, and your heart rate, your blood flow. All that stuff is happening automatically without your direct involvement. Thank you. However,
your direct correlation.
Right. However, thank you guys. However, you can still affect those things through certain behaviors and actions, right? If you were able to, for example, monitor those kinds of things. This is what psychologists do today, by the way, just to be clear. If you could monitor that biochemical and neurological reaction to certain things, then you could, in essence, determine what would be the best course of action for every human being, because we are biological beings and we share. No matter who you are, if you eat, you give your body nutrition, and that nutrition is universally accepted by your biochemistry. It's gonna help you, and then therefore the emotions are the same thing. If you sit someone down, and there are studies about this, and you put certain things in front of their eyes, whether they be violent or otherwise, they will adapt to that biochemically, neurologically. There is a response. It is not something you can politicize. It is an unambiguous fact that these things happen. There are processes that happen as a consequence of viewing something, experiencing something, and the like. If you use that method,
our emotional response to it.
Yes, it's chemical and neurological. And otherwise, if you were to study that process, which by the way scientists do, you could determine what the best course of action is for society to be structured, so that we can optimize human happiness or human prosperity, whatever it may be. Insert your preferred, positive outcome. You could optimize civilization for that. And so it is not a very hard, or it's difficult, but it's not like impossible to imagine a society where we can do that. And there are objective truths, and if you will, there's a consensus reality that can be met through certain methods of observing the responses of human beings through these different activities. If you monitor the biology, all right. There's all
a caveat to that.
Well, allow me to give me one moment.
And I want to hear go ahead. I'm gonna let you go ahead and finish it. I'll just throw the caveat after you're done.
Yeah, please do. Again, this is about open dialogue. So, what people do is they eliminate that completely, and they talk about this from a sociological perspective. They eliminate the psychological perspective and say, oh, sociologically, this is what we have, this is what's going on, and this is what we should do about it. Well, if you eliminate the core of this, of the driving factor, that is the human and psychological condition of the human being, then you can talk about all kinds of potentialities. This is bad, that's bad, this is wrong, this is right, this country can do this, that country. Sociology, you can diversify the heck out of it with human beings. But psychologically, you cannot. It is again, objectively true, according to consensus reality, if it can be ever met, through the study of the biochemical process of the human condition, of the human being, that there are things that are good for us and bad for us, period. There are things that can benefit us and that hurt us, period. There are things that lead to more happiness and prosperity for the human race and not, period. There is consensus reality. People don't see it because they're only looking at a very surface level of human civilization and the human condition. Bryson, I'm sorry. Bryson has his hands up. But American Outlaw, please give your throw the wrench in here, and then I want to hear Bryson because Bryson's had his hand up.
All right, you're sitting there saying about how they're studying the reactions of pretty much what emotions are, like the chemical process of what happens from emotions, on how to better society. There's a caveat to that. Use the United States for just as an example.
Right.
There's 22 million veterans that are still here. Mm-hmm. We've went to war. All right. And I'll tell you right now, I was scared shitless when I went there, but I still did my job. So even though that my biological response was fear, I still charged in head on. So the reaction of individuals based upon an emotional response isn't always
universal.
Universal, because the fact is I wanted to run. Fight or flight kicked in, but because of my training,
that's different.
My training and everything.
I'm sorry, you're isolating a specific extreme example of courage.
I'm just using that as an example.
Yeah.
There's people out there, and this is in regards to that. There are people out there who are the most humble and most timid people out there. In a moment of need, will do something extraordinary. So
save someone from a burning building. Right.
Bingo. You never in a million years would you think that this person would do something like that, and then all of a sudden, bam, they do that. So the human psyche and emotional responses are unpredictable because you can factor in training for like military.
Have you read
police.
Sigmund Freud?
No, I haven't.
All right. So, wow. I don't know.
What?
That's difficult to. I don't know. How, I'm not adept enough. Again, I'm an armchair, researcher here with that kind of thing. I don't have like
Your opinion is more than dude. Throw your opinion out there. Like this is what dialogue. What I go back to.
Well, first I got to give
politics. All
I've been
that's
talking.
yeah. I'm just gonna finish this real quick. This is where it begins. If we want to change society to have technology and things for the better, so that it will be the betterment of humankind, this is where it starts.
Dialogue.
Open dialogue,
Yep.
where I can talk with you. You may not agree with something, but you listen to it. You take it in. You understand it. Same thing with Gary. Same thing with Bryson. That's where this begins. That's how we adapt humankind to become better, is by opening dialogue. We may not agree with each other, but because we're able to sit here and talk and discuss without being rude, without being difficult, without being problematic, it makes it where everybody's point gets across, and there's new understanding and learning. Because even though Marquise isn't very adept or listening or read up on some of the things like I'm talking about, he's learning something new.
I think that is an excellent point. And just the totality of our conversation here, that is an excellent point. By the way, Alien Universe, Ravens Creek Charm, they are giving you shout outs for your service. Thank you for your service.
Oh, thank you. No thanks necessary, but I do appreciate it. And you're welcome to be.
What
You're
about me
welcome
and
that
you
I
as well,
served you.
Marquise?
Yeah, we've already been given. We don't need any extra kudos, my guy. But we have been given that respect several times on stream. But if you want to be bolstered up, Gary Oki is also a vet. So everybody, if you want to show some love to the vet up here, I don't need it. I know you love me. Let me stop.
Let me just say, we don't actually have any saying like that
I'm
in
not a
this
combat
country
veteran.
at all. Thank you for your service.
You don't?
So to hear it,
It's in America.
like, wow.
In America,
it is an
different.
American
America's
thing.
a big deal. Bryson,
yeah,
what's
but
up?
it's really nice because
I just wanted to hear from Rad Peanut, the Armenian, who's also a veteran, and Gary Oki. That's the only reason why I put my hand up, is I want to hear from those three because I feel like
Well,
the
the
three
Armenian,
of us.
the Armenian has like multiple different countries. You've been. What's your two nations that you've been a part of? You said you just moved to the States.
I moved to the States when I was young.
Okay.
I also served in the Army over here.
Wow.
Yeah, I was in. I was a part of Iraqi Freedom, and I was over in Kuwait in 2003. But yeah, I only did like 4 years.
At Liberty.
Yeah, yeah. I was at KMB over there, Kuwait Naval Base, because.
What division?
Because I was in the Army. I was at 88 Kilo, which is a watercraft operator.
Yeah.
So we work with a lot of the Navy over there. The Seabees were over there in KMB. Also, a lot of the Kuwait naval officers but that's near here and there. I mean, I'm glad that I served in the U.S. Army. I'm happy, but I like when people thank me for service. I always say thank you, but it's not necessary. I mean, it was a decision that I made. I went in. I did what I had to do. That's
a lot of us.
Yeah.
A lot of us are like that. I was with the 82nd.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, that's very popular. 82nd.
Well, my whole family's been in the Army, and my great grandfather, not my great grandfather, but my grandfather was in the 101st, and it was either the end of World War II or the Korean War. So that's why I chose that path.
Nice. Yeah, that's a lot of people that have military family end up in the military. That I always see that. Yeah.
I just wanted to hear from Rad Peanut and
Peanut.
Gary Oki on this because they haven't talked in in the time we've been hogging
Yeah.
the chat time. So I want to hear from their perspectives. That was the only reason why my hand was
I've just
up.
had my dinner. That's why I haven't been
Yeah,
talking.
Karaoke's been eating, so I didn't even. Oh, Peanut, yeah, what's up,
You got to
Peanut?
remember,
He hungry.
it's 8:20 at night over here, so
Wow,
He hungry.
he hungry.
yeah, it's dinner time. So I do
No.
apologize.
Respect.
I'm just happy to be here and hearing all these perspectives, because a lot of what you guys say are the thoughts that are spinning around in my head, and then you guys go ahead and say it
Well,
for
throw
me.
some of those thoughts out here. We're not the only ones here.
Yes, please.
So, what did you mean exactly? My thoughts on what exactly?
So it's,
Just whatever you're thinking.
I'm going to give you. Let me narrow it down. I think that what we're talking about now is, I said that I think that there is a potential for us to be able to have I guess a singular understanding of what's best for humanity as a whole. Well, if you believe in the Bible, right? Jesus, the apostles write to the churches, and in those letters, the apostle Paul gives very specific instructions on how they should live their life. There's also a very descriptive version of love, right? That's in there. What love actually is according to what God would want. And one of those things, a couple of those are like long suffering, brotherly kindness, forgiveness without any kind of keeping record of ills. There's all kinds of instructions on how to be, essentially
You can keep going, but you just reminded me of something.
the kind of human being that you're supposed to be according to the Bible's version of love, and as a Christian, if you will. I don't like personally the term Christian. Just because a follower of Christ, there's a very specific way to do that. And there are extensively written books, certain letters that are extensive on how you're supposed to act out in society. I had gravitated towards the Bible because of that. Because I've seen like, wow, this is exactly what I think. If there is a God, wouldn't this be the way that he would want us to act, right? Not to be out there fighting and killing people because we don't agree with them or because their religion's different, but even to be open to their ideas and thoughts. It's in the Bible, just so you guys know. It's written there in the New Testament according to how we're supposed to be. So I am of the persuasion that you can determine those things psychologically in our society you don't even have to use the Bible. You can do it with psychology, biochemistry, and if you will, whatever the monitoring of biochemistry. But some people say, no, it's sociological. We're already predestined or predisposed to be a certain way. You can't change that. Society is just the way that it is, and these are the reasons why we should stay separate.
I think the only thing
I agree with that.
Is there is no perfect way you could do it. That's up to God, in my opinion. But if you did want to try to make a change here, it would start with yourself. And the best example I can think of is, I don't know what it's called, but a dude is presented the images of like heaven and hell, and in hell he sees people with really long spoons and they're all trying to feed themselves, but they can't. And then in heaven they've learned how to feed each other. It would just start with yourself and how you choose to love other people, I suppose. That's the only way it would work. Or, well, you know what I mean.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
I'm gonna add on to that. The thing that I was saying that you reminded me of, what she just said about, it's not about religion or anything like that. I mean, it can be, but we have to better ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
So live your life that the fear of death can never enter your heart. Trouble no one about their religion, respect others in their view, and demand that they respect yours. Love your life, perfect your life, beautify all things in your life. Seek to make your life long and its purpose in the service of your people. Prepare a noble death song for the day when you go over the Great Divide. Always give a word or a sign of salute when meeting or passing a friend, even a stranger, when in a lonely place. Show respect to all people and grovel to none. When you arise in the morning, give thanks for the food and for the joy of living. If you see no reason for giving thanks, the fault lies only in yourself. Abuse no one and no thing, for abuse turns the wise ones to fools and robs the spirit of its vision. When it comes your time to die, be not like those whose heart are filled with the fear of death, so that when their time comes, they weep and pray for a little more time to live their lives over again in a different ways. Sing your death song and die like a hero going home. That is a poem by Chief Tecumseh, and it states that to develop change and to develop anything that can better our society, we have to hold ourselves to a noble standard. By doing so, by respecting others, as I was stating about how we were talking and everything like that, by respecting others and also demanding that others respect your views as well, we're able to create an open dialogue. We're able to be able, that's how you're able to learn, is by being able to have your own views, but also respecting other people's views, because there's ways that if we're able to be able to articulate our views, our understanding of something, because my understanding of something may not be the same as Gary's. Gary's understanding may not be the same as Bryson's. Bryson's may not be the same as Peanuts, and the list goes on. As long as we're able to articulate it with one another, we may have the ability to move forward to where we could either use alien technology to the benefit of mankind, or use transhumanism for the benefit of the betterment of humanity. But again, it goes back to the nobility of it. A lot of people do not live their life with the respect of others. So if we do not get to the point, whether in taking religion and everything out of it and taking morality out of it, if we are able to get to, if we do not get to a point where we can respect other people's views, be able to lend out that hand and say, hey, do you need a hand? I'm here. Whether I believe in that person's political ideology, religious ideology, or anything, doesn't matter. We need to get to a point where, as I was talking about earlier, the videos of individuals doing stupid stunts or doing the knockout game become almost non-existent, and videos of me putting my hand out saying, hey, I'm here to help you. I don't want anything returned.
You're suggesting potentially altruism, right? You know, I thought you don't believe in altruism.
Not technically. See, the way that you're looking at it is a dramatic changing of it.
No, I mean a literal definite. I think that altruism is the only way that we can survive as a society. I'm a very big supporter of the idea of altruism, because I think the only way we can do that is through self-sacrifice. The only way that we can, I mean, you guys are all pretty much you're
talking about like altruist movement.
What I'm not talking about any. I'm talking about the definition, not movements, because movements tend to divert from the origin of any of these definitions.
Altruism. You said altruism, right?
Yeah.
That's the holding of extreme opinions.
Why? Why do you say that? That is not what altruism means. Let me hold on.
Are you saying altruism?
Altruism. Okay. Altruism.
Okay.
So the belief in or practice of
ULTRAISM.
Let me just no ALTRUISM. Yeah. So the belief in or practice of
altruism.
Yeah. So the belief in or practice of disinterested and selfless concern for the well-being of others. Some may choose to work with vulnerable elderly people out of altruism. It's where you literally give up the self, right? The desires and the need for self for the sake of other people's benefit.
No,
and if we all do that, if you're talking about feeding everyone else and doing for other people, if everyone practiced the same thing, we would essentially all be there for each other, and all of our needs would be met by the essence of the altruistic nature of humanity.
I'm not.
Well, what would be the point of your own existence at that point then?
It sounds like that. I'm talking about it to the point.
Isn't that what the point of any existence is? To be a part of something greater than yourself and to do for others? Because I
think that's an aspect of it, but I would argue that.
But the way that I made that poem, that the way it goes out, it's not about altruism. It's about bettering oneself. Still having and maintaining the freedom, because not everybody is presented with that opportunity to do something like that where they can lend a helping hand. Like, well, yes, you are, but you're not in a greater aspect.
We're talking about potential. I got to get the Armenian in here because I'm sorry.
Yeah, because I would say that being altruistic is grand and fine as a personality trait. I think it's a good thing to have, but having an altruistic society where you're basically a servant for everybody else that needs some type of service, that doesn't work for me. It doesn't work for me as a human being. I mean, I have my own path, I have my own journey, and I want to learn things at my own pace. I have things that I am interested in following rather than, doing service for others, even though it's better for all of society for me to work in a soup kitchen all day, feed everybody if that's my station in life. I don't believe in that. I do.
That's not what I'm stating.
No, that's what I was saying.
Right. That's what Marquise was saying. So
Yeah.
I don't believe in that, but I do believe in like today. I was outside. I went to go get a haircut. There was an old lady trying to cross the street, and she, even though it was the light for her, I actually went to the middle of the street and I helped her cross the street. I guess I don't know if that's altruistic. That's helping society in some manner, but
that's kind of got some of that aspect in it, but it's not the way it's defined.
I can respect a measured implementation if that's what you're suggesting. That there's some level
that's
of
exactly
altruism.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think you're both kind of saying that altruism isn't the sole purpose of a human being. I'm not suggesting that at all. I'm saying what I am saying though is that if there are certain characteristics that a person can have that if everyone had them, the world would be a better place, hands down, for all of us. And there's no denying that altruism is one of them. It's not the only thing. I think that people need to experience happiness of their own volition, right? Whatever thing makes you happy, you should still be able to pursue that. If you're an artist, you don't say, I'm going to give up my art career so that I can go, sweep my neighbor's dirt off their porch for the rest of my life. That's insanity. I don't believe that at all. I think that's stupid. I'm talking about something a little bit more relevant and something a little bit more appropriate for in reality, grounded in reality. And that is essentially when it comes to determining what is best for if you're talking about we have a federal government, we have all these nations that have all these rules for their civilization. If we think about it from that perspective, what would be the best way to implement societal norms or create a culture that would improve the quality of life for all people and not just one nation or the other? Because there needs to be a collective. There has to be. If there's a tribe of barbarians and the tribe of peaceful, loving people, who's going to be the one dominating society? The barbarians. They're going to go and annihilate those peaceful people. So then, in essence, the peaceful people have to be violent, not only to defend, but sometimes to preemptively fight against the barbarians who might be preparing, they don't know, for war with them for whatever purpose they want. If they're cannibals, same thing. So on ad infinitum with that situation. If all people are not unified in ideology when it comes to human activity on this planet, we will never achieve any kind of a positive outcome for our planet. Never. It's not possible. The idea that we can do it through everybody can have their own different belief system, insanity. It's not possible. You will have Al Qaeda, you will have Kim Jong-un, you will have Russia, you'll have all these different nations who have all their different motivations, and not all of them, most of them, are not for the benefit of anybody but themselves, because selfishness is a human driver in our society today.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's true of whether it's Al Qaeda or whether it's any
America.
It could be America as well. I mean, I don't know. I believe in the freedom of expression and thoughts and individuality. Those are very, very important things, and we learn a lot about each other through our own individualistic traits. And
but can you define what that means? Define that, please. When you say freedom freedom of what does it look like? What does that look like? Because there's people that believe in it. Again, I'm just saying this for the sake of conversation and clarity. There are people who will spam the N-word in someone's chat because that's freedom of speech, freedom of expression. Is that freedom of expression? The answer is yes. Should they do it? Should they do that?
Is it morally right? No.
Forget about morality. Should they do that?
I mean, there's different look, this is a very, very hot topic. So
I'm not
gonna
offended.
answer it
I'm
like
not
this.
offended. I'm not offended. Don't
Okay,
worry.
so
Trust
like,
me, he is not
okay.
offended.
No.
All right, so like the way you were using the R word earlier, right? You kept
Yeah,
saying retard,
Well,
right?
well, and
you're
in
like,
jest-
but you
in
used
jest-
in context.
Fiction,
You used in context of the movie that we watched,
Right.
and you justified it through those means. Okay, so if I were to use the N word because I heard it in a song as a white person, would that give me the same justification of saying it because it's under artistic reference?
I believe
Because there's a lot of songs that use the N word.
Personally, I
people
would
love to sing it.
I would die from laughter. I would die from laughter. Oh my god. Okay, so
But there's a lot of young kids
that
that are a lot of young white kids that use the N word because it's a part of hip hop culture and it's pop culture and people use it.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people that say, "Hey, you can't use that word." But if you're using it in artistic reference,
it should be allowed.
Allowable.
I think it should be allowed.
There's actually a difference in regards to it because how they're saying it, they're saying GA instead of the ER.
Yeah, there's a massive difference.
Right, but if you go online and get the reactions of black people that are looking at these white kids saying this word, it's very much like, how dare you? You're not allowed to use that word.
I mean,
that's
where the excessive sensitized society. I mean, this is where the problem goes in. I think we're all aware of social norm. Like, anybody who doesn't understand the differences is either pretending to be stupid or is actually stupid. And I don't think anybody's stupid. I think they're pretending. So let's put it this way.
No,
whenever
surprised.
I would be. I think there are less people that are actually stupid than are playing stupid. Most people who say, I don't see the difference, they either do not understand the culture, literally don't understand the cultural reference. They don't know history, for example. They never seen Rosewood, like I said yesterday. Which is why you don't go around like Joe Rogan does, just N-bombing your show for fun and kicks, when you know the difference between the different nuances of language, because you grew up in American society and know about American culture. You cannot be an American.
Intention matters a lot, of course.
Well, intention is hard to determine because nobody's a psychic, but we can definitely I don't know how to say this. We can speculate as to what someone's intentions either might be or their negligence is based off of, again, if they're from America and you grew up here, let's just make it simple. You know what the N-word is. You know the NA and you know the ER. You're American. Like, there's no distinction, but you know the distinction between the two things. So when somebody, again, like Joe Rogan, drops it 50 times and in different formats, knowing, and he's a comedian, he's literally, his job has been, his focus is, how do I make people laugh and do it edgy without making somebody really, like, being really, really bad. I do that. He knows how to do that. It's literally his passion. He doesn't accidentally use the N-word the way that he did. He did it because he thinks it's funny, and it's literally what people who are inwardly racist do. They play stupid because they want to be able to say the actual N-word, which is the one that's used to dehumanize black people. When a white dude is in his car rolling down the street saying N-word, N-A, the AA, or to a rap song, oh my gosh, the glee in my heart, because it's so funny. Like they're mixing culture to me. That's a cultural mix. That's like, yo, you're feeling the culture, fam. That's what I grew up on. I don't use the N-word. I don't like it personally. I don't think it's appropriate to use. I think it's too primitive. But I know people who do. Black people. Am I going to tell them you're ignorant, stupid? No, I'm not going to do that. That's their culture. They grew up like that. They accepted it as culture. That's them. I have a different culture because I chose a different culture. I had a choice. I was taken out of the ghettos that I grew up in, put in an environment where I learned that you can be different. You can choose a different way. Those people that I know who use it, they didn't. That's just who they are. And if there's a white kid who wants to adopt that culture because they think it's cool, they think that they like the music, what's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that. And anybody who thinks that it is wrong, they're not seeing it from the proper perspective. They're seeing it through the lens of pain. Where they've seen Rosewood, if you don't know what I'm talking about, please watch a clip of it. And they're hurt by what it represents, what the nature of that word represents. And so that's where it comes from. There needs to be an understanding of people. It doesn't mean I agree with them, but you got to understand why people reject it, right? Why would some black person on Black Twitter see a white kid who's 14 years old, singing a rap song with the N-word? Why would he be mad about that? Threaten him because he watched Rosewood, and his grandfather told him I was there, and he's like, yo, I don't think so. Never again, right? Never again. you got to understand the context of that feeling, that pain. Even though we haven't experienced it, black people today that are alive today, most of us haven't experienced that. We know what it's like because we can't imagine how people could be treated that way. So there's a context on both sides. I just understand both contexts, and so unfortunately, most people don't, man. Most people do not. So that's a little bit more difficult. But I will admit, I apologize. I probably shouldn't even have used that as a reference. But I do think there's a difference between spamming the N-word and a kid rapping a song with the N-word in it. Vastly different. Obviously, vastly different. So I think that we need to, when we talk about freedom of speech and freedom of expression, what is appropriate? Spamming the N-word in chat is not appropriate. It obviously isn't, according to anybody's standards.
Appropriate? No. Like, again, that's where we get into this one. We get into one singular thing. Is it? Do they have the right to say it?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have the right to say it.
Yeah, they do.
But is it okay?
So I think the Armenian. Were you saying that you think people should have the right of expression, even in terms of spamming the N-word? They could be excluded from the conversation if they do, but they should have a right to say it without being in prison for it.
Yeah.
I mean, 100%. I mean, the freedom of expression is. I believe in the freedom of expression 100%.
Okay.
But it's also your freedom of expression to kick his ass if you don't like what he's saying.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's
what I'm saying.
I appreciate. I'm with you 100%. I think people should be allowed to say whatever they want to, as long as they're not trying to assault or harass someone, because people have deleted themselves from existence because it's literally it's assault. It's assault. You shouldn't be able to assault someone. Period. We can't have a society.
But then you get into but here's the thing: you get into the point where, and this is on Twitter and
what is
assault?
Facebook. What is assault? Yeah, what is assault? What if I say, "What's up, man?"
Not
and
only
like, I'm not a man. I'm a woman. You're like, I'm sorry. I saw a beard. I didn't know. I just assumed.
Well, it's not only just that. You've got individuals who are classifying singular words as assault or microaggressions or this, that, and the other, because it's either we have full freedom of it. This is how I look at it: is that we either have full freedom of expression or none at all. Because when you have any kind of limitation, somebody's going to take it to the extreme. And, should it be said? No. But can they say it? Yes. That's where the ambiguous part of it comes in, because of the fact that you got individuals out there who don't even care, who are not even a part of this community or that community or this community or this alien race or this biomechanical race.
Right.
Like I'm throwing those out there as just being funny. Who are stating, okay, well, that word's offensive to me. That's assault.
Okay, so let's bring this to it. Let's bring this to a place where we can actually make sense of what we're trying to say here. Does everybody think that the society
if we bring something up, then
well, no, I'm not saying what you're saying. It doesn't make sense. I want to zero in here on the main point, the crux of this conversation. Do we think that society, and this is up for everybody, do we think that society is better off with 100% total freedom? Because remember, we talked. Garioki mentioned this earlier. The Armenians' perspective is somewhat similar. That transhumanism, for example, is better for people because we should be at least allowed to try. Otherwise, we don't deserve the potential benefits of anything if we're not allowed to try something that could benefit humanity anyway. Garioki said that the alien presence should be, or technology should be allowed to be brought to the public, because if we don't give human beings a chance to at least try to utilize it in a positive way, we don't deserve the positive outcome anyway. I disagree with.
I never said that.
I thought you said should we disclose alien technology?
No, I think what I said was, how far back you going, right?
I'm summarizing. I'm not giving specific verbatim references to what you said. Did you agree that we should tell people about the alien technology because it would benefit humanity?
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. And so that's their perspective. I said no, and American Outlaw gave this beautiful poem, by the way, about freedom and essentially a principled approach to civilization, that highlights the idea that we should be allowed to, or we should at least fight for, our freedom to do and be free. And whatever that might mean for any individual person, as long as it doesn't hurt someone else. And of course, there were a lot of other things among that poem, by the way. So this is kind of what we're going with, and I think Peanut even agrees with some of this conversation of freedom as well, and about telling the truth. Bryson, I don't remember your point because you didn't really talk much on that. Can you please give me your perspective on that? And then I want to give a question to all of this to everybody here.
So at the beginning of the chat, I was 50-50. I believe in the positives of transhumanism, but at the same time, I also see the negatives of transhumanism. So while I want to believe that everything will work out in the end and we'll all be happier and better off for it, I also see at the same time that we can definitely have things that happen outside of our control, and meaning us in the chat and those at the bottom of the pyramid, that we can have things happen that will be negative.
Right.
So I want to believe, I keep going back to that same statement, I want to believe in the positives, but I'm still 50-50. I mean, the Armenian definitely pushed me a little bit towards it. Gary Aoki's definitely pushed me the other way. So I'm going to sit on the fence and wait for the fence, which is right up my butt, and causing me to have a little bit of, pain in my butt.
Grifter. I'm just kidding.
It's still like I'm 50-50.
Okay. So this is a very complicated, in my opinion, topic, because when it comes to what's best for society, we're always going to have differing opinions. Personally, I personally believe there is consensus reality. It doesn't mean that it's a fact, right? Because again, Platonic Zombie called me out on this. I think Alien Universe did too. My perspective is that there is a potential way to get to consensus reality. I believe that. I do believe that. I think to me, it's clear as day. However, out of respect for everybody else's opinion, I got to get your opinions on this. I need to understand, from everyone's perspective, what is a limit of personal freedom and of expression and otherwise, and what do you think is a limit to, if you will, disclosure? What would be the thing that would stop you from disclosing anything, but more specifically the alien presence in technology? So, for one, what exactly do you think? What is a limit for freedom of expression for the betterment of all people? How far can we go here? Give me a limit. I think that people should be allowed to say what they want. I also believe that there should be consequences to people that who say what they want, but then are doing it in a way to harm someone else, whether it be emotionally or physically. I don't think that someone who says, for example, peanut hurts my feelings, I don't like it, please stop saying it. That's nonsensical, right? Please do not be nonsensical here. I mean a literal limit to what people think is, what they think is a limit to freedom of expression and freedom of speech or whatever. And then, of course, the disclosure, what's your limit for that as well? We'll go with the Armenian first and then Peanut. Armenian?
So what is the limit of expression? Is that?
Yeah, what does it look like? And
in societal terms?
Yep, for you, personally.
Limit of expression, I wouldn't want to put a limit of expression on anybody personally. I think limiting anything kind of retards the growth of a lot of things, like including intellectual way of look at things. So if you don't have a way of expressing X, then you will never know everything else that surrounds it, including its opposite and all the other things that pertain to that X. if I could say it like in a mathematical way, if this doesn't exist, then you'll never know the other side of it. So that I don't believe in that. I believe in full expression of whatever it is that you want to express, even if it comes down to violence. I don't agree with violence, but sometimes the expression of violence is needed to be able to understand what peace is, or understand what the opposite of that is, the opposite of violence is. So I don't believe in limit of expression at all. Is there anything that would stop me from buying into the UFO disclosure? Was that the second question?
Yep. Yes.
So at this point in my life, I'm not stopping myself from finding. There's nothing. Even if it were something,
I'll be right back,
along the lines of, well, we're pretty much cattle to the aliens at this point. I would want to know, and that's from my own perspective, and because I need to know. I need to know where I am as a human being, as a soul, as an entity in the universe, in this world, and I need to know my place, where I am in the totem pole, and I think I would grow much more as a person knowing where my place is along those lines. So that's my take.
Fantastic. I really appreciate that. That was better than what I said. Peanut, what's up? Talk to us.
I may offend some people with my answer here, but I'm gonna try to keep it G-rated so we don't get flagged or anything. I don't like the idea of limiting people and what they can say and what they can do and how they can think, but I can think of some consequences to not doing that. That being that we completely eliminate what a consequence even is. If anyone can be anything, or I can say whatever I want, then there's no such thing as a consequence. Or I guess I can just more think of things why I would want to limit it, or even people saying, well, there is no gender, and I'm not going to try to get crazy here, but referring to me as just a birth person, and you can't even tell me what a woman is, yet someone can or cannot identify as it. I don't fully understand that. But then again, I'm not here voting to take away your rights either, because you do have the right. I'm really trying to not get political here, but
I don't think it's. I mean, you're talking about human nature, just like Armenians.
Yeah. So I think we as a species would have to figure out what we define as objective truth. And I don't know if that's something we could really do. And as far as the whole alien disclosure thing, I'm kind of more on your side, Marquise, where this may bring about the biblical end times. These may just be demons or something crazy like that. Entities that don't have souls and are disconnected from the source. And this is another part where people may not like, but there's verses in the Bible where it's if you are meant to be taken to prison and die in prison, then you will be. If you're meant to die on the street, then you will be. It's all part of some plan, and I don't know. I'm just trying to stay on the side where I don't know. These are such hard questions to answer.
They are big questions. I know.
That's more so where I fall as of right now, but I'm still researching and I'm still learning, and I could change what I think, but that's pretty much it for right now.
Thank you I appreciate your perspective, and I'm not offended. Anyone who is offended, again, maybe this isn't the right place for you, and I respect that too. But this is a place for open discussion, so if you don't like that, please, there's plenty of creators who have a different platform for that. Garioki, what's up, man?
That's a good way of putting it.
Yep. Garioki.
You're asking me now, are you?
Yeah. What's up, man?
Right, remind me, what was the first question?
So the first question
again?
is
Sorry?
freedom of expression, freedom of speech. Do you think there's a limit? There should be a limit for society that would be better, or no? The Armenian said no limit. There's no limit for him. And do you think that? And by the way, we respect that opinion too. By the way, there's nothing wrong with that. And do you think that disclosure? If there's anything that would make you say we shouldn't have disclosure, something that would be the limit for you in terms of why we shouldn't have disclosure?
Well, I think there should be a limit on freedom and freedom of expression, etc. Blah blah blah. But I don't think it should be as it is now, as in encroaching on the media, what you can say online, you know, that sort of thing. I'd say how it was is okay, but no further. I don't want people, for example, we've got a real problem over here in the UK with what they call the Just Stop Oil movement. And it's people, they will literally lay down across the road and stop all the traffic, you know, like Monday morning, people going to work, and you're not allowed to touch them because we've got all these, what they call the European human rights laws and all of that. Technically, they're allowed to do that. We can't. If you lay a finger on them, you get arrested. But so I don't think freedom of expression should go that far.
Wow, that was a good point, man. I didn't even consider that.
Well,
I do not agree with you entirely, but that is a good point. That is a very good point. Sorry, go ahead.
Speed bumps.
Well, no, I mean, you know, if you want to protest against the war or whatever, then yeah, fair enough. But there's got to be a level of decent. You don't want, like, we've got, like, I can't remember where it was, somewhere here in Europe, France or somewhere. All these, there's like 100 women in the street, all topless, just so they can.
You have a problem with that?
I'm just
asking. I'm just asking. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying anything about it. No perspective. I'm just asking. Can you tell me what's wrong with that?
No, but you know what I mean. You don't want.
I'm sorry,
people,
Peanut. I
you don't
apologize.
want people to go in. You don't want people going to extremes like that. Okay, protest.
We don't. Speak for yourself, man. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, definitely speak for yourself.
There are people out there, and I'm saying I'm one of them. I'm just saying there are people out there who might enjoy it. I'm just saying.
There are really good people on both sides.
Really good people.
Breathe the tatas.
Now, these are not women. These are not ladies you would like. Trust me, you'd move them along. There's nothing to look at. But and yeah, what was the second question?
The second question was. Oh my God. The second question was. I'm so sorry. The second question was.
This is why I love Gary.
Yo, his filter. All right, so the second question is.
Listen, I must put my disclaimer up. I have Whiplash and Peanut may not know this, but I have got Asperger's, so sometimes you have to explain things.
Yeah,
that's why I keep asking what was it. You
no
know.
big deal.
Yeah, but you're sharp, man.
I
couldn't tell.
Apologize.
I think you sound very normal. I think you think very clear. So I have no problem with what, and that's you've overcome whatever challenges you may. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm like, you're talking to me, and I'm thinking of World War II bombers and their undercarriage, and no, they should be this side. And they're like, oh, sorry, yeah, you know. So
you're still with us, man. You're
sorry,
clear.
go on.
So the other question was, is there anything that would make you want to stop disclosure? Anything at all?
Yeah, that's right. I remember you said. Well, in all honesty, I think I'd want to stop the repercussions of disclosure, i.e., I've got no problem in disclosure happening whatsoever, but I think it would not destroy, but severely affect all the religions around the world, which would then cause protests leading to wars, civil wars, whatever. So if something could be put out by the Pope or all the big religious leaders in the world, maybe he started doing it already, I don't know, that, you know, if there were aliens, they would be classed as our brothers and not just instantly demons. And if that could sort of be like, if they could prepare people years ahead rather than just go bang, right, there's aliens.
Yeah.
You know, I think so. Disclosure, I'd say, all right, tell me, but don't go down the church down the road and tell them, because you know it will cause madness and craziness.
Okay.
So, and also one last thing I must say, Peanut, I don't know if you know, but I collect American accents So what state are you from?
She has a unique accent. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I totally zoned out. Were you talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying I collect American accents. So what state are you from?
Oh, I'm from California.
California, right.
Yeah, it's a very
No,
distinct.
'cause any-
yeah.
See, I can't tell any different from yours, Marquise, really.
Really? Well, Ben has
Yeah,
a dramatic
seriously.
accent, and then Peanut to me has a very dramatic accent.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, it's very dramatic.
Bryce, I think all of you guys sound the same. Apart from Whiplash, to me, you all sound the same.
Bryson, I think
So-
Bryson's tone is the only thing that's different about him, and me is a very different tone. But he speaks very close to what I speak. Close. I still have a lot of cultural nuance to my language. You can't tell all the time, but I'm still black, y'all. You know what I'm saying?
I'm a sponge, so I
I don't see in color.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What? All right. So, Bryson, what's up, man? What's your we got the two perspectives. Freedom of expression. We'll start with that one, and then move on to the alien disclosure. What would stop? What would be the limit to your freedom of expression?
Well, and let's just, placate Gary here. Honestly,
Gary, I heard an accent there, Gary. Sorry.
all right,
Carry on.
let me go full Southern. Well, honestly, my friend Gary, honestly, it's just really hard for me to really bring out what I want to believe in the disclosure movement. But to be honest with you, this is an exaggerated accent, and nothing against me, nothing against y'all. And I don't mean to bring up anybody like y'all. You are all. But to be honest, I mean, it's something that. What would it take? Gosh, that's so hard. That's so hard to. I want to say skip me at this point.
Okay, let me just put it this way. I think that I have not given my perspective for good reason, but let me give you an idea that might help. I think that when it comes to freedom of expression, I think the Armenian has a good starting point. Everyone should be allowed to say and express themselves however they like to. However, there should be consequences for certain activities, like maybe somebody beats them up for saying something bad or whatever. If you're going to do that, keep in mind there will be consequences, right? I think that's a good starting point. I think Peanut kind of took it to the next level where she added a little bit of parameters to that conversation where it's like, hey, listen, you can have that freedom of expression, but do not impose your freedom of expression onto me and make me have the same kind of freedom of expression as you. And again, those are very good dynamics to have. Very good, in my opinion. I think they're very good.
Okay, really quick to that too. I would even throw that to the religious people, even my own religion with Christianity. Just because you believe it doesn't mean you should be forcing it on other people, which kind of contradicts the Bible in a way. I'll still talk about God and represent God from my opinion, but I'm not over here being like, you need to do this, and just because my book says this, I mean that for everyone. So just to interject.
Just so you understand, Jesus did not go around imposing his belief on everybody else. That's not what happened. It was a dialogue.
Free will in this world, and that's about being a human.
Didn't he say he wants no followers either?
That's Buddha.
Didn't Jesus say that? Like he didn't.
No, that would be Buddha. Jesus definitely wanted.
No, not followers. Like like vicars and priests and.
There shouldn't.
Them,
the entire the scribes and Pharisees had all these hundreds of laws, hundreds of them. And I'm not a biblical historian, and I'm not a Jewish, so I'm sure Drunk Physics will probably ream me out for this one. But from what I understand about it, the scribes and Pharisees had hundreds of laws, and they were imposing those laws on the people below them, essentially the common folk. And that was not the way that Jesus wanted. Jesus said that to sum up all these laws, there are two: love the Lord your God above all other gods, and love your neighbor as you love yourself. That sums up all the hundreds of laws out there. And so to have all these different laws and impose them on people, that's not the way to do it. That's not how you should do it at all. In the essence of what it means to be a follower of Christ is doing these things, is teaching and sharing your your perspective, your belief in what the teachings of what Jesus said through love, through tenderness, through brotherly kindness, and yes, through open dialogue. That means exploring other ideas. That is in the Bible, by the way. You're supposed to be able to engage with people that have different opinions and ideas than you. That is in the Bible. It's not. I'm not giving an exact reference, but if you read the New Testament, Jesus does talk about. I think it's maybe part of the letters to the churches, but he does. There is mention of being able to engage of these other opinions with strength in yourself, with a grounded perspective in the Bible. So anyway, let's move on to that. But Bryson, so with that context, any input at all?
I mean, geez, I feel so blessed to listen to all of you here and be able to share a round table or square, rectangle, sphere, like Armenian called for in the first place, because a sphere is, a more perfect geometrical shape in order for us to have this discussion. But gosh, I feel like I really am on the bottom of the pyramid when it comes to holding up the rest of you guys. I know, my opinion values as much as y'all's does.
It does.
And like, can you give me the original question? I'm sorry.
Do you think there's a limit to freedom of speech and expression?
Gosh, there should not be, but at the same time, that's coming from a libertarian view of saying that, all speech matters, even if it is dialogue that would cause problems, because if we start putting limits on things, who's to say that the limits don't go a step further the next day, and that the limits don't start limiting more freedoms? And, speech is the freedom we're limiting on day one, and by day 5 we're limiting, on where you can go, and by day 155, it's limiting...
You're talking about the slippery slope philosophy.
That is correct. Yes, sir. That is correct. Slippery slope philosophy. But it's so hard.
I think that's what's happened over here, Bryson. You're right. But I think it's with not so much, the sanctions and the punishments you're going to get each time for being free getting worse and worse. I think the problem we've had over here is every time people protest or want to scream about their freedom, they want to do it more radically every time. So that's why we've gone from people laying in the street in front of cars up to a street full of ladies with their tops off. What are they going to do next time to outdo that?
Hold on. Okay, so real quick, Bryson, you're shaking your head. What's up?
I'm not for nudity. I think that's so silly in order to protest. I mean, we can all make jokes about how we as males are like, yay, take your top off, but no.
Speak for yourself.
Exactly.
Anyway, let's...
Because they know it shocks
before
people,
you say something on
do
this,
it.
I'd like to say something real quick on
well,
something.
we're gonna get to you.
No. It's to Bryson.
Okay.
It's specifically about something he said. Bryson, don't down yourself feeling like you're a burden.
Yeah, stop doing that.
Even if you don't have the research or the knowledge on it, learn, sponge it in, research it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Because the fact is that, be a sponge. Because what'll happen is each individual thing that you learn can be incorporated into another subject, because everything is all mathematically connected. By one means, by how. Science is connected to politics. Politics is connected to religion. Religion's connected to human biology. All of that connects. So if you do not feel that you feel like you're a burden, then just pull up a web page. Literally while we're talking, pull up a web page.
I do it
and
all
look
the time.
into it.
I do it all the time. Makes me seem like an expert. But listen, let me just tell you something real quick. I got to address this. I jest about the topless thing because I'm a dude. I grew up in the 80s. It's funny. I guess I'm just a dude sometimes. But really, I agree. I think that. But you guys have to understand something. You're being logically inconsistent. You're being logically inconsistent, and I have a problem with this. I'm not Googling topless girls. No
Go,
way.
just listen.
I'm not
Just,
doing that.
just Google
No,
topless protest.
I'm not doing that, bro. No, anyway, I'm not doing that. No. I'm not having that on my computer and stuff. No way. Anyway, no. So let me just to be clear, I jest about that joking protest with the girls. However, you're being logically inconsistent, all of you. If anybody who believes that, not you, Peanut, I'm sorry. Anybody who in the chat in this conversation who says you should be able to drop, and I'm just using this because it's the easiest one, spam the N-word, freedom of expression, but no topless girls. You're being logically inconsistent. Both of them are offensive. I
was a male stripper, so I'm not against it.
I'm not. Oh man, I can't say anything. You're gonna get me in trouble.
What's offensive about their body?
That's
it's
what
just the human body.
Right.
We studied this in school.
Hold on. This is a point that some people, because I think the Armenian. Did you have this perspective, or did Karaoke have that perspective? Where like the topless thing is too much, right? The topless thing is too much for karaoke, I believe.
Not for me.
Yeah.
So Bryson and karaoke are like, no topless girls, but you should be allowed to drop the N-word in the chat because it's freedom of expression. Now you're not saying specifically the N-word.
No.
It's just anything that you whatever. Forget about. I don't want you to think that this isn't about being raised. Don't do this to me, guys. It's an expression. People want to say it for whatever reason they want to. It's still freedom. You are being logically inconsistent because on the one hand you want freedoms, on the other hand you want freedoms for some. And the slippery slope goes both ways here, guys. If you think that some people shouldn't have freedoms because it offends you, but others should because it doesn't offend you, well, you're only talking about freedom, the freedoms that do not offend you, that should be allowed. That is logically inconsistent. And it's not good.
I didn't mean that at all. People that use the N-word are obviously targeting a specific part of society.
Right.
People that want to go flaunting their body around are just hoping to offend anybody, if you ask me.
We don't know what people why people are spamming the end. We don't name your pejorative, name your offense, right? That offense should be allowed because it's freedom of expression. People don't like people. There's a big homosexual, transsexual, whatever, LGBTQ plus, LGBTQA plus, whatever. Problem here where people are offending those people by calling them outside of their gender. We talked about the whole calling a woman a birthing person, and a Kasparian is dealing with some backlash from that from all the leftists and community because it's apparently offensive. Well, you should be allowed to want to be called a woman, right? That's freedom of expression. Yet if you think that you should be allowed to do one thing, why are you restricting certain people from doing something that you just don't like? That's not total freedom. There's a restriction, and that's logically inconsistent. That's my only point. By the way, I'm not saying I agree with anything. I'm not saying I agree.
That's fair. I'm 100% with you on that.
One part of that argument is fact. The other is just a slur.
Which one's fact? Which one's a slur?
You know.
Which one's a fact and which one's a slur?
The fact that a birthing person is a woman, is a lady, that's a fact. I don't care what you tell me. That's a fact.
I don't know enough about
if you want to call
saying I don't know enough about the science.
If you want to call somebody a specific name because you know it offends them, then that's what you call a slur.
What if a trans okay, I'm gonna try this. What if you call a trans person the gender that they don't identify with?
Because
is that a slur?
It's fact. Because it's fact. I don't care what you.
What if a black person really is unknowledgeable? What if a black person really is unknowledgeable and not well read, and you're by definition calling them? Because these are things that you have to address when you're talking about these kind of topics, right? You have to be logically consistent. If a black person is being by definition the N-word, and you call them that, are you being racist or are you being literal? Is it offensive or is it something? Are you being literal? Are you just defining that person based off of the characteristic that you observe, right? And should you be allowed to do that?
I think the big problem here is we just do not have the problem with. Well, I'm sure they will say there's racism here in the UK, but I don't think it's anywhere on the level as probably the problem you've got with it over there. So words like the N-word, we all know, it's never mentioned, and we do hear it in rap songs and stuff like that. But I can't remember the last time I heard it. If I heard it, it's probably one black person saying it to another black person, just because they all want to be like you guys. They all think they all want to be American.
Yeah, I don't have a perspective on negative or positive. I just don't use it because I don't think it's useful, or even a very intelligent way to have a conversation. Right? That's just my.
It's not a very intellectual word.
Yeah.
It's there's no way in heck that it could be used in any kind of intellectual conversation unless you're discussing the actual word itself.
Yeah. If I was a black person and someone said it to me, my attitude would be, is that all you got? Is that the best?
I just kind of giggle.
Just copying everyone else.
I giggle about it because I feel bad for somebody who
I
thinks
want something a bit more original than that.
Yeah.
That's a bit too old fashioned, and that's like lazy.
It is lazy. It is lazy.
Excuse me if I'm talking out of turn, but that's like lazy racism. It's just like you're just copying everyone else. You know?
But Bryson, I got so after what we've just said and elaborated on, again, great points from everybody. What do you think now?
Okay, you had fair points, and for me to be, in favor of freedoms, and to say that one person, be it a woman, can't take her top off, and that's gosh, it's so hard because
it is. I know.
I'm not against it in certain aspects. I'm against it in other aspects, but by bringing up the freedom aspect from it, that in myself is a contradiction to what I said earlier.
And that's okay too. You're allowed to be contradictory as a person.
Yep.
That's the human condition. A lot of people have that. Don't feel bad about it.
Memories are sexualized, and that's nothing against women. They didn't choose to be women, just like I didn't choose to be a man. So to say whether or not they take their tops off in protest. No.
Let's not go down that rabbit hole.
Okay. Yes, sorry.
Too much.
I'm messing with you guys. I'm sorry. Continue.
But I can't give a perspective because I myself am allowed to take my top off every day, and it's not a protest. It's just me, sunbathing, or me just. Okay. Whereas if a woman does it, then it's considered in some places illegal. In the United States, it's considered illegal, and that's not fair. And you're right. I should be, if I'm going to have a libertarian view on it, I should definitely say that what I can do, because it's not our pants. It's just the tops. We're not talking about pants.
We're talking about these are literally, if you think about it biologically, they are sex organs, both of them. They're both. Well, keep in mind, what is it? The breasts are used for producing a product, milk product.
That's
not for reproducing.
They're secondary organs.
Thank you for correcting me. Thank you for correcting me. I still think it stands at least logically consistent to say that if you're talking about something that is in any form or way involved in the birthing process, and again, you don't give birth by your boobs, but you produce sustenance for life by your breast, right? These are organs that people use as a sexualization. Now you can say people like feet, right? Well, why can't people why are the people allowed to show their feet? Yes, but they don't produce anything in reference to, in terms of the birthing process, post or pre birth, right? So I think that if you're going to address this appropriately or properly, my perspective is that for consistency, I can understand why someone would say that breasts are not appropriate to show. However, it's logically inconsistent if you think that that's not okay, but other things are for other people. It's just not consistent.
There's a tribe in Africa where it's considered totally appropriate to be topless and
it's cultural,
close to the thigh. It's a cultural thing. And I don't know. I'm not saying we should be allowed to just go out and do what we want, take our clothes off whenever we want. It's just hard. Like if there was like a woman passing out from a heat stroke and she needed to take her clothes off to it's just kind of not fair in that sense. I feel like that's kind of like such a primitive thought at this point. Like they're just used to feed babies. We didn't ask for people to be gawking at us. You know,
I mean, even the whole idea of being completely naked and it being so offensive is a cultural stigma.
That's a culture. Yeah, I think that's
it all is.
It's unfortunate.
I mean, if you look at your cat, it doesn't have any. It doesn't have any.
For some people, it does.
Judge the cat that way, right? You don't judge a dog.
Some people do.
Completely naked. They're not like, oh, look at that dog, it's naked. But for other humans, we're like, oh,
I don't know.
naked.
There are some people, interspecies.
I thought on that though. Yeah.
All right, so
taking your point, Marquise. One person's sexual object, be it feet or be it the mammary glands, the breasts, whatever you want to use as a correct term, is another person's object of desire. So for
there are some weird fetishes.
Yeah, there are.
There's some weird ones, man. But I'm gonna just back away because I can't get a good view.
We're getting a little crazy. This is not PG-13. So
I love all you guys.
Yeah.
And this isn't UFOs anymore.
I'm talking about memory glands and cats loving people.
Well, again, I'm gonna bring something back up. Well, in regards to that, like I said, there's some weird kinks out there. That's why soldiers and Marines are gonna clap some alien cheeks.
And if the aliens are here, I'm gonna spread my cheeks and make it easier for them in the first place.
Oh my gosh, this is.
Let me go back a comment or two as well.
All right, and then we got to give American Outlaw a chance. Yep. But go ahead.
Bryson, you were saying about where you are on the triangle. Well, honestly, listening to you talk, and especially in chat, like I said a few days ago, your outlook on it all, what do you call it? That you're like the psychology of it. I love that, the way you talk about all. I get the impression you'd be like that on any subject, but so even though you may not feel like you know as much as whoever, I really benefit from listening to you talk like that. It makes me think, actually, I haven't thought of it like that. So cheers for that, mate.
I mean, you give a different aspect to it. So don't ever think that you're at the bottom. Always think that you have a different aspect on something, because if everybody agrees on one thing, then nobody has their own personality. See, there's got to be aspects inside of it where a person disagrees on something, but is willing to listen in order to be able to, have dialogue. If there is no dissenting opinion in that dialogue, then there is no way in heck that anything can be learned from it. Yeah. There's got to be a dissent.
Yeah, and to an extent, I agree. I think that as long as there's not a dissent through violence, but let me just say that, like I said, two things. One, I want to we got to get to American Outlaw's perspective. I want to ask you a question on this. This has been fantastic. We went over the 4 hours because you guys said you were willing to. We're not going to make this 10 hours, but as long as you guys are willing to have the conversation, I'm open to it. I've got the time, so let's continue. But Outlaw, so your perspective, do you think that there are limits? And by the way, Armenian, excellent point. It is okay to be logically inconsistent because everybody has a dynamic to them, and some things are just not logically consistent, or at least they don't appear to be on the surface level, and they may have reasons for that personally that change that dynamic. So a great point, Armenian. That was a fantastic point. Outlaw, what are your limits?
I have none. I would be a hypocrite if I put any kind of limits out there. And I'm gonna bring it back up, not to continue the discussion, but to put a point across. Women taking their tops off. I used to be a male stripper. Like, I'm dead serious about that. I used to actually be one. I was known as Andrew X-Room.
I was too, man. We talked about this before. When I was in Florida,
we did.
When I was in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. You guys don't know this, but man, Ben, you remember, I was a fitness trainer for 6 years, and money was tight. Money was tight, so you gotta do what you gotta do.
So sitting there saying that there should be limits in regards to freedom of expression would actually make me a hypocrite, because, sitting there saying that women out there shouldn't take their tops off. Well, I did it to get paid. I actually was in a full nude environment and it would be hypocritical. So saying that I have a limit on freedom of expression would literally make me a hypocrite, and being hypocritical on it is just, it doesn't advance dialogue, because when you contradict something by use of something else, no advancement occurs. And that's why I was saying, and not even just in regards to hypocritical, but
check
also
check the chat, y'all. Check the chat. Draculticon on YouTube is being.
I can't really see it.
I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it. It's hilarious, bro. I'll send it to you.
No, Discord. I can't see it because of how the background. It's the words are too lighter than the background. Okay. Yes, I'll agree on that one. Yeah. But in regards to it, like, if you not just hypocritical, but if you start berating yourself, not just berating yourself, but putting yourself down as in where you feel like you're not attributing to the conversation or the dialogue, that's where you technically can classify yourself as hypocritical in that sense, because you feel that you don't have anything to say in regards to it. But then you sit there and say that nothing should be limited. By having a dissent inside of that, not with violence, but a dissent, you create dialogue. When you create dialogue, knowledge can be passed upon one another.
Yeah,
when agree. They sit there and say that, I hear a lot of times where individuals out there sitting there say, "Oh, you really shouldn't ask stupid questions." Well, stupid questions get answers to them. Even if you don't know that, it may sound stupid to another individual. But guess what? You get an answer that increases your knowledge of said subject, whether it be something that is not motivated. Girls, stop. Keegan.
Good luck, bro. Good luck, because my girls should not listen to me.
So, hypocritical and demeaning of oneself will not advance any kind of dialogue.
Real quick. So ultimately, there are no limits, right? Just to be clear.
Yeah, no limits.
I got a third question for everybody, but I want to get these two in first. What about your perspective on disclosure?
Perspective on disclosure?
Is there any limit to what would stop you from wanting disclosure? Nothing, because the fact is that like I said earlier in the podcast, is that if in both aspects, if we're meant to go to war with this alien race, then let's have at it. I'm ready. Let's go. All right.
I'm down.
All right.
But if it could potentially destroy the human race, well, nice to know you guys, but we don't deserve to be here.
Okay. So you're survival of the fittest kind of guy. Yeah, it's
Darwinism.
Okay, Darwinism. All right. So real quick, I gotta ask my third question because it's relevant. I've two questions, but the third question to all this is: does anybody know about Alex Jones?
I know who he is. Yeah.
Do you know what he's facing?
Man's a hero of mine.
No, I haven't really paid too much attention to looking into him because I think he's an idiot.
Okay. Let me give you some context in case you don't know Gary, and I want to be very clear. Sandy Hook, you guys know about that?
Yes.
No.
Okay, so that's good. I'm glad you said that, Garyoki, because it would have hurt my heart if you would have known about that. Give me 1 second so I can appropriately address this. Sandy Hook, I got to pull up the data on this real quick. So December 12th.
I do apologise, but I don't even know what Sandy Hook is. What is it?
December 14, 2012, a mass shooting occurred at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newton, Connecticut, in the U.S. The shooter, I'm not going to name him, he killed 20 children and 6 adults at that school before taking his own life. It was one of the deadliest shootings in the U.S. history. The U.S. has had a big problem with mass, shootings and so forth.
Vegas actually outbeat that.
Yes, but we're talking. Yes, you are correct. But I'm talking about we're talking about children. So
it's not a race.
Yeah. So the thing about the situation here is that Alex Jones capitalize on that by saying it was a conspiracy, the government was involved. They're all the children that died, they're actors, they're not real. The parents are actors, they're fake children. It led to a couple of suicides as a consequence of that, and people were being harassed by his viewers, the parents of the people that the victims, the parents who lost their children, were being verbally attacked and harassed by his followers, who said that they were fake actors by the government, the FBI, or whatever, and he literally targeted those families for years. Years.
Is this why he was taken to court?
This is why he was taken to court. Over $1 billion.
Right, okay.
I believe it's even more than that now. Like vastly more than that. He is facing justice, right? I believe it's again, according to anybody's standards, he's facing he should be in prison, in my opinion. But we're just gonna go with he's at least facing some consequence because of his freedom of speech, which is what he argued in court. Is his freedom of expression and freedom of his opinion was this happened, and as a consequence, that is what led to that freedom of speech, quote unquote, led to the death of people through suicide, through deleting themselves from existence, because of the trauma they experienced as a consequence of his actions, of his words, just words. We can extend that to other situations where there's something called stochastic terrorism, where there are people who literally will say, I'm not saying someone should do something, but somebody should do something about certain people they don't like. I'm not saying someone should off this person, but man, I wish they didn't live in this world. I'm not saying that somebody, and they have a lot of power and influence, and they know that. And by doing this, they get the 1% of their crazy supporters will go and do that. It is a fact. It is a problem, according to the FBI, that there are people in very powerful positions of media and journalism and so forth who create stochastic terrorism on certain people that they disagree with politically. There should be limits to freedom of expression. Stochastic terrorism. It's where you imply.
Stochastic.
Yeah, it's where you imply that someone should commit violence, and even if a small 0.5% of your several hundreds of millions of people that watch you will do something. Joe Rogan, again, somebody should go shoot homeless people. Now, it's not Joe Rogan's fault that homeless people get attacked, but directly after that, there was an influx in homeless people being attacked, and they were being recorded and posted online, and who knows whether it's his fault or not, but hundreds of millions of people watch Joe Rogan monthly.
So is this why Donald Trump is in trouble as well?
Totally different. But there is a part of it. Well, no, he's not being charged for stochastic terrorism. He's being charged for a lot of things. I mean, he's got like 100 counts now at this point. Oh my gosh, I don't even want to. Yeah. But anyway,
624 years possibly.
Yeah, it's insane. But either way, there should be limits because there is real harm that can be done. Now, on the one hand, I agree with everybody that freedom of expression should be, for the most part, it should be very loose. There has to be consequences to certain things like stochastic terrorism, or else we will not have a society. We will have anarchy. And I do not personally believe in anarchy because human beings cannot regulate themselves no matter how you look at it. We need a system to help us regulate ourselves, one that we unanimously agree upon, which is why I think a democracy is one of the better, not the best, one of the better ways to conduct our society. I think a direct democracy may be more appropriate, but I think that, again,
that's dangerous.
There is a potential danger, but the slippery slope goes both ways, man. And so I think.
I'm not saying that it doesn't go both ways. I'm just saying a direct democracy is dangerous
because more people disagree with. And I'm not, and this is not up against you, man, but there are more people who agree with, for example, things that would hurt me socially than like again, you can't say woman, you got to say birthing person. That hurts a lot of people because, right? And imagine if that was a unanimous decision based off of a direct democracy, and now no one can say woman, they can only say birthing person. Well, that's going to hurt a lot of people. It's a dangerous slippery slope both ways. We'll get into that's not the topic of discussion at the moment. My point is that
I was just saying an example on that one. I wasn't trying to push it towards that direction.
And I appreciate you adding that because it's important to have those elements in here as a sprinkle on top. My question to you all, do you think that with that context, do you all still agree that freedom of expression should be universal and completely open? Without consequence. Without consequence.
Yes.
I'm not, again, I respect your opinion, by the way, American Outlaw. I'm not saying you're wrong. I can disagree with you without saying you're wrong.
Oh yeah,
I'm not just so
dude.
you know.
I have no
Okay.
issue with you disagreeing with me.
Thank you.
And I'm just gonna reiterate on it. Yes, I believe that there should be no limitations, because when you
With
get
no
into
consequences.
with no consequences, because the fact is when you get into the point where you have consequences for said speech, where's the limit
Slippery slope
on said speech?
But there has to be somewhat.
It's
right? You think Alex Jones is okay? Free, Scott's free, no consequence?
Yeah. You want to know why?
What happens if somebody ends his life and then they say, "Hey, listen, it's I have a right to retaliate because he has a right to say what he wants to, but because of what he said, I want to retaliate." Should they be allowed to do that?
They're committing a completely different aspect of it.
It's only a crime. It's only a crime because society's determined it's a crime. Do we live in
actually murder and all that stuff in Minecraft has been illegal since.
Is stochastic terrorism equivalent to deleting someone from existence?
No, I don't see how there's any equation to it, because just because they're in there. 1 second, just give me one second.
So just real quick, we got American Outlaw. That's a no. Peanut, what's up? What do you think?
Oh, I'm still thinking.
Okay, Armenian, I'll come back to you. No worries. What's up, Armenian? What do you think?
I don't believe under any circumstances that the limit of expression should be taken away. As far as the type of terrorism that you're talking about, yes, it exists. It happens. It's happened with Charles Manson. That this basically the same kind of thing.
Yeah,
Influence. He didn't do the crime himself. I could argue without getting political. The last person, or I'm going to try to avoid that actually. So, because I don't like the politics of it. Because if I bring my politics into it, but if I were to give an example, yes, I mean, if saying I'm going to meet you at the White House, and I don't believe the outcome of the whatever, and then they trash the place. Yes, I believe that's the same type of thing. Influence under false pretenses like that. But that does not change my view on the freedom to express yourself the way you should. I don't want to put a limit on it. And the reason is because if I present myself in a specific way and you don't like my freedom of expression, what I do, I'm not limiting your freedom of expression to do what you have to do. That's not good. You understand what I'm saying?
I do. Do you think that that it's more detrimental to society to limit someone's ability to express himself freely than it is for the consequences of that freedom potentially on society itself, namely stochastic terrorism?
Yeah.
You think you think the harm to society is the harm that limiting freedom of expression has on society outweighs the harm of stochastic terrorism being a part of the freedom of expression?
That's I'm gonna have to stick to my guns on this, because there's so many different nuances that you can put on the limit of expression to make it look a very specific way. So I believe that the limit of expression, limiting expression of the self, is more harmful to growth and the growth of society.
You're thinking long term.
I'm thinking long term because I believe certain actions have to occur for other reactions to occur.
Okay. Karaoke?
I think.
And I'm back.
I think we've actually got a law over here that I don't think it's terrorism. Statistic terrorism is in the type, but there is a law over here that basically covers all of that.
Is it a good law?
When you, is
in
it
your opinion?
I can't remember. Well, yeah, because there are some people in now, like celebrities, that seem to make a living by making comments like that, which did cause people harm, and that and they ended up getting stalkers and everything like that. So they went, right, we got a new law, a new bill, a new crime laws come out now, and I'm sure it's something to do with empowerment, or you're subconsciously empowering other people to commit a crime on your behalf. It's something like that. I don't know.
Yep.
I can't remember the exact terminology.
Yeah, that's essentially what you're doing. Yeah,
I must apologise for my ignorance, not knowing about Sandy Hook, or
that's
when
okay.
you
It's
asked about Alex Jones.
It's an American thing, man. No
Oh
worries.
yeah,
no
I know.
worries.
Well, it should be. That's a shocking, terrible thing. The world should know about that, and I feel wrong for not knowing about it. So, thank you for educating me, and sorry for my ignorance.
No, we're here. I've been corrected on live many times, and I don't know why people look at me as an expert. I'm a dude, not an expert. I'm just a dude, man. So I'm with you, bro. No problem. Bryson, what's up, man? What do you think? After given the context, right, what I just mentioned, what do you think?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like I want to take American Outlaw's position, in which I can't say there should be limits, because limits themselves will be a slippery slope to what could happen to other people in the future. And at some point, but this is such a hard topic to comment on, and gosh,
I've thought extensively about this topic, which is, again, the reason why I do these things is the whole live show, and I'm all 7 days a week, sometimes twice a day, sometimes 3, is because I'm constantly thinking about all of these things. Not everybody does that. So what I think you're saying is that you haven't really pondered about these kinds of things before. But I bet if you did, you could come up with something. I bet if you did, you can come up with something.
Well, that's saying that I have an absolute, yes or no, or a black and white.
No.
Like
Armenian, just you can be dynamic. Again, we are human beings. I don't.
It feels very gray. It feels very gray to me. Like it's not a yes or no topic, and I mean, I feel like people should be free to express themselves, but at the same time, we look at the Supreme Court case, which I've brought up now, the shouting fire in a crowded theater, that didn't even come up until 1919 in the United States Supreme Court, Schneck versus United States, in which, you can yell fire as long as it's not falsely accusing someone of having a crowded, theater, in which falsely accusing there's a fire in a crowded theater. But to say that Alex Jones is free to express himself, and to say like it led to so many problems because of his expression, I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of in American Outlaw or Whiplash Gaming's boat. So I'm swayed either way. Like I feel like a rag doll being pulled one way or the other, and then I can't decide who's going to be the ownership of my thoughts. So it's so hard.
It is tough. I want to Peanut, do you have anything, because I know you nothing yet?
You guys pretty much said everything I can think of, especially Bryson there at the end. I feel like I'm being torn, and I can't decide something like this because this is such a crazy topic.
What you're saying is you want to abstain?
She said that, yeah, she's having. Let me give you guys a. I will tell you right now, I have the most rare perspective about these things of probably anybody you guys know, maybe anyone you know. In my family, I am known as the soft one. Outlaw knows me very well. I'm not a liberal. I'm definitely not a Republican. But because I don't think either party goes far enough. So politically, I don't fit. But morally, and if you will, ethically or whatever, otherwise philosophically, I would say I'm more philosophical in my perspective than I am morally. But anyway, I'm not going to get into the weeds. I think it is when observing humanity and observing what is, forget about potentials. I witness, and I think that we all witness, humanity being incapable of expressing empathy in a way that is, I guess you'd say, on a mass scale. We are almost incapable of it. And although people claim,
Agreed.
this is where my issue is with this discussion. My personal perspective is that a lot of your positions, and I'm gonna be the outlaw here. All right, outlaw. A lot of your positions, I disagree with vastly. I think that you are all speaking from a place that lacks empathy. And let me qualify that, and I don't mean that offensively. Okay, that's not I'm not trying to be offensive. Please don't take it that way.
You're not offending me.
Let me explain what I mean. If you're not thinking about what should be done from the perspective of the people that are being harmed, you're thinking about yourself alone. If I say, for example, listen, man, I think freedom of expression is fine because I don't want to be restricted to be able to do anything I want. I mean, how far does it go? Can I not say? Can I not do? Right? I'm not thinking about the mother in the Sandy Hook trial who experienced the harassment from Alex Jones and his followers. The years and years of battering by his followers and the lack of attention on Alex Jones and how wrong that was, period. I think it's unambiguously wrong. Forget about morality. I think it's objectively just a wrong thing to do. And I think that because of the harm that it causes unnecessarily on another human being, and not just one, many. And that kind of power is dangerous and will lead to nothing but chaos and the destruction of, ultimately, society. I think that if we allow for a no restriction policy to freedom of expression, we will descend into chaos and we will lose society entirely. Because all of these things, there is a limit, and that limit is the harm of other people, whether it be the harm emotionally or physically. Now, I'm not talking, and I think this is where we get mixed up here. I'm not talking about mentally unstable people. If there is someone who has been assaulted, for example, and the sight of a man hurts them, and that person goes out and says, "Oh my gosh, and it could be men." By the way, men have been assaulted by other men. Just to be clear here, this isn't about women. I was assaulted when I was a kid. If there's somebody that's like, "Oh man, I was assaulted," so everybody I see that looks like my assaulter, I'm going to call the police on them because it hurts my feelings. Well, guess what? That's an offense. They say they wear a red shirt. Let's say they wear a red shirt, and that red shirt reminds me of my assaulter who wore a red shirt. Am I restrict? Should I be able to restrict their free? That's ridiculous. Let's please not be stupid about this. I'm talking about clear, like mentally stable thinking about this, right? You should not be allowed to harm someone else, and I mean that in a mentally stable way. You can harm somebody who's mentally unstable by doing anything, but mentally stable human beings, people that do not have psychosis or traumas that cause sensitivities that are not shared by other human beings, those kinds of offenses need to be limited, or else we will descend into chaos. And I don't think anybody wants to live in a world full of chaos except for those that enjoy the anarchy. Some people do enjoy to see human suffering because they suffer, but even that comes from a place of mental instability. And so to summarize, my whole perspective is, just so you understand, it is, in my perspective, very very dangerous to have a society that has no restrictions on freedom of expression. And I'm speaking specifically.
As soon as you're done, do you mind if I explain my position so you can get an understanding of it?
I do understand, I think, but I want you to explain just in case.
Yeah,
I'm missing something.
Just
sure.
so that in case.
I don't want to be. Maybe I'm misrepresenting what everybody's saying, but from what I hear, there should be no restriction. There should be no consequences because there is an ultimate benefit. I get it. If we don't have it, let's say somebody's racist, right? And there's a guy who goes around changing people's perspective, Nazis and KKK members, by going to them and showing them empathy. That is not the same thing as freedom of expression. That's somebody that's willing to endure that offense for the sake of changing someone's heart by employing empathy. In essence, empathy is the answer to all of our problems, at least societally and socially. And if you think that being, I guess you could say, desensitized to empathy is a better way, and I'm speaking specifically to the idea of freedom of expression that I think lacks empathy when specifically talking about like stochastic terrorism, then I think that's dangerous, and it will lead to the chaos, to the descent, if you will. I mean literal descent of human civilization. Outlaw?
All right. Well, here's the thing. I'm not coming from coming from a position of lack of empathy. I'm coming from a position of logic and literal realism. Due to my history of what I've done, what I've seen in my 37 years of being on this earth, it comes from my observation. I feel for the individuals from Sandy Hook. I do. I feel that the harassment, they shouldn't have to be harassed. But I have seen the actual downfall of individuals because of limitations.
What's more dangerous? Hold on. Real quick. What is more dangerous? Somebody being able to essentially incite mass chaos, or somebody not being able to say the N-word because, like I think, and I should, let's get off the N-word thing. That's too divisive.
No, it's perfect. It's a perfect ideology because you're using one for mass and one for singular.
Yeah, I think it's an illogical. Then it's illogical because it's not very appropriate for let's say that somebody, for example, you're not allowed to call when you see a man or a person who looks like or identifies as a man, and you misgender them, you should not be allowed to do that without consequence. I think the implications are far less dangerous for that than they are for someone being allowed to harass someone who identifies as whatever gender they identify as. You know what I mean? Like, I think there's a far more dangerous outcome for that than there is, and I don't think that because it's in my head. It's literally true. If you are able to emotion, the suicide shoot in Minecraft, the self-harm rate for people who experience that kind of harassment is exponentially different for those that don't. It's exponentially different than those that don't experience it. And I think that
here we've got an issue in regards to that.
Yeah, well, hold on. I'm with Peanut. I think
50 years ago, here it's gonna go into everything.
Yeah.
Anybody who's willing to sit there and take a conspiracy theory, no matter whether it's no matter if it's Alex Jones, Trump, or whoever putting out a conspiracy theory, an individual who's going to go out there and use that motive as their logic is no better than the Nazis, because the Nazis were committing atrocities in the millions.
Should they have been allowed to? Should they have been allowed to? The Nazis push that agenda.
Well, they were pushing that agenda, and yes, they had the right to push that agenda. But did they get a consequence from it? Yes, they got a consequence from it because they became they became prevalent enough that they became a threat to society as a whole.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood.
Whereas Alex Jones, he's running his mouth in regards to it.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, the mothers of Sandy Hook are mothers and fathers of Sandy Hook are suffering from the harassment of it. But the individuals who are doing that are not stable enough to be able to say, okay, well, this may be a conspiracy theory, let's do some deep diving and delving into it and everything like that. They're just taking it at one person's word, and they're jumping into it, and they're harassing an individual.
So you put the blame on the people, not the person creating the chaos.
Yeah, because the people themselves, if they don't know right from wrong, then they're going to do whatever it is. They're going to do whatever it is that Alex Jones says. Then at that point in time, then why are we going to blame just Alex Jones for something, because if this individual out there committed the atrocity of harassment and then the person unalives themselves, kind of thing.
That's
you
so
know,
scary though, isn't that? You don't think that's? This is chat. Help me out here, ladies and gentlemen. Like Peanut Armenian, especially Armenian, because Armenians got to. You guys have, in my opinion, your perspectives seem to be very well grounded on your ideology, and I need some help here because
mine's just on logic, and mine's just on realism on how society is, how people are.
I'm with you. I need the pushback needs to be balanced for me. Here's what I want to know. Okay, here's what I want to know. Because I think that you've made it clear that it's, you're saying that it's, and this is what most people here are saying, that freedom of expression should be allowed. However, there will be consequence because of your freedom of expression.
There is always consequences in regards to it. That's
another form of self-expression on the opposite side to counter the original one.
That's where
if it happens to have to be.
Should we go back to cowboys and Indians? I mean, should we go back to the old Wild Wild West? I mean, this is what the danger is here. We have a civilization, right? And our civilization has a way that has dispelled some of the old time. It's okay to be this way and that way. I mean, back in the day, right? People like me were not allowed to even have a conversation at all, and it was accepted across the land, right?
And it got prevalent enough that somebody kicked their ass over it.
Exactly.
But there,
and you can have I feel like if people were trying to say whatever they wanted and they offended someone, that you could just duke it out the old-fashioned way. And you wouldn't necessarily get arrested or get in trouble. Like, you were allowed to solve your own issues too. And so when you have the whole issue of like, well, should we be limiting what people say, or should everyone be allowed to do whatever they want, you also have to factor in that we don't really have control of the outcome. Like, if that does involve jail time or whatever consequence it is, like, we kind of have that as a issue right now too, which is what I was going to say.
And I just want to add something to the Alex Jones thing or Trump thing or anybody. Like, these people, yes, they are saying certain things, but if the followers of these people don't believe what these people are saying, or are very, very same biased as these people, they're not going to do anything. You understand? Like, it's not just the reason that Trump or the reason that any Alex Jones is popular is because there are a lot of people that agree with their ideologies in the first place, and they become the spokesperson for that.
I've got a perfect scenario for you.
One second. I will forget. I have to say this. So
go ahead. Just let me say this afterwards.
For sure. So, oh man, shoot. Now I don't remember. So just to be.
I'll remind you. GoFundMe.
To GoFundMe.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Yes. Right. Check my GoFundMe, y'all. I'll post in the chat. So what I think I'm hearing from the Armenian. Oh man, what was the last thing you said, man? Please repeat that.
So basically, those guys that are the influence are basically just a mouthpiece of
that's
something that's right.
That's what I want. Okay, so what I wanted to say about that was this: you are all thinking about a reality that's not here yet, right? You're looking at the potential versus what people are literally compared to sheep, which aren't very easily to manipulate, right? In biblical terms. We all know that people aren't very, especially at mass, very intelligent. The average IQ we talked about yesterday, Allah, is anywhere between 90 and 110. I think you said 100 or 90. It's not very.
The average is about 100.
Yeah, it's not very great, and that's just in America. And so if you look at, people are easily persuaded across the whole world. It's not isolated to the U.S. We have to look at reality here. If you say, well, yes, freedom of expression is a good thing if we lived in a society where that freedom of expression could not be weaponized. The problem is it can be. There are people who believe you should be able to drive a tank into town because, hey, freedom of the Second Amendment, you should be able to do whatever you want to. You should be able to drive muskets and tanks and whatever because, hey, a bazooka, because that's freedom. That's your Second Amendment right in America. That's insane because there are people who are not stable and will use that for harm. Hey, you should be
There's always
100%.
going to be
And my
in
take
regards
on
to
that
that.
is that it's very localized. So like if you believe that you should be able to carry your AR to Walmart because that's your freedom of expression to do so, well then go live in that state. I am for that. Like but for me, I don't want that. That's why I live where I live.
Wait,
Where
you don't
there's
want people to be
stricter gun
allowed
laws.
to, you believe in restricting gun laws?
Well, 100%. I do not want my Walmart, right, to be, where people are carrying AR-15s. But I am not saying people that believe that you should be able to carry AR-15 should not exist, or they should not be able to carry them. Where, like in like a lot of southern states have like looser gun laws, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, do that. I mean, but live where you want. Live where it makes sense for you to, have people around you that share your ideals. I think.
Hold on.
Right.
Yeah, somebody,
bad.
Ben Shapiro once said, we'll talk about that. Ben Shapiro once said, if you live in a place where there's hurricanes and your house gets destroyed, why don't you just move? How many of us, and how many people in the chat could buy a house right now? If there was a natural disaster, how many of you could buy a house right now? Can you just pick up and move? How many of you have kids and family?
There's a natural disaster, and your house is insured. You get money, you move.
It sounds great, except that's not what's real for most people. Most people can't do that. Most people can't just.
I mean, a lot of people rent as well. Sure.
You mind if I jump in?
Yeah, please. I'm sorry. I did interrupt you.
No, it's all right. It's all right. All right. So in regards to this, all right, we're going to use your topics of discussion that you use on a daily basis. All right. Remember, I forget when it was, but it was like within the past couple of years. Remember the whole supposed storm Area 51?
I know someone who was there. It was I heard. Yeah, I know.
But
a couple people actually.
What happens is some people got harassed over that, and they were listening to your podcast and said that you were the reason they did it.
That would be, you could not trace that back to me.
But no, doesn't
no,
matter.
No, it matters because you have stochastic terrorism is not. There's no ambiguity to well, there is. There by its nature, it's ambiguous, but you have to imply. So, for example, if I was like, man, I'm not saying you should storm Area 51, but if you did, bring me back one of the alien bodies. Well, yeah, you could say, oh, Dr. Dora, that Marquise guy, he made me want to do it. You could say that. If I said
just
it
by
once,
hold on.
But if I for years and years, I am isolating my conversation to just that, and I am not just implying it, I am explicitly implying it. Somebody if I'm rallying you up, because the stochastic terrorism isn't saying something. Maybe you're mistaking what stochastic terrorism is. It's not when you say.
I wasn't able to fully finish everything though.
Well, you said that they could track it back to me. There has to be something that's explicit.
Well, I'm talking about technology. They could track it back to you. That's a whole different. A whole different.
Right. Lay it out. Let me not interrupt you. I'm sorry. Lay it out, my guy.
Technologically, they could track it back to you. If somebody said that they watched a podcast by somebody named Dr. Dora,
right,
and it doesn't matter whether or not you actually were implicated, that you actually implicated. They used your podcast as an example. They trace it back to you. Whether you say it or not, they could try to use that against you no matter what, because they've been doing that with, since we're talking about Sandy Hook in regards to it, we're going to use the fact of the lawsuits that are going up against the gun manufacturers.
Yeah.
Look at all the lawsuits that are going up against gun manufacturers. But this all ties into the people who are listening to the podcasts. Back 40, 50, 60 years ago, we had asylums. And a lot of people were a lot of the people who are being released or who are not being helped in the way that they need to are the ones that are committing these different acts. And if you take the singular podcast of an individual and use that as your justification as to why you want to harass or go unalive somebody in Minecraft or something like that, then you're not logically sound. That the individual is not logically sound.
Right.
So this is going back to the to realism in regards to it. Like I said, it's not based off of a lack of empathy. It's based off of what I've seen throughout my history. You know, seeing what I've seen over in Afghanistan and Iraq, seeing everything that I see on the news on a daily basis, things that I see through YouTube and TikTok and all these other different platforms, seeing the reality of what people can do isn't in regards to the speech itself. It's due to the instability of individuals who listen to it, because there's conspiracy theories about Vegas. There's conspiracy theory about Orlando.
Right.
There's conspiracy theories about the JFK assassination.
Right. What's the difference between those and what Alex Jones did?
The difference is that the individual is a mouthpiece.
No.
You know,
the difference is let me just for the record. Stochastic terrorism is a term used to describe a phenomena where an individual or group uses mass media to demonize another person or group, which can result in the incitement of violence, or that is statistically probable. Hold on, I gotta finish this term. That is statistically probable, but whose specifics cannot be predicted. The term was initially used to suggest that a quantifiable relationship may exist between seemingly random acts of terror and their intended goal of perpetuating a reign of fear via a manipulation of mass media and its capacity for instant global news communication. The term, and so there's a couple of examples. I'm not going to mention them because I don't want to be politically ripped apart here, but you probably know what I'm talking about.
I'm gonna go ahead and pop one in there. If that's the case, where that a person should be, such as Alex Jones, should be held responsible for the situation, then again, like I said, it's going to limit our freedoms of expression, and then it will turn political, because the fact is if a person like Alex Jones, who's just a talk show host, that's all he is. It should be blamed on the individuals who actually perpetuate the action, not the individual who just spoke about it. Right. Because if that's the case, then why isn't Maxine Waters being charged?
Maxine Waters? Are you kidding me?
Just hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. In regards to it, I'm going. This is a very well known.
I know what you're talking about.
Very well known clip that's out there getting out in the street.
I've seen it, but dude, what is she? We're talking about.
It happened. It has
social justice.
It has happened. It doesn't matter in regards to it. There are individuals and kids that are scared for their life because the fact is that they went to a political rally to talk about something, and their dad got hit in the head with a bike lock. So,
what's their dad doing at a political rally? Secondly, what about people who are walking down the street with a pack of gum and they're literally deleted from existence because they look like somebody who they think is a criminal, but they didn't do anything wrong? How about that? That happens every day in America. Almost.
Yeah,
every
and I just interject.
I think that's a very different. That's a very. What's up, Armenian? Sorry.
I just want to interject over here because the term stochastic terrorism, right? So it's described by leading scholars. Stochastic terrorism involves the use of mass media to provoke random acts of ideologically motivated violence. Okay, that are statistically predictable but individually unpredictable. Now, would you go so far as to say that religions do the same thing? If you don't believe in their belief systems,
I
attack
can't
people.
understand.
Wait. I just want to continue because I've had this happen to me, like where I've gotten attacked by a group of religious people. It doesn't even matter.
Just say it. African Negroes from the. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm sorry.
But like it is. It's an attack. You're going to hell. Your soul is gonna burn in hell because you don't believe like we do. So like, can you imagine, as a 12-year-old hearing this and like the depression and the uncertainty. And this is a very mild case of it because there's actually religions that will kill you for not converting. As a matter of fact, as an Armenian, I'm Armenian. I grew up in Turkey, right? So there's the whole thing where, I mean, there was a genocide. I don't know if you know about what happened to the Armenians in Turkey, but there was a whole genocide because if you didn't convert, they would chop your heads off. It happened to my great grandfather
in Minecraft.
in Minecraft.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh.
So
Yeah.
there's
Yeah.
religion in itself, if you look at it that way, is
complicated,
very
That's
so
a
you
hard
got to
one.
be very careful. I mean, Alex Jones is not different than,
Yeah.
I mean, he is obviously different, but as far as like the ideology goes, if you don't do this, then this is going to happen to you. And, you know, that's terrorism in itself. It really is. It affects a lot of people. I just want to put that out there. It's not just Alex Joneses of the world. It's not just Trumps of the world, but there's whole political and religious groups that use that same tactic.
Well, let me just say there are two. That's a very good point. Personally, I can tell you right now, I've personally experienced religious persecution from people in the Christian community for lots of reasons. The main, alleged mainstream Christian. So I'm with you on. I get that. That's a very complicated one. I gotta speak to that real quick. Okay. Alex Jones spent several years specifically targeting certain individuals by creating and demonizing those people. That the core of, he is the source of the stochastic terrorism. The Bible is an entire instruction book for people to follow a religious ideology or a perspective or whatever you want to call it. And in that book, it specifically says to turn the other cheek. There is no ambiguity about that. You literally there's an example of, I believe it was, help me out here, Peanut. I think it was Paul. He cut the ear off of one of the soldiers that tried to arrest Jesus, and Jesus put the ear of the soldier back on and said, if someone strikes you, turn the other cheek. Would you live by the sword, you die by the sword. Something to that effect.
I think you referenced two different things there, but you're referencing the verse of Matthew where it's if someone sues you for your shirt, you give them also your coat. If they turn the other cheek, you are to love your neighbor. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So at least in terms of like the Christian Bible, there is no way you could try to misinterpret it, but the instructions are very specific.
Actually, I'll give you an interpretation of what you just said. A lot of Christians apparently, and this is what I've heard, a lot of Christians misinterpret what Jesus said by when he said turn the other cheek, because at the time of Romans, Christians weren't even considered human enough to be able to slap with the inside of your hand. So when the Roman soldier would smack the Christians, they would do it with the back of their hand.
You mean pimp smack? That's a pimp smack, man.
Yeah.
That's a pimp smack, right? So when he said when the interpretation that I've heard is that when he said to turn the other cheek is to say to the Roman soldier, at least treat me like a man, slap me like a person rather than less than human, because you're giving me the back of your hand.
Sounds
so
ridiculous.
There's different.
Yeah, but the only way you could interpret that is if you.
Interpretations.
Yeah, the interpretations are only there if you isolate them from the text itself. Like if I read a paragraph and say, "Listen,"
that's the actual text.
That's one part of the text, right? You're talking about this is my only issue with a lot of different thinking is when they hyper focus on one thing and ignore everything else. It gives a full. So, for example, if I say, "Listen, guys, I think that I don't know. When you fight someone, sometimes you got to fight back." Somebody says, "Man, Mark, he just said fight back." But if you do that, there will be consequences, and it's not worth it. So don't do that. You can isolate my one comment and say, "Oh, he said it. I interpret it that way." But only if you ignore
even in
the
the
rest
Bible
of the
that
text.
you're speaking of, in the Old Testament, which is a part of the Bible, it says eye for an eye, tooth for tooth.
Yeah,
So
and
you
what are
got-
we
you got
to
two
go
different
by?
things.
What are we to go by?
Well,
we
if
are
you're a
specifically
Christian, you take
instructed.
both, right?
No, we are specifically instructed, especially if you're a Gentile. You don't go by the laws of the Jews if you're a Gentile. Most of us are Gentiles. Secondly, if you are supposed to live by a new law, Jesus said, "A new commandment I give to you: love the Lord your God above all other gods, and love your neighbor as you love yourself." There is no ambiguity there. There is no ambiguity. And then there are letters that are written to churches specifically addressing some of these interpretations that you're referring to, where it's like you're supposed to be, what's it? Peanut can correct me again, because it's been a while since I read my Bible, y'all. There is an example of somebody saying if a soldier tells you to carry their pack for 1 mile, you carry it for longer, right? We're talking about a way of behavior that is that of being humble. of exercising humility in all situations and letting vengeance be God's and not yours, because again, vengeance is the Lord's. There are so many examples of that. Proverbs is a massive book about the wisdom of the Bible, that none of it's about fighting or committing violence against someone or retaliation. There's no ambiguity about what you're supposed to do if you follow the principles of the Bible, period. Now, if you're Jewish and you follow the Torah, I don't know. I'm not Jewish. I do not follow the Torah. But I follow the New Testament, which tells you, Jesus says, I give you a new commandment. And so there is no ambiguity unless you isolate one thing and use that to misinterpret the entirety of the text. That's my.
So if that were actually true, Marky, then why are there 1,000 different denominations that interpret differently?
Very good question. I could answer that with a lot of responses. The bottom line is that people are, no offense, but people have their own agenda, and their agendas shape the book versus the book shaping them. And that's literally part of the Bible. You're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to go in there with, oh, I'm an atheist, so I believe in evolution, so I think it was 5 million years. Oh, I'm a creationist, and so according to creationism, it's only 6,000 years. Nobody knows how old the earth is, okay? We can guess all we want to. No one knows. If you come with any perspective, whether you think it's biblical or not, it's your perspective, not the biblical perspective. And that's the problem.
So would you say yours is the only true interpretation of the Bible?
Dude, I don't even fully... how can I say that? I can't say that. I can't say that. I can at least say for this specific thing, it is the only interpretation, because it is the like if I say, well, the Bible says not to beat people up. Well, in the Bible there's violence. Okay, well, we're not supposed to, as followers of the Bible, to do these things. That is true, because it's in the Bible to not do certain things. You get, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not commit adultery, Is that ambiguous? Well, then why are we questioning whether or not you should or shouldn't? There's a lot, and again, if you go to the New Testament, how should you treat people? With long suffering, brotherly kindness. You should be forgiving without thinking about keeping a record of offense. These are things that are biblically true. Forget about my perspective. What does it say? It says these things. And so I get frustrated with, not you, because I think you're doing exactly what you should do, addressing some of these different interpretations that are contrary to what the literal Bible says, because they're super hyper focusing on one piece of it and then ignoring the rest of the text. They're shaping the Bible to their own perspective. That's the problem.
And I think I believe that everybody does that. I mean, I was in the military, and you know what chaplains say about violence and murder. If you do it in the defense of your country, it's
according to what?
100%.
According to what?
That's what according to the Bible. I mean, they're chaplains.
Yeah,
they're chaplains.
I would love to know what that I've met with. Listen, dude, I would love to know. I never asked them, by the way. I never thought about even asking them. It's never came up. But I would love to know what Bible verse they're talking about that says, "Hey, if you're doing it for your country, God loves you."
I don't know, but my point is that different people interpret different things for different, like you said, like they have their own political agendas to push. They have their own religious agendas to push. So
how should we though? If I give you instructions and you say, well, I think it means this, are you doing what I told you, or are you doing what you think I told you? And is that the right way to do it? If I say, listen, man, I want you to go pick up that rock, take it over 15 feet to the right, and then drop it down on the ground, and don't hurt the grass. And you go and you trample the grass over there, because I never told you not to trample the grass and ruin the grass all the way up to the point of the rock. Are you being like, is there a misinterpretation here? I think it's implied that I don't want you to hurt the grass. Like, don't mess my grass up, right? That's kind of the point.
Well, that's why in the military we have regulations. We have field manuals specifically to how to tie your damn shoe, because there is misinterpretations.
They're thick, man. They're super thick.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, Marquise.
Yeah. What's up?
Watch your viewer count.
I don't see it. Hold on. Is it dying down or something? Did I lose viewers? What's up?
Just watch.
Okay. Give me 1 second, guys. Give me one. I'll be right back. While that what the freak? What did you do? Guys, continue the discussion. I'll be right back. I gotta do some daddy duty real quick, okay? Gotta do daddy duty. All right. I'll be right back. I don't know what you did, bro, but thank you for that. Hold on.
Can someone wake Bryson up, by the way?
I said.
Hey guys, thanks for coming in from over at Apollo.
Yeah, is he okay?
Is he Art Bryson?
Did he fall asleep?
Maybe.
Yeah,
Possible.
he's been like that for about 30 minutes so far.
Oh, bless him.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks, guys. Who's ever here from Apollo, I appreciate it.
Hey? Our conversation must be riveting if he's fallen asleep. What time is it where he lives, though? Can't be much different from you guys.
Probably late afternoon, like mid-afternoon.
Yeah. I don't know what's happened there.
I miss California,
probably
by the
fell
way,
asleep.
Peanut. I used to live in Monterey, California, and I
Oh,
completely miss it moving there.
It's gorgeous. That's more up in North Cali. I'm more down in Southern California.
Southern Cali? Nice.
Like Mediterranean, kind of. It's really nice.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, I definitely miss the weather and the environment for sure.
Definitely. One of the reasons why we stay, you pay for it with everything for sure, but at least it's beautiful. I'm like,
How
kind
hot
of,
is it over there today, Peanut?
oof, probably in the hundreds. I'd have to check. Yeah, it's 100.
Really? Wow.
Yeah,
100.
100 degrees, and that's normal. Normally, it can get to like 110, and we're just like, eh.
Oh my god.
That's Fahrenheit you use, though, don't you?
Yeah, not Celsius. I think we'd all be dead.
Right. We use Celsius. Let me try and Google that. Hang on.
I have a question for you guys. If you guys are open to like any open discussion while he's away, what do you guys think of the hitchhiker effect? The hitchhiker effect. It's really like intriguing to me. I was just wondering if you guys had any ideas or thoughts about the hitchhiker effect, where the phenomena basically follows you around once you've had some kind of contact with it. Are you guys familiar with that?
Personally, I think it's a load of rubbish. I think that's one thing. People with books and all these grifters, that's what they say to keep everyone guessing. And if you want to know more, buy my book. That sort of thing.
What do you think? You know?
Wrong.
Genetic is when a ally changes frequency, not because it's.
You jumped from like I think it was like 2 or 3 viewers to 9.
Thank you.
Nice.
You know, we're at 15 because I have both YouTube and everybody who just joined. I appreciate that. Blue Raptor 171. Thank you so much. The Fallen Mind 20. Thank you so much. Spider Staying 213. Thank you so much. What's up, y'all? Welcome to the chat. I appreciate that. That's love, fam. Thank you. Thank you for
My
that.
friend Apollo, he's got 22,000 followers.
What's that, Peanut?
I don't know. Do we have any way to check on Bryson and make sure he's okay? Because he's kind of just
Seems to have nodded off.
Well, did he?
I
hope he didn't die on us. Bryson, are you breathing?
That's what I'm thinking. Is he asleep or has he died on us?
Let me bring up the Zoom to make sure he's still breathing.
He is breathing.
Okay, he's still breathing. Okay, he's not
shoulders
dead.
are moving.
Maybe he's a heat stroke. I don't know. Man, that's a first. I've never had it. We got to keep this up here for entertainment value. I'm leaving him on screen here, y'all. Peanut, what's up?
He's been like that for about half an hour, you know.
It's all right. We left him out. Peanut, go ahead and tell me what you were thinking, though. You were talking there for a second.
Oh, no. I just wanted to make sure Bryson was okay.
Yeah, he's moving.
Do you know?
Okay.
It would be
Do you
great.
know the funny thing is, he watches these chats the day after. See all of
Oh, this is gonna be great! Yeah, this is great. You
Bryson,
guys,
you wanker!
You wanker! Wait a minute, you better. Anyway, so the hitchhiker effect, Peanut. Did you have a thing about that? You have anything to say?
I honestly don't even know what that is. So
So the hitchhiker effect essentially is like, think about it as almost like demonic possession, or if you will, any kind of demonic presences that will follow you from one location to the other. It could be poltergeist. It could be anything that's like an entity that's not visible, or an energy that's negative. Usually it will follow people and spread like a virus. It's literally I can't think of the specific term, but you can call it an energetic, spiritual, or whatever virus, an ethereal virus, so to speak. In Skinwalker Ranch,
Yeah,
they talk about.
I think the most famous case of it so far is George Knapp went and done a report on Skinwalker Ranch. Was shown around, and when he went home to Las Vegas, I don't know how far away that is from Skinwalker Ranch, but the entity or alien or whatever it was, he experienced it in his own house. So that's why it's called
just to be clear,
it followed him. It's the hitchhiker.
Yeah, just to be clear, I know several people who talk about the hitchhiker effect. There's an entire TV show, believe what you want to, about ghosts and the psychic phenomena, where they talk about they don't call it the hitchhiker effect, but that's what it is in essence, where they're in a house and it's haunted and they go to move to another house and it follows them. This is not something that's for people that want to sell books, because people that are just common folk have this experience as well. I've talked to many of them. There's somebody, I do not want to tell their name unless they give me permission, who had an experience. Let me make sure. They went to Skinwalker Ranch and they came home and they started having these really strange dreams about humanity, meeting essentially some kind of an event that will lead to almost like a judgment. And they kept having this reoccurring dream. We were going to pay, humanity as a whole is going to pay for something that we did at some point in time. And it was reoccurring and he couldn't figure out why. Come to find out, in his shoes that he took to Skinwalker Ranch, there was dirt. They went off on a path they weren't supposed to go on. They were told not to go on this certain path. I've never been there, I don't know. And it's supposed to be one of the worst places to be for the hitchhiker effect. And every single person that went on that path had the exact same experience. You can say these people don't want to sell books. They're not even on live. They talk to me in confidence. I can tell you for sure, there are people that claim, and you can believe whoever you want to, right? I believe them, that they've had this experience and they've broken down crying about it to me. Everyone that's talked to me about this.
But you never used to hear about this 5-10 years ago, did you?
I believe, just like you have, like most people haven't heard about the UFO phenomenon until recently. There's a lot of people in the world, man. And there's a lot of information that each of us hasn't heard from each of us, right? We're all sharing information that we may not have been privy to before this conversation alone. I think it just hasn't been made prevalent in the public view. It's not that maybe you've heard about it, or maybe you just discovered it. Maybe I just discovered it in maybe 10 years ago. But not everybody has, and it's something that has been talked about in the ghost and psychic phenomena forever.
So I'm sorry. Is the hitchhiker effect just?
Are we talking
negative?
about paranormal now?
Yeah, I agree with that it's possible something like that could happen, though, because not that I've been to Skinwalker Ranch, thank God, but I have had an experience where there were like evil spirits, in my opinion, in my friend's house, and I do believe they followed me home, because only after that did I start having like really weird paranormal things start happening to me. So I do feel like that's definitely like in the realm of possibility.
So we're talking about paranormal now?
Yes.
Well, I mean, it's all, to me, in my mind, it's all connected, but yeah.
We were.
Thank you,
Awesome.
Armenian, by the way, for bringing that up.
New
That was
cheeks to
great.
clap.
The new cheeks to clap. Oh my gosh.
I was just wondering, is there only a negative connotation with the hitchhiker effect? Because I've also heard that people that experience UFOs also have the hitchhiker effect.
You have to.
But that was from
the research. The research on that is, at the time, I'm gonna have, maybe we can talk about this in another episode, the hitchhiker effect. We can do a whole episode on that. But let me just say, man, the hitchhiker effect is very unpleasant, even with the UFO phenomena. Let me just tell you right now, again, karaoke, I get it. I'm gonna go with the data, okay? Forget about perspective. The data suggests, and this is through, again, if you look at John Keel, David Jacobs, and the researchers that look up the abduction phenomena alone, throughout history, if you are experiencing what you consider a hitchhiker effect that's not at least invasive initially, it almost always turns out to be poltergeist in effect. And this is just according to the data, not like, forget about the mystic who said they've been to the 12th dimension and then the aliens or Baghdar told them that they're here to help us. In the data, it suggests that it's not, it's mostly bad.
Thank you for that.
I thought we was going to start talking about paranormal stuff. Then I was going to tell you about my experience.
Oh, you can definitely share that. But let's get Peanut in, and I want to hear what happened to karaoke. Peanut, you were going to say something. I interrupted you.
Oh no, I made my point actually. Thank you.
Sorry. All right, go ahead, Gary.
What I was going to say is to dispel this, because I know you feel it, Marquise. You think I'm like West, another Brit that doesn't believe in it, blah, blah, blah. Well, I do. I've never had any experience with UFOs, never experienced anything, never seen anything, but I do believe.
I've experienced some weird shit in my life.
I say I've actually no interest in ghosts or anything like that, but there's been occurrences in my life that I've like, oh my, what's going on here? The last one that happened to me was when I was in the Air Force, and I was driving back to camp one Sunday night, and I had when you're a young man in this country and you get your first car, we called it a boy racer's car. You know, you do it up, put all the chrome bits on it, this, that, and the other, drive like a hooligan up and down the streets. But anyway, so I bought this boy racer's car, and I was going back to camp, and it broke down right in the middle of the countryside. And there was a farm on the left, derelict farm, old barns, stuff like that, and a big empty field on the right. And I remember I got out the car, I had the bonnet, you call them hoods, don't you? I had the hood open, we call them bonnets. It was pouring down with rain, and the car just wouldn't start. And I looked to my, and just as I looked to my right, there was this sheet of white mist coming across the farm yard towards me. Just like, it was just like fog, but it was probably about, I don't know, the thickness of a mattress. And it was enough. I just can't, I won't repeat what I said because there's a lady present, but I just jumped in that car, put my foot down, and it worked straight after being there for like half an hour. Wow. And it worked. It went off. So I go to bed too early. Oh, sorry, it's my Alexa. Yeah, and there was another time. I'm a godfather, and I was around my godson's parents' house, my neighbours, and we was all sat down late at night watching TV, and we heard a child run across like the room upstairs, the ceiling. Morning, Bryson. And
no, I think
we heard the child run. We was all sat watching telly, and we heard a child run across the room upstairs, and then we heard a ball bouncing down the stairs. And I said, oh, that's like little Tommy, he's up late, you know, isn't he? And his mum said, no, he's over there in the pram. And he was in the same room as me downstairs. But it's just things like that I can remember, and it makes me think, well, there is something paranormal out there. I don't know what it is, but...
Ah, open your mind. By the way, Bryson, I'm glad to know you're not dead, man. We thought you were gone. I thought... Anyway, so who I think Outlaw was trying to say something too, right? Or were you? Did we skip?
I've lost my train of thought.
Okay. Well, I appreciate. We got it. This has been a 5.5 hour conversation. We got to end it because I only gave it extended time today because I told you I would. We'll try to keep it a little bit shorter, a lot bit shorter for you guys. I can do this all day. You do not have to. This is literally what I do for a living. So, thank you guys. I appreciate everyone being here. I appreciate your perspectives. I appreciate you letting everyone talk, and disagreeing respectfully. And this is literally the best. This is the best thing that could have happened to the show. You guys coming on here. So we can do this every day, but you do not have to be here every day. If you can be here, you're welcome. I don't want to. I honestly, at this point, I don't want to have the conversation alone anymore. I think it's more important to have more voices. So you're all welcome to be a part of the conversation any day you want to. We'll keep it to the 6 is the maximum. We're not doing we cannot add any more. 6 is the maximum. I'm cool with that, including myself. So 5 extra people, and that's it. All right, y'all. We're gonna end it. Anybody have any final thoughts? Any final thoughts for this? 30 second
Oh,
final
he's
thoughts?
awake.
Yeah, he's up. All right, Bryson. Yeah. 30-second final thoughts, anybody? We're good?
Yeah,
No?
don't go too heavy next time.
Well, I'll make it more. I had some entertaining questions, but we're too far in. We'll do those another time. But yeah, we'll go next time. All right, guys.
Yeah, it was a pleasure speaking.
But yeah,
to you.
no, I'm just still waiting on them alien cheeks to clap.
Oh my God.
And thank you, Marquis, for the opportunity for all of us to be able to speak our minds. This is a great platform, and I appreciate you putting this all on.
100%. And if there's anything that you guys think I should improve on or be better at, even if it's like, hey, you need to moderate better, or if you think that I'm not addressing people's perspectives appropriately, whatever it is, hit me up in Discord. You know I can handle it. I want to be better. I want
Hey,
this to be more valuable. So.
What are you using to stream? Streamlabs?
Streamlabs.
Tonight, when you get a chance, I want to sit with you on Discord. I want to help you work some things out with your Streamlabs so you can get more effects and things like that to make it more interactive.
That would be cool.
Besides us talking, but also
Yeah.
things that the chat can do.
Yeah, we may have to.
She needs a soundboard.
I do need a soundboard.
Yeah,
we
I've
may
been
have-
helping with that.
We may have to postpone that because I have a meeting. Oh my gosh, I have a meeting with my co-host for the After Hours show tonight, and I'll tell you more about what's going on personally later. Nothing bad, just there's way too much going on.
Yeah.
Today. I'm not gonna be able to do
Well,
that.
we can set it for another day. Is
Yeah.
that we don't? It doesn't have to be. It's just we're.
I need help. Yeah, I need help.
We're
I
gonna
need
have
help.
to take time with it.
Yeah, that's why it's important. I don't want what happened when we were playing for half an hour. Something goes wrong, and I couldn't even talk. It was it was terrible.
Yeah.
On my part. Sorry about that, man. But yeah, we'll get.
It's all right.
We'll get with it. All right, guys. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you.
All right.
See y'all
Cheers.
next
Later.
time.
Take care,
Good night.
guys.
Bye.
Later.
Peace,
Bye.
guys. Freaking fantastic. Chat, listen, I can't see YouTube chat. My other device literally died on me in the middle of the conversation, but I want to say thank you to everybody that's in the chat. Thank you for being a part of the conversation. Like I said, it's all for the greater good. And we're all trying to figure out what's going on. There is no experts in this here at all. At least I'm not an expert. I mean, you probably know that by now. Y'all probably know I'm not an expert. I don't have to tell you. But you know I love you. You know you're appreciated. And you know that I know that you know that I know that you know that I know that you know that I love you. Thank you guys, I appreciate it. If you haven't already, please consider donating to my GoFundMe. It is posted in the chat like 500 times because I've been told to spam the chat with it, even though I don't like to do that. But I do need your help because, again, I'm trying to, I do this full-time. This is my full-time gig. I do the weekend show, so that's, obviously there's part of that. But I do need some support from you guys so I can keep doing this, so we can have these conversations and continue to have the open discussion in this platform. Well, it's been fun. That was a long chat. I know that's too much for some people. I respect that, but that's what we do here, y'all. We just be talking about aliens and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And with that, my friends, I gotta get going and do daddy stuff. Nothing but love, y'all. Catch you tomorrow, same time, same place. Dr. Doors out. Peace.